This is a supercut of the news from the month of August. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. This is generally nerdy.
Well, nerds, we are back. And apparently over the course of the last 2 weeks, we're seeing that the tides just might be turning in the nerddom. In the music section, it is a story of redemption because we have not one, but two different artists that are fighting for a comeback. We have, in gaming and tech, a surprise for the journalism crowd that we must talk about. Comic books this week is a huge section because San Diego Comic-Con happened, and Deadpool and Wolverine happened, which is apparently feeling its ripples all through the comic book section. TV brings us not so surprising a surprise return to a character that we once thought to be retired. Of course, in movies, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back, but we do have a little bit of news there, not just the surprise from San Diego Comic-Con. And in the rumor mill, apparently Feige is cleaning house again. We're going to talk about that, and that is literally just the tip of the iceberg, so let's get into it. So let's kick things off with the music section. Like I said, we do have a tale of redemption with two returning canceled artists. It's a little bit misleading, but we'll get to that. Plus a surprise record release from metalcore elder statesman. We're going to talk about that because this is an interesting tactic that may or may not work out for the best. Let's just jump right into the new music section. We have no follow-ups or corrections to make in this section. Thank you very much. Before we get into too much of the things and the stuff, thank you very much to everybody who joined on the second channel for the shout-out show for July. Honestly, got a lot more views than I was anticipating, so it's really awesome that you guys are at least watching the conversation happen, if not actually directly having it back and forth with me yet. We'll get there. I'm not worried about it. Anyway, new music to talk about. Then this is one of our first teases from the intro. The very first music video is Marilyn Manson's new song, As Sick as the Secrets Within. So that's why I kind of said this is a little bit misleading, because Marilyn Manson, obviously we've already talked about his attempt at returning since all of the allegations have surfaced and blah blah blah, but now he's returning with better music. This new track, the As Sick as the Secrets Within, much better mix than we've heard from previous outings. I honestly only heard the one single that he released from the Shooter Jennings record, and there's a reason for that, because I didn't get promoted. It's kind of hard to find anymore because all of that stuff kind of started happening at the release time of that, which is weird timing, right? So yeah, the mixing is better, though the songwriting has lost a little bit of its edge. I feel like there's definitely something here that is no longer part of the equation. Maybe it's his confidence because he's been broken by so many allegations, who knows, but it's still enjoyable. Like, it's definitely still got a little bit of that darkness that you know and love from Marilyn Manson. It's not quite there just yet. Next record, maybe we'll get back to that, but as it stands right now, it's still a recommend. So go check out As Sick as the Secrets Within, the new track from Marilyn Manson. Next up is one from Ginger. We've talked about Ginger. Honestly, was debating whether or not I even should put this in the new music section. Obviously, they're big enough at this point that, like, we've talked about them. My thoughts on them are well known, so I'm probably going to recommend new music from them. But this one is a bit of a departure from the sound you're expecting, so that's why we threw it in here. It's definitely a lot more mellow in the vocal delivery for this one. The name of the song, before I bury the lead, which I already have, is Someone's Daughter. It's a lot more introspective as far as like the lyrical content, and then the lyrical delivery is a little bit outside of Tatiana's wheelhouse, in that there's a lot less of the aggressive screaming stuff. So this is no Pisces. This is not going to be what you're expecting out of Ginger. Instrumentally, though, there's still a lot of that technicality, a lot of what you know and love from Ginger. It's just a little bit more of a power, if you could ever say anything Ginger did was considered power metal, that's kind of where this is. This is kind of sitting in that power metal kind of delivery. It's not bad though, so definitely go check it out. Let me know your thoughts. And speaking of power metal, our next one comes from, I believe they're Swedish, the Swedish band Lordi, who I've honestly, as popular as they've been in the community, never really listened to them. Like, I listen to some snippets here and there, so I know kind of what I'm getting into when I listen to this stuff, but like just the image and the music just really doesn't fit in my head, so I wanted to get into this track to see what's going on here. And this, yeah, it's power metal. A power metal song about, you know, being made of metal. That's the name of the track, Made of Metal. And like this is like 3 inches of blood, a deadly sinner's level of cheese, which is, from what I gather, kind of Lordi's stock and trade, so nothing new there. Instrumentally, we're looking at a pretty good delivery here. Power metal always makes me chuckle a little bit, and then power metal plus masks and costumes, I chuckle a lot of it. So I mean, if you don't take the messaging super seriously, this is a fun listen, but I don't know, it's kind of a weak recommend on my part. Next is one that we got from the suggestion algorithm from YouTube, and it's a band called Accused. I believe they're from somewhere in maybe Europe or Russia or something, because a lot of the comment section was in another language that I didn't recognize the characters from, so it's Germanic or Slavic or something. But the name of the song is Avoider, and this is apparently what passes for metalcore these days. Finn McKenty has referenced the fact that metalcore is so far removed from its hardcore punk roots that it's more kids who are influenced by the likes of Linkin Park than kids who are influenced by the likes of Minor Threat. So I don't know, it's just instrumentally, these guys are solid. I think they could be a little bit more aggressive in their performance, but still, instrumentally, these guys are solid. Their guitar player really rips. But vocally, I think that is one of the biggest things, and also dynamically. That's another issue that I have with a lot of more of the modern metalcore stuff, is the dynamics aren't exactly, I don't know, just don't do anything for me. I'm not gonna say they're not there, because this song has dynamics. It definitely goes up and down, flows. There's a bridge section where it's just vocals, which is actually fairly effective, but the vocal delivery is really what kills this new wave of metalcore, this modern metalcore stuff, because it just feels like there's no soul there. The lyrics that he's singing are very deep and meaningful, but I don't believe him because of the delivery through which he's giving me those lyrics. So yeah, this is a very, very, very weak not recommend. If you're interested to see what the modern metalcore scene looks like, and you're tired of, or you want to hear something a little bit more than just Killswitch Engage and Shadows Fall, etc., as far as metalcore goes, give it a listen, but I'm not saying check out the band. I'm just saying this is an anthropological study. And then we have a new track from Better Lovers. We talked about them when they released their very first track. We didn't talk about the flowered one. This one we're talking about again because I feel like this is kind of more of what I was expecting when you tell me that we're getting the best from Every Time I Die and the Dillinger Escape. Well, not Dillinger Escape Plan, but Puciato, Greg Puciato. You're getting Greg Puciato on top of the best parts of Every Time I Die. And like that first track I really, really dug. The flowered one was kind of meh. This one, not quite as good as that first track, but still, this is, I think, the stride in which they're looking for. So if the rest of this record, because I've only listened to the singles at this point, the rest of this record is as strong as this song at least, I think they've definitely got a hit on their hands. This is a hell of a lot of fun. Puciato's doing some really interesting vocal things on this one, especially that really cool melody that he establishes in the intro of this track. Just a whole lot of fun and a whole, just octane, high octane, not octane core, but high octane, just makes you feel like you want to go out and break things. Go watch the video, you'll see what I mean. And yeah, absolutely high recommend. This is good stuff. And we could not do a new music section from the last 2 weeks without talking about the triumphant return of Opeth. That's again, misleading, man, because Opeth never left. The triumphant return is the return to their old sound. Everything like Watershed and before, this is going to fit in perfectly with that stuff. The more modern stuff, the heritage sound, as I like to call it when referring to the different sides of Opeth, there is definitely a flavor of that in here. But there's always been that kind of tinge of the throwback like 70s prog stuff. It's just they also had the really awesome aggressive with the screamy the guttural vocals. So yeah, we are getting the best of both worlds with this return to form from Opeth. The name of the song is S1 is how you have to look for it. It's not a proper S. I don't remember exactly what that symbol means, but find it by looking for S1. That is Opeth kind of returning to which in my opinion, the best record that they ever wrote was Watershed, and they're returning to that sound, and I'm super excited for the rest of this record. And then we have another one from Black Dahlia Murder. This one took me a little bit by surprise because the lyrical content for this song is not what I was expecting out of the Black Dahlia Murder. They're definitely a lot more whimsical with this one. This is a lot more like telling a story, mythological kind of feeling. But instrumentally, like this, I feel like there's been a little bit of a pivot. Yes, I know vocally they had to pivot because, you know, you lose your vocalist, you got to change things. I did not expect this much of a pivot in the instrumentation. It's a hell of a lot of fun, and they're doing amazing things with it. And this video is really cool. It's a 3D animated video that I couldn't even begin to tell you how they did. But it's very enjoyable to watch, so this is absolutely a strong recommend again. Then let's get into some interesting territory. We have a new track from a band called Nightland. At least that's how I'm going to assume that's pronounced, N-Y-T-T. The name of the song is Wait and Bleed. Yes, that's right. It is a cover of a Slipknot track, but it is not a metal cover necessarily. This is kind of Nordic folk kind of band, much like Heilung. And I make that comparison because that's exactly the comparison they're looking for you to make when you listen to this kind of stuff. So yes, it is a bit derivative of the sound of Heilung, and they don't execute it on the same level at all. But they do still do a really interesting thing with a very well-known song at this point, so it's absolutely worth listening to just to hear a completely different take on a classic track. Also, if you really dig that Nordic folk kind of sound, this is a pretty good band to get into. They're not nearly as good as Heilung, which is kind of the standard bearers of that sound, but still enjoyable. Then we're going to throw it completely off the rails and go to something that kind of resembles country. This is from a band called Native Howl. It too is a cover. It's called God's Gonna Cut You Down. Johnny Cash famously did this on his American records. This has kind of been around for a long time. Gonna go on for a long time. Yes, pun intended, kind of. But yeah, this is a song we have all heard many, many times before. Done very, very well, not the least of which by Johnny Cash himself, though this, I think, might be a little bit more of an invigorating interpretation of the song. The dynamics, once you get towards the last third of this track, just completely expand and explode all over the place. This becomes a completely different sound by the end of the song. They start in a very similar realm as Johnny Cash, but by the end of it, it's rockin'. This is a rockin' interpretation of this song. I have not listened to much of the Native Howl, but I'm probably going to now. And then let's complete the new music section with the other story of redemption. We're talking about Die Antwoord. They have released a new track called Age of Illusion, and we've talked about a number of songs this week that were unexpected, I would say is a fair way to interpret that. This is very much not what I was expecting. The production is super solid. Always really good production out of these guys. The song, though, is very much experimental. When talking about Die Antwoord, that's an interesting way to put this. It's not they like to do like the club banger, right? This is not that. This is a song for introspection. This is a song for almost like they're kind of trying to apologize through their music. So I don't know, take with that what you will. it's worth a listen. I don't know how much of a recommend. I don't know if I'm going to revisit this song necessarily, but it's worth a listen just to see the kind of variety that they still have in them. So that kills new music. Let's talk about tours and festivals. Luckily, while I was gone, not a lot of like high profile tours were announced. There's some smaller stuff that we're probably not going to get into, but we do have a couple of pretty great ones. So first up, it probably the second largest, maybe the largest on the list. King Diamond has announced that they are going on tour. He is going on tour with support from Overkill and Night Demon. Now, I don't know that I've heard Night Demon, but I'm intrigued if they're going on tour with King Diamond and Overkill. The tour starts October 15th, runs through December 6th, so you've got a lot of time to catch them. Link down in the description if you're looking for tickets. That's going to be a very interesting bill. I don't know if King Diamond, I don't think King Diamond's released anything for a little while, but Overkill has. Overkill actually has been doing crazy amounts of touring recently, so I'm very intrigued by this show. The next one on the list, though, is a band that I wanted to do their new track in the new music section, but by the time I found it, it was already as long as it was. Like, this is going to be 2 hours long if I don't start to scale certain things back, and you'll see what I mean when we get to the comic book section. But Undeath is the name of the band that we're talking about, some of the new wave of death metal. This is kind of my introduction into that new scene, and these dudes do not disappoint. They record very, very well. The live videos I've seen of them are also pretty damn cool, so definitely a show worth catching. They're going out with support from Cruelty, with a K, Gates of Hell, Tribal Gaze, and Torture. The main part of this tour is September 25th through October 27th. There are a few more dates after that, but the lineup changes a little bit, and it's not a complete second leg of the tour, so go check it out. Link for that is going to be down in the description. As far as the support on this goes, Gates of Hell and Cruelty, I know both of those bands do also incredible things. Cruelty, like, very surprising. They're a Japanese band. I'm pretty sure it's the Cruelty I'm thinking of. A Japanese band that just really is going to knock your socks off. So if you're looking for a great, heavy show to go to, and you're not going to the other ones we've talked about in previous episodes, this is going to be a really cool show. Again, link down in the description if you're looking for tickets. And then Better Lovers is going on tour. We talked about them in the new music section as well. Full of Hell is going to be on the support, as well as Spy and Cloakroom. Don't know Spy or Cloakroom, but Full of Hell is a great newer band as well. This is probably going to be the biggest tour on this list. Tour starts November 3rd, runs through December 2nd. Again, link in the description if you're looking for tickets. Better Lovers, Greg Pushy always puts on an incredible show. Solo with Dillinger Escape Plan, with, I don't know that they ever toured actually with I'm gonna brain fart the supergroup. Yeah, whatever. The one that he did with the dudes from Mastodon and Sepultura, Max Cavalera. Good lord, I'm just brain farting names again. This happens. Pusciato always does incredible things on stage. He's always a hell of a time to watch, unless you are working at the venue in which he is destroying. I have a couple of production buddies who worked a venue that Dillinger Escape Plan played, and he destroyed the house gear. And that's kind of a dick move. But otherwise, if you're in the audience, that's gonna be a hell of a lot of fun. But that's what we got for tours and festivals this week. I definitely anticipate this list to be a little bit longer next week, but we are getting into the latter half of the year. So we're gonna start to kind of taper off with the touring announcements. So don't expect these tour sections to get much larger until we get past the end of the year. Where are we going? Next is regular ass news. So let's talk about a couple of things in the regular ass news section. First up is the new All That Remains record that we know is coming. They've released 2 singles off of it, not the least of which being that amazing Divine track. Divine! Yes, that one. Yeah. This is going to be a surprise release. They're not going to tell anyone when it is released. They're just going to drop the record and walk away, effectively. They are currently on tour with Megadeth and somebody else fantastic that I'm totally brain farting because it's not in the notes. Because, again, I take amazing notes, that's right. Yeah, so new record is, I did not even see the name of the new record, so they're not announcing that just yet either. It is done. It is completed at this point. They are on tour, technically supporting it right now. So probably it's going to release sometime when they're on tour. But the tour literally just started like sometime last week, like Thursday or so, Friday last week. So we've got a lot of weeks of them being on tour, and it could drop at any time. When it does, we'll probably talk about it in the follow-up section, but that's what we got there. From there, let's talk about our other piece of regular-ass news, and that is Jason Bittner. Jason Bittner, famously the drummer for, well, my favorite drummer from Shadows Fall, because he's the only drummer for Shadows Fall, but he also was in Overkill. Speaking of Overkill, they were in the touring section, as well as what is the other one? Something 7. I didn't put in the notes because those are the two big ones. The 7 group is a super group. I don't know if those guys are ever going to tour, but the reason we're talking about him right now is because he's leaving Overkill and focusing on Shadows Fall. Category 7, that's what it was. Yeah, focusing on Shadows Fall because they're writing new music and they're apparently going to be going on tour, probably going on tour, which is super awesome. Category 7 also putting out new music apparently because it was mentioned in one of the sources, on one of the articles rather, that I sourced for this piece, that he's focusing on Category 7 as well as Shadows Fall. But specifically, he's finishing up the new Shadows Fall music and then probably going on tour. That just sounds like, yes, please, and thank you. Yeah, Jason Bittner, probably one of the best drummers in metal right now, has been since Shadows Fall started. He won a number of awards for that first Shadows Fall record, so not really a surprise, but that's what we got for regular ass news. Let's talk about music suggestion for the week. Your suggestion this week is my favorite Rammstein record. The band is in a little bit of hot water right now. A little bit of issues, I guess, is probably more appropriate. So let's support them by listening to their music. Rice Rice is the name of the record. This is by far my favorite release from Rammstein. Just every track on here is freaking-tastic in its own way, because Rammstein does a lot of different sounds. It all falls under that kind of industrial, techno, whatever the hell you want to call what they do, metal sound. But they are kind of different. Standout tracks on this one are going to be Cayenne Lust, which has probably the heaviest riff Rammstein has ever written towards the end in that bridge. America, which is one of their biggest high-profile songs. Obviously, it's not as big as Du Hast, but it's damn near close. And then the other one that kind of shifts the dynamics onto its head is Onadish. Onadish is an acoustic track from Rammstein, and yeah, they do that. This is prime Rammstein. They kind of hit this peak here and then kept going. Like, it didn't go down. It's not a peak in that. It was like they really ramped up and then just went, hey, let's just make everything incredible after this as well, shall we? Okay. So yes, Rice Rice is your suggestion for the week in music. So then let's get into gaming. This week, the layoffs continue with multiple new developments on that front. Plus, YouTube is apparently stealing ideas from Elon Musk. We're going to get into that as well. We once again have no follow-ups or corrections, so we're just going to get into the regular news. Gaming and tech this week, we have some interesting stuff going on. First up on that list is Bungie. Bungie is cutting 17% of their workforce, or has cut 17% of their workforce, which equates to roughly 220 employees. Technically, I think this is Sony coming in and saying, hey, you guys aren't making us any money, you're gonna have to do something. And so Bungie says, okay, let's fire people, because that seems to be the way of things anymore. So CEO of the company, Pete Parsons, has attributed this layoff to poor sales, which in turn means that the fans are to blame, right? Is that how that goes? So the fans aren't buying what they're selling, so they have to make cutbacks, because obviously it's the fans' fault that they're not buying what they're selling. And then the fans' response was, actually, no, it's because you guys have made it a point to virtue signal for the last 8 years, and we don't really care to listen to anyone just virtue signal constantly, so that's why we lost interest in your stuff. So yeah, it's their fault. I mean, I don't, like, It sucks that the industry is in the situation it's in, that so many companies have had to lay off so many people. But that's also kind of speaking to the idea of you can only grow so much. And you can only grow so fast. And we were in a situation a few years back where everyone experienced insane amounts of growth, at least on the tech side of things, because that was all people could interact with. So of course they expanded. Of course there was a lot more influx of eyes getting onto the content for these certain things. But like, the fact that nobody took into consideration the idea of, well, this is temporary, we should maybe plan for the future when this goes away. Because, I mean, yes, it's very difficult to read how, because we were in a super unique situation as far as the world is concerned, but it could not have been a long-term thing. There is no way that that was going to last forever, let alone for, you know, a decade or anything resembling that. So it's hard to be sympathetic at this point, especially when you are talking about a company that has decided that it's better to make something where you can virtue signal, where you can just show everybody, look at how amazing we are because we follow your rules, instead of giving you quality gameplay and quality content to go through. Like, I at a certain point, like, to quote Tim Pool, you voted for this, so it's your own fault. Like, this is, you stood by and let this happen, so I don't have sympathy. Let's move on. All right, so from there we have Dead by Daylight has announced the new Castlevania DLC, and we've got some interesting stuff in this as well. Not the least of which being you can now have Dracula as the killer and Trevor Belmont as a survivor. Dracula's abilities is he has 3 different forms he can shapeshift into from his human form. I'm sorry, 2 that he can into from his human form. So 3 counting human, or vampire, whatever you want to call it. Bat and wolf, each with its own separate abilities. And powers is such, the vampire form is he can cast hellfire spells, he has perks, he can, like Hex and Dominance. Trevor Belmont has Eyes of Belmont to see the killer's aura, so you can see where he's been, maybe not where he is exactly. Exaltation, which is an upgrade item rarity, so you can make things, find things more rare. And Moment of Glory for automatic healing. So it's pretty freaking cool. Castlevania DLC is sure to do well on this game because Castlevania is a pretty good franchise. So just saying. Will be released August 27th, and we'll be adding a new layer of horror and excitement to the game, according to them. So yes, pretty exciting there. Let's go from a really cool thing to a not so cool thing. We have Game Informer shutting down just overnight. There were future plans in place for at least the next 3 months of issues, so next 3 issues. There were stories submitted, etc., 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 and then GameStop just decided that they didn't want Game Informer around anymore, basically, and they shut it down. So let's get into the details here. Very little is still known about the reasoning behind this closing of the doors. Very much worth noting that Game Informer was the longest running video game-oriented publication around. They have been operating for 33 years. This is, again, just more layoffs. The story of layoffs continues. Game Informer, there is still, the archive is still up online, and that or not the archive, but previous articles and stuff still exist online. There's just not going to be anything new. And then we have glimmer of hope as far as the archiving of the previous issues and such. Independent outlet MinMax is organizing an archival project in order to save what exists of the magazine. So that's pretty freaking cool. I don't have the link in the description right now, but I will try and get that before I publish. So that's what we got on that one. And then our final piece of regular ass news for gaming and tech is YouTube related. YouTube is apparently stealing ideas from X, and more specifically Elon Musk, because he owns X, and he's the one that implemented this, as far as I understand it, on X. But YouTube is going to be implementing community notes on videos. So they're inviting select users to test this new feature. It is designed to help identify misinformation. So the really tricky part about this is YouTube is a very biased organization, right? You have somebody who, how are we gonna say this? All right, so you have somebody on the platform like Steven Crowder. I'm just gonna say his name. You have somebody on a platform like Steven Crowder who, by YouTube's own admission, does not break their rules, but they still find stupid reasons, excuses, loopholes, what have you, in order to copyright strike him, to do what they can to take that channel down. They have, again, recently taken that channel down because of reasons. Honestly, they listed a couple of videos and they listed bullying and things, and they couldn't give specific examples. And one of the videos is over a year old, and it still got strikes. So the issue, the worry here is the select users that they're using this with right now in order to test the community guideline or community notes thing. Are they going to be people who are going to just correspond with the YouTube narrative, the things that YouTube wants us to see? Or are they going to be people who are honest and who use actual facts and things to back up the reasons why they're community noting certain things? Like, this is going to be a very sticky situation. Like, it's kind of, because it's so democratized on X, I think that's one of the biggest benefits to it existing on X. Also, the nature of the platform is dramatically different, because it's still, even though like they are kind of turning a focus onto video content and such on X, like it's still largely a text-based platform. So when you have community notes also in a text style, like it kind of makes sense. It makes things a lot more easily accessible. YouTube has tried things like this in the past. Facebook has tried things like this in the past, where they had a board effectively that would link to, specifically during the times of the COOF, they would link to articles or they would link to things that would support their arguments. And a lot of those articles at this point, we now know to be false. A lot of the information that they were pushing, we now know to be false. So is this going to be a perpetuation of that cycle, or have they learned from their poor choices and they're moving forward in a better direction? I don't think it's going to be the latter. I think it's going to be more of the former. Like that's just past examples kind of dictate that that's the direction they're headed. So very, very worrisome. This beta, effectively what they're doing, this beta rollout is obviously going to eventually roll out platform-wide, though there is no timeline that they're giving for that. So that's, again, what we have for regular-ass news in gaming and tech. Let's talk about suggestions for gaming and tech. XDefiant is our suggestion for the week. If you need a break from your main game, XDefiant is a free-to-play FPS. You've got a little bit of the Mercs versus Spies from, what is it, Splinter Cell back in the day. There's a lot more factions involved than just those two anymore, but you still get those elements, and that was some of the best arena-style FPS stuff around. Outside of Halo, because I'm a big Halo fan, though that community is going through a whole different situation right now. Watch Mint Blitz's channel if you want to know what I'm talking about. But XDefiant is doing some really interesting stuff, so go check out XDefiant. That is your gaming suggestion for the week. Like I said, to introduce the main episode, San Diego Comic-Con happened, as well as Deadpool and Wolverine has been released. So apparently that is going to be affecting much of this section. That and zombies and then other stuff as well. So let's talk about as much as we can, at least. Okay, so here we go with the comics. Yeah. We do have a follow-up. The death of Deadpool is now being followed up with another new Deadpool book, but it's not going to be Wade Wilson behind the mask, because Wade Wilson is going to be the one who has died. They are instead going with Wade's daughter, whose name is in here, Ellie Camacho. Ellie Camacho will pick up in Deadpool number 7, rather. Because Deadpool number 6 is when Wade's going to die. This is a really weird situation because, like, you just released this movie and this is going to be a big thing that brings people in, and so you're switching things up I thought we were learning from our mistakes, Marvel. Yeah, I don't gravel in my mouth. Yeah, so Deadpool number 7 will be on shelves October 2nd. Number 6 will be September 18th. The other interesting thing here is Taskmaster is the one who's going to be training Ellie. So I just very interested to see where this storyline goes and how, because they will, but how are they going to bring Wade back? Because nobody ever really dies in comic books. How many times has Wolverine died in comic books? Shit, how many times has Deadpool already died in comic books? At least twice that I can remember offhand. And yeah. So let's move right along into some regular ass news. We already got the follow-ups out of the way. Regular news. Starting things in the regular news is zombies. Marvel Zombies getting a new book. It's actually a new type of Marvel Zombies book. It's a new 4-issue limited series that is set to be released in September. Writer Tom Krajewski and illustrated by Jason Murr. It's going to have... I'm reading directly the notes now. That's silly. It's going to feature Hulk and Groot in their world that this is going to take place in. Groot is going to be the source of the zombie disease in this world. So it's not going to be Reed necessarily. It's going to be plant-based zombies. So there are a couple of teaser pages released in the previews this month, and it looks super interesting. I have all of the zombie books at this point, so I'm very interested to see a new twist on a favorite. Yeah, super stoked. Again, it is going to be September release. There was more to these notes. Yeah, September release. Variant covers from artists like Nick Bradshaw, Ron Lynn, etc., etc. So that's what we got there. Comic books is going to be huge. We're at the San Diego Comic-Con. There's a lot of comic book news. So by the end of the regular news section, we're going to just kind of do also rans, just because we gotta keep things going, man. We gotta keep these watch times up and keep people interested. So just kind of hitting some highlights. That being said, our next one is X-23. Marvel has announced that there is going to be another solo book for X-23. It's going to be titled Laura Kinney, Wolverine. Set to launch December of this year. It is going to be written by Erica Schultz and illustrated by Giada Belviso. It's going to be Laura exploring her identity crisis, kind of the bread and butter of when she held the mantle of the Wolverine when Logan was dead. Like, this is kind of a continuation of that. And that was honestly a really decent story. I'm not going to say it was really good, but it was good. So yes, I'm super stoked for this one. The release date, we already talked about it, December 24th. All right, or December of 2024. Like I said, a lot of stuff is going to be coming out of the Deadpool and Wolverine movie because, spoiler alert, I guess, we got X-23 in that movie, though I'm pretty sure at this point she's in at least one of the trailers. All right, so from there we have Star Trek. Star Trek has renewed the license at IDW. Flip that, reverse it. IDW has renewed the license to produce Star Trek comic books. That's actually going to be two different stories. With author Ryan North, the series will re-debut in November of this year. The adventures, that's the next piece. I am reading the next piece. Sorry. It will celebrate its 500th issue in September of this year. That's what we're going for. Star Trek Comics has been on IDW since 2007. The story that is going to take place in the 500th issue is going to be co-written by Patton Oswalt. Ongoing Star Trek series and the interactive graphic novel Lower Decks, Warp Your Own Way, which is what the next piece is going to be about. It's pretty awesome. They're renewing their contract. Let's move on to the next piece, which is, again, Lower Decks. Lower Decks, we have Ryan North is writing this. Ryan North is an Eisner-winning author, so that's pretty exciting. Will debut in November. It is going to be based on the animated series, effectively. The USS Cerritos. Words. The USS Cerritos crew, and there's going to be a number of different artists, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Again, more of the same from the animated series. From there, I'm trying to keep this going, man. From there, Dogpool is the next piece. Dogpool is also getting his own comic book. It's a her in the movie. In the books, it's a him. It's just kind of, I don't know, it's how they go. So, which also might be a weird Easter egg because Ryan Reynolds just really likes to poke that bear because gender swap. Like, they gender swapped Dogpool because Ryan Reynolds, I'm sure. Anyway, Dogpool is getting a book. It is going to be written, it's coming out January of 25. Writer is Robbie Thompson. Artist is Nuno Plati. The series is going to explore Dogpool's adventures in the Marvel Universe, including interactions with the Deadpool as well as Wolverine. So I'm honestly very interested to see that. I'm not familiar with Robbie Thompson's writing, so hopefully he does the Deadpool core justice. We will be seeing the Deadpool core in this story, apparently, as well as, oh, we already said that, Wolverine and Deadpool himself. So yeah, this is apparently a push for more character-driven narratives around Dogpool. So sure, okay. But continuing with things that are coming out of the Deadpool movie, the TVA is getting their own damn comic book at this point. Marvel has announced there's going to be a TVA book titled Marvel Studios' TVA, which ties into the Loki series, so it is going to be canon inside the MCU. Where did I just leave off? Oh, it's going to be written by none other than Mark freaking Bernardin. I actually really dig Mark's writing, even though I think our politics are rather different. He's still a pretty solid writer. I really dig his stuff, and I'm really impressed by a lot of the crazy ways he takes things, and yeah, I really dig Bernardin. Yeah, friends with Kevin Smith, for those that kind of sort of recognize the name but don't know why. He does a podcast with Kevin Smith. It's the Fat Man Beyond, which they changed to, yeah, Fat Man Beyond. It used to be Fat Man on Batman, now it's Fat Man Beyond. Anyway, this was also debuted at San Diego Comic-Con. Where is it? The series is set to debut December of this year. And then we have the return of the West Coast Avengers. This new lineup rather, is going to be a little bit surprising in that it has Iron Man, War Machine, okay, so far so good. Firestar, interesting. Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew, very interesting. And Ultron. Ultron is going to be on the good guys' side for once. That's a really interesting twist. It's going to be the like motivating factor for this book to exist, is Ultron's kind of babyface turn. He's gone from a heel, he's making the babyface turn. Very interested to see if it sticks or if it's just one big ploy to take over the universe once again. I mean, I'm sure that's how they're going to play it, but maybe not. There's a chance they're not going to go the obvious direction, but we will see once it comes out. It is going to be written by Gregory Dugan. It's going to feature art by Danny Kim. And Dugan is just finished up an Iron Man run, so it kind of makes sense that he would switch over to this. Speaking of Marvel comic book teams, we have a new Justice Society book. This one made it into the cut because it's written by none other than Jeff freaking Lemire. Yes, please, and thank you. Love Jeff Lemire. Justice Society of America series focusing on both the JSA and Infinity Incorporated, with art from Diego. I'm not going to pronounce his last name properly, and I apologize right now. Diego Olortegui. Again, apologize. It is the classic version of the team. It's going to have Hawkman, Hawkgirl, Flash, Green Lantern, Wildcat, Dr. Fate, and Infinity Inc. members such as Sand, Hourman, Jade, Obsidian, Dr. Midnight, Jakeem Thunder, and Wildcat. Yes, I had to read all of those. I'm sorry. But it is expected to debut in October. Expected to, because Lemire kind of sometimes takes a little bit long to write, but it's excusable because it's really good stuff. Yeah, so expected to be in October. It's going to be part of DC's All In initiative. Again, another company-wide initiative to get people to start buying the books again. Yeah, Jeff Lemire is a good thing to push people in that direction, just because, again, really, really good stuff. Lemire, for those that don't know, if he created Sweet Tooth. Like, if you like that show, read the freaking book. If you like the book, that's exactly why you like the book, because Lemire is amazing. But the Diego, I'm not going to try and say his last name again, apparently known for his work on Jay Garrick the Flash, and I'm not familiar with that book really at all. So sad to say, I'm not familiar with Diego's stuff, but I'm I'm just gonna stop praising Lee Meyer for a second. But that's all right. So that's the big stuff that came out of San Diego Comic-Con. We're going to talk about one more news piece that isn't directly related to San Diego Comic-Con, and then we're going to talk about the kind of also ran stuff. Also things that are going to be worth checking out that were announced at Comic-Con. So, the next piece is QR codes. We have a very interesting situation in the Marvel comic books publishing side of things, in that they are putting the last few pages behind a wall, in that it is a QR code that you have to scan with your phone in order to see the... It's kind of like, so if you're new to comic books, this has actually been a thing that they used to do years ago, which is why they adapted it into the movies. It's the stinger at the end. It's kind of like an ad for the next arc or the next book in the arc, or etc., etc. So they started doing that in the movies, and now it's played back into the books where they're going to do it. They've been doing it. They're just changing the way they do it. It's a way they're saying to circumvent spoilers. So if you didn't pay for the book, you have to, it's a whole situation. But the last couple pages, the tease for the next story or book is going to be behind a QR code. So, where did it go? There's a thing from the editor. Oh, there's going to be a lot of behind the scenes stuff too. That's the other thing. It's a lot of stuff that they just can't afford to publish in print, in physical print media. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I didn't see if they were doing this in the digital stuff, because that wouldn't really make sense, because you already have the digital, so why do you need to go double digital? That is silly. But so I would imagine they're not doing it in the digital, it's just in the physical books, because again, it costs a lot of money to physically create something out of a computer, whereas the digital side of things is far more cheap. So I don't know why. I haven't honestly seen any legitimate arguments for why they shouldn't do something like this, because really we're getting more content from our comic book reading at this point with them doing it this way. So I don't know, maybe somebody in the comment section explain to me why this is a bad thing, because apparently the community is up in arms about the fact that the bonus stuff is behind a QR code. As far as I understand it, if you bought the book, you don't have to pay for anything behind the QR code. You just have to scan the QR code. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that one. But again, let's talk about the also rans at San Diego Comic, or also announced at San Diego Comic-Con. Psylocke is getting a new solo series. It's the first time in like 13 years that Psylocke has had her own book. There's going to be a prequel book for the Alien Romulus movie. The movie is coming out later this month, actually next week, I believe. Storm is also getting a solo series, which is going to be the first time in about 6 or 8 years, I believe, since she had a solo book. A new Sentinels book, they're continuing with that line because apparently it's doing well. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know if anyone out there has read it. Please let me know if it is any good. We have the new era of Star Wars books is starting this fall. They're finishing the High Republic and then they're starting the new era. What exactly that means, I will get into for the next episode of the Week in Nerdom. And then there's a lot of vagary around this one, which is why we're not doing a full proper piece on it, but vagary around DC's new Batman book. The Absolute Batman series, Absolute DC is the next big event that is going on DC-wide, and the Batman story that is going to be happening in that event is apparently going to quote-unquote shake the foundation of the hero. How many times have we heard them say things like this? Boy Who Cried Wolf at this point. Show me something that is going to legitimately change who this person is, and I'll show you a legion of angry fans, actually. But also, if you do it in a meaningful way that adds to the character, I think that's the only way to assuage the angry fans. It's the only way to keep them happy, is if you're actually doing something productive and good for this character. So as we get closer, I'm sure we'll see a little bit more around it, but right now it's a bunch of vagaries, so there's nothing really to get into the weeds on. But that is the other things that happened at San Diego Comic-Con as far as comic books are concerned, which leaves us only to the suggestions For comic books this week, suggestions, we're going with a Deadpool suggestion. Actually, one of my more liked favorite. Let's just say favorite Deadpool comics. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. This one collects. It is the trade collects Volume 3, issues number 15 through 19. This is when Brian Posehn was one of the writers on the book. Gary Dugan and Scott Koblish were the creative team. The Posehn stuff is legitimately good. I really like the Posehn stuff. He's not the best Deadpool writer, but I would say he's probably like second or third. Easy. Joe Kelly, obviously the best. So yeah, the Brian Posehn stuff is fantastic. This one gives you, not only is it well written because Posehn definitely understands the character of Deadpool, but Posehn is a giant nerd, and I mean that literally and figuratively. He is the dude who just understands this world really well, and also can do very good comedy because he is a comic, right? Much better than Patton Oswalt, just saying. Anyway, this gives you a bit more depth behind the character of Deadpool, which has a little bit of gravity there, which is kind of good. And also shows you why the likes of Captain America and Wolverine would be caught dead working with Deadpool, because they do in this book. So yeah, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, that is your suggestion for books this week. So then we have the TV section. This week in TV, we have news on two very popular nerdy franchises. One of them not so good, the other one very much up for interpretation. Also, we have to talk about this Evil Dead situation. Follow-ups, corrections, TV, let's do it. First up, we have Squid Game. We have the season 2 is going to be launching on December 26th on Netflix. We also got the announcement that season 3 is going to be the final season for Squid Game. There's going to be a 3-act arc, probably, because we get 3 seasons, so that would make sense. The other follow-up, we have two other follow-ups, rather. The next follow-up is Battlestar Galactica. The second reboot of this franchise is now officially dead. It is not happening, at least not in its current iteration. A couple years from now, somebody else might get the rights to it and then do a thing. If that happens, we'll talk about it, but as it stands right now, it is no longer happening. And then the other thing, the other follow-up this week is not necessarily news in the traditional sense. This is usually things that I don't cover on the channel, but because I have suggested this show to you a number of times in the past, now it is easier to get to. The show From, it is a horror series, a very mature rated horror series that is on it used to be, I can't even remember the streaming service anymore, but it's on a streaming service that not a lot of people have. Well, it has returned to Amazon Prime. Very likely this is a limited return to Amazon Prime, so if you have not watched it, highly recommend this show. It is very good. 3 seasons of it. I have only made my way through the first season and I think like the first 2 episodes of the second season. And absolutely recommend. It's not our suggestion for the week, but if you haven't watched it, go watch it. That is what we got for follow-ups and corrections. Let's talk about trailers. We did get the final trailer for Terminator 0 this week. It's gonna be worth a watch. It's anime, Terminator, 2 things I'm really into. Yeah, sure, let's do the thing. There's no reason. The trailer does a little bit to hype it up, but really, it's Terminator, an anime. What more do you need? August 29th is when it is going to be launching on Netflix as well. Then let's get into some regular ass news. It's going to be a quick TV section because that's just the way TV goes anymore, apparently. Regular ass news this week is, the first piece is Joe Bob. We did just get an announcement from Shudder that there is going to be a marathon for Joe Bob. So if you are into horror movie and you are a trivia nut, the best place to get the best information on the arguably the more entertaining side of horror, the cheaper side of horror, the independent horror movies, generally speaking, is what Joe Bob does, then Joe Bob is the best place to do it. They're doing this in celebration of 6 years on Shudder. The 6 movie marathon is going to be taking place on August 30th, starting at 9 p.m. It is running from dusk till dawn. It's going to be going 48 hours, I believe. No, that's not right. The 6 movies is probably going to be something. Yeah, no, it's something like 24 hours. I didn't put it in the notes because I'm dumb and I take amazing notes. What more do you want from me? So yeah, Joe Bob, August 30th, a 6-movie marathon. That's pretty freaking awesome. Let's move on. And then Evil Dead is getting an animated series. We've talked previously about the fact that they are going to be expanding the Evil Dead franchise. This is one of the ways they're going to be expanding it. Animated series. Don't know where exactly it's going to be landing, unless I did put that in the notes and I just don't remember. Nope. Future of the franchise. The big thing here, though, is Bruce freaking Campbell is returning to the character of Ash Williams for this show, rather. So previously he had announced that he is retired playing Ash Williams. He's no longer going to be Ash. Ash is going to be somebody else, or they're just going to retire the character altogether, which is one of the reasons why it was given that he did not end up in Mortal Kombat 11. But apparently he misspoke, I think is how he's selling this one. What he meant, according to what he's saying now, is that he was done physically playing Ash Williams. He can do the voice until forever because the animation stuff never ages, and he doesn't have to physically do the thing of being an action star, which arguably is what Ash Williams is. Granted, it's a horror action star, but still, action star is part of that. So, I mean, he's getting on in age, so that's kind of why he didn't want to do it anymore. He just physically couldn't do the role anymore. But if it's just his voice, then sure, let's do the thing. I have mixed feelings about this. Like, super stoked that we're still going to be getting Bruce Campbell as Ash, but I mean, he did say he retired the character, whatever. So yeah, that's our big thing this time. And that's what we got for regular S News. Let's now talk about suggestions for TV streaming this week. Suggestion is a Hulu show. Technically, it is a Crave creation up there in the Great White North, Canada, eh? But that is Shoresy Season 3. Like, really, I don't know why they take the time to make this show so technically good. Like, yes, it is a comedy show and it is very well written. It is freaking hilarious, and if you have an appreciation for hockey, then you will probably like it even more than I do, which is a hell of a lot. But then also, if you're a cinema nerd, like, they go to great lengths to make this very visually well done as well. There's no need for it, but it is so awesome that they do that. Jared Keeso is in a weird place because Season 3 is a really weird milestone that you'll see once you finish Season 3, but yeah. It is a spin-off series from Letterkenny, which is easily one of the funniest live-action shows on television or streaming at all, and Shoresy, by extension, also one of the funniest shows live on TV, streaming, whatever. So yeah, that is absolutely a recommendation. If you haven't watched it, you absolutely must. Like I said, there's no point in being vague. Robert Downey Jr. is obviously returning to the MCU, but let's talk about the new details there, not just the announcement. There's a little bit more to this than you might think. Also, the Spawn movie has new developments, and we have the Japanese Master of Horror inking a new deal that is very exciting for American audiences. Follow-ups and corrections in movies as well this week. We have one follow-up, has to do with Spawn is our first one. King Spawn, new title, still in the works. It is still happening. We still have Jamie Foxx attached to it. Still nothing other than the new title change. That's all we got, so let's move on. From there, we have the announcement of the subtitle for the new Jay and Silent Bob movie as well. Kevin Smith has announced that the third movie in the Jay and Silent Bob saga is going to be titled Store Wars, because of course it is. Hopefully it's going to be better than Reboot. I mean, Clerks 3 was better than Reboot, so continuing on with the better filmmaking, please, Mr. Kevin Smith. But yeah, there's going to be a third Jay and Silent Bob movie. Super excited about that. So that's what we got for the follow-ups and corrections. Let's talk now about trailers. Trailer this week, the one, I mean, obviously we got the final Alien Romulus trailer. We got a couple of things dropped while I was gone, but it was kind of like, that's 2 weeks ago. Nobody cares as much necessarily. So let's talk about the one that came out this week that's super intriguing, and that is Slingshot. We have Casey Affleck and Lawrence Fishburne doing a new sci-fi thriller in space. Looks pretty freaking dope. Casey Affleck, I think he's the better of the Affleck brothers in the acting side of things, legitimately. Like, I think Casey Affleck has something that Ben doesn't, and that is talent. But Lawrence Fishburne, also one of the great actors of our time, and I am very intrigued by this movie. So yeah, go check out the trailer, link in the description. That's what we got there. Let's talk now about some regular ass news. And the big pink elephant in the room, obviously, is Robert Downey Jr. returning to the MCU. This time, though, as Victor Von Doom, not as Tony Stark. There's rumors associated with that, so we're going to talk about those in the rumor mill. But there is some hard news around this, not just the fact that he's returning, but how is he returning? We now know that he is returning just for 2 movies. Presumably those movies are going to be the 2 Avengers movies. So we have Avengers Doomsday, which is also kind of news that was also announced at San Diego Comic-Con, and the Secret Wars, Avengers Secret Wars. And then also, aside from those 2 movies, he's going to be in at least one Stinger scene at the post-credits. So very likely that Stinger scene is going to be at the end of Fantastic Four, because that is the next movie that would be tied into something like this. Yeah, again, lots of, there's a really big, really awesome rumor going around about what exactly this means. So definitely stick around for the rumor mill, because we're going to be getting into that. But that's kind of what we got on that one. Let's move next to Britney Spears, apparently, in the movie section. We have Britney Spears getting a new biopic. The director on this is going to be John M. Chu, who just got done directing Wicked, as well as Now You See Me 2, plus his first big one, as far as I could find, was Crazy Rich Asians. So interesting that that's the dude who's going to be directing the Britney Spears biopic, but apparently Britney Spears herself is going to be a producer on the project, so very interesting where that one might end up. From there, let's do our final piece of news in movies, and that has to do with David Lynch, the famed director, crazy man himself, has been diagnosed with emphysema and has therefore grounded himself to his home as a means of staying as healthy as possible, because emphysema is really not a fun thing to be diagnosed with. But he's afraid that the combination of that sickness plus the possibility of going out into the world and contracting COVID is going to be lethal in his situation, which honestly, emphysema and COVID together, very likely to be lethal. So I don't necessarily blame him. So he has self-imposed house arrest, effectively. He is stuck at home because he doesn't want to leave. It is not on the recommendation necessarily of his doctors, though I would imagine they're not sad about the idea. So as such, he has said that this probably means he has retired from directing, which is a very interesting way of putting that. Presumably, he will not be getting better from the emphysema, though it will be manageable at a certain point. So there is a slight, however, very, very small and slim possibility that he could direct something in the future. He has not completely shut that door, though very, very close. So, I mean, hopefully he sticks around for a little bit longer and we can get a little bit more stuff out of him. But either way, not great news for David Lynch. We're going out on a down note as far as the regular ass news goes. Let's go into suggestions this week for movies. Honestly, I was going to suggest Longlegs because everybody's going to see Deadpool. But again, everybody's going to see Deadpool, and I really think this movie, I like this better than the second one. I don't know if I like it better than the first one, but I like it at least as much as the first one, so there's that. But this is, if you are into the Marvel stuff, if you're into the kind of things we talk about here on the channel, then you absolutely should have seen Deadpool at least twice by now. I have. I've paid to see it in the theaters twice. So yeah, that's huge. And honestly, the second time I saw it was a double feature with Longlegs. So I got to do 2 of the things I wanted to do all at once. Longlegs is weird. It's very much a thriller, not necessarily a horror, but it's weird. So go into it, if you're going to do that as well as Deadpool, go into it knowing that. And it's also kind of transparent, but still a lot of fun, especially if you're a cinemaphile. Deadpool's the real recommendation here because that's what you're going to go watch anyway, so why waste our time talking about anything else?
It's classified.
And then the final section of the episode is the rumor mill. We have some confirmations, i.e. spoiler alert, for the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. We have confirmed rumors to talk about, and yeah, that's gonna be fun. Wolverine casting rumors have come back to haunt us, but there's a little bit more to one of the big ones there. We're gonna talk about that. Plus, we have the MCU just might become profitable again, and I'm going to tell you how, at least according to the rumor mill. Okay, so confirmations, refutations. Let's get the other big thing out of the way first. We are talking about confirmations for rumors that were dealing directly with the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. Therefore, if we are confirming a rumor, that is a spoiler warning. If you have not yet seen Deadpool and you care about spoilers, then maybe the rumor mill right now is not the thing for you. I don't know, skip forward a couple of minutes and we'll probably be past it. But yeah, we do have a couple of rumor confirmations and kind of anyway, yeah, skip forward if you haven't watched the movie and you care. So, that being said, let's talk about these couple of things, right? So, we have Blade. We have Wesley Snipes returning as the role of Blade, which is a Guinness Book of World Records setting record. Like this, he is the longest running actor portraying a comic book character in live action, which is huge, which is really, really cool. And his scene in the movie was fantastic. I'm eating a little bit of crow in that I said he was not going to be returning, and lo and behold, there he was. But also, in those pictures, I said that that was the TV Blade because there was a Blade TV show, and I was not wrong with that. I don't know if it's the same actor. I didn't look that up. But you can do that. But either way, it's the same character. We know this. Yeah, so there's that. And then the other one was Henry Cavill. Oh, huge thing. We're gonna revisit the Cavill thing here in a minute, so don't get too crazy with this. But yeah, Henry Cavill was in the movie. This one also, I think I'm eating a little bit of crow on because I'm pretty sure I said we're not gonna get Cavill. And then to all of the people who said that we're going to be seeing Superman or Batman, I was definitely right on that one. Technically, we did get Henry Cavill, so kind of sort of Superman, but it was Wolverine, not freaking Superman. And there was zero Batman. So the people in the comment section that were all about that, nope. So yeah, that's the confirmations for Deadpool. The confirmation for Robert Downey Jr. returning to the MCU. This has been rumored for some time as well. I halfway was wrong because I said we are not going to be seeing Robert Downey Jr. return as Tony Stark. He's not. He's returning as Doctor Doom. We're going to get into a big thing at the end of this section where we talk about the potential implications and the very probable way they're going to play this in the movies. He is not, though, playing Tony Stark. We know explicitly that he is going to be playing Victor Von Doom and not Tony Stark from the Russos, who are returning also to direct those two movies. So yeah, those are our confirmations. Let's talk now about new sources for old rumors. There's a little bit of development here. Both of these, though, have to do with casting rumors for Wolverine. The first of which being Daniel Radcliffe. That one's not happening. Don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say this, but we do know with very little doubt that Daniel Radcliffe is not going to be cast as Wolverine. Also, we have new rumors talking about Henry Cavill being cast as Wolverine. Now, I can say again that as of this very moment in time, because we know this for certain explicitly from Marvel themselves, they are not at this moment looking to recast Wolverine. The implication there is, or the way they're trying to sell that, I guess is more appropriate. The way they're trying to sell that is that they're not going to be putting Wolverine in any future projects right now because I think Feige said something along the lines of to have somebody doing a Hugh Jackman impersonation would fall flat. And he's not wrong with that, even though Hugh Jackman is kind of doing a little bit of an impression of the 90s cartoon version of Wolverine. Still, nothing wrong with that. That's actually kind of what we've been wanting for a while, and now it's a lot more explicit at this point with the yellow costume and whatnot. So yeah, so Cavill being cast as Wolverine is not happening this moment. However, they will eventually have to recast Wolverine. And there is a new part of this rumor saying that as of the reception of Cavill in the makeup and such as Wolverine in Deadpool, as of Comic-Con, as of San Diego Comic-Con, it seems that Cavill might be entertaining the idea. This one comes from pretty solid sources. It is very, very loose at this point. And we, again, know that for the time being, they're not recasting Hugh Jackman in the role. I said that very specifically because that is leaving open the door, and the joke was made a number of times in the Deadpool movie, that Jackman will be returning as Wolverine for something. Very likely just the 2 more times, just for the 2 more Avengers movies. And by the end of Avengers Secret Wars, something's going to happen so that Hugh Jackman leaves. And there, again, I will be very surprised if we see casting for Wolverine by that point. It's probably going to be once they officially retire Jackman as Wolverine, that then they recast that character. And it will probably be fairly quick at that point too, because again, they're gonna probably bring this multiverse stuff to a head with the Secret Wars and then shut it down. Seems to be the direction they're going, if you want to believe some of the things that they said in the Deadpool movie, because, I mean, fourth wall breaking being what it is, and Ryan Reynolds doing the thing that he does, like, there's reason to believe there's a little bit of information in those movies, or in that movie, rather. So from there, let's talk now about the new rumors, shall we? First up, we have a Lobo rumor. This is technically rumor based on rumor, but this is one of the worst kept secrets in Hollywood right now, at least as far as Warner Brothers is concerned, and that is that Jason Momoa is going to be playing Lobo. That's not the rumor we're talking about right now, but that is technically still a rumor. The rumor we're talking about here is where we're first going to see Jason Momoa Lobo, and that is Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. Normally, because this is rumor, based on rumor, we can't go above 50% because that's just way too far removed from reality at that point. If we're going based on rumor, like, you're really just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks, and that's not how I like to do this. But because this is the Jason Momoa Lobo rumor, like, again, this is kind of one of the worst kept secrets in Hollywood at this point, so we're going to say about 80% likely that that is going to be the point in which he is playing that character has been revealed. So that's a word salad, but you get what I'm saying. Our next rumor has to do with the creature from the Black Lagoon. Apparently, there is a reboot that is being made somewhere in the works being made. The big rumor around this reboot is that James Wan, horror director extraordinaire, I guess, is being rumored to direct this classic horror reboot. Not the first time that they've tried to reboot this character, not the first time they've tried to reboot the Universal monsters. First time they're doing it with somebody as high profile as James Wan, so interesting. But if we're talking about like high profile, like in fashion directors might be a way to put that. James Wan is kind of on the top of the list. James Wan and Jason Blum, like, those are the 2 dudes that do modern horror as far as like big audiences are concerned, right? So, I mean, you go to any one of the A24 guys and they're probably going to do you a better movie, but it's going to be not as high profile. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of reason to think it would be Wan over Blum, because Wan, again, has already shown that he has the ability to bring in very large audiences because he directed the Aquaman movies. He's directed a number of other things outside of the horror genre. And with this being something, because it's a universal monster, because it's a classic monster, like, you have to give it to somebody who everybody knows, because everybody knows the monster, everybody knows the IP, and it just seems like that's the way Hollywood works, right? So we're gonna say 70% likely that this is going to be a thing with James Wan. I'd be very interested if this project, because I don't doubt that this project is somewhere in development right now. I'd be very surprised, though, if this project comes to fruition within the next like 3 years, if we get any sort of official information on it in that time frame. That could be labeled quote unquote activists. So the woke folk, if you will. This is, and then the rumor also goes on to say that the Lucasfilm side of Disney is not doing that, is doing actually kind of the reverse, and they're leaning into the woke messaging and the ideologies and things, even though like we've seen at this point that Disney's just going to keep hemorrhaging money if that's the route they want to take. Anyway, I feel like the additional language of anyone who could, quote, be labeled as an activist, unquote, seems like that is the big thing that is going to be difficult to corroborate. One of the sources that I got this from said that it was more in line with anyone who openly said that they don't like comic books, that they have never read the source material, anything along those lines. That would make more sense. That would be a much more concrete reason to get rid of somebody, because we know that the writers for the Deadpool movies and the movies that have done well by and large, there are a couple of exceptions. I'm looking at you, Captain Marvel, but yeah, by and large, the movies that have done well have been from writers and producers and such who honor the source material and who do read those, or have at least read comics from which they're drawing inspiration for these movies. So that seems a little bit more likely, but because that is not exclusively the vocabulary being used, some of these sources are saying activist. He got rid of the activists inside of the MCU. There's no way we can corroborate that. There's no way that we can't get a list of all the people who are fired and then see how they, it's a lot of work that nobody's gonna do. And even if somebody wanted to do that, I don't know exactly if you could completely go through with all of, anyway. So the likelihood, I'm rambling, the likelihood that we are getting to get rid of the woke folk is, I'm gonna give it about a 60%. Like, again, there's no way that we're going to be able to see this unless all of the next, slate of movies that Marvel has to release does exceedingly well. I mean, none of them are going to do, well, most of them are not going to do as well as Deadpool or Endgame, etc., but they're going to do better than the rest of Phase 5. That's going to be confirmation enough, I think, in my eyes. So that's where we're at with that one. Again, 60%, I don't know if I said that. I'm pretty sure I said that. 60% likely that is the way things are going. So that is what we've got for new rumors. Now let's dive into some speculation, shall we? This is in a way a rumor as well, but we're going to talk about Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. The growing, I'm going to call it fan theory, because technically that's what it is, though it is based on certain rumors that have been kicking around for some time, and some really intelligent fans, and also kind of what has happened recently, rather, in the comic books as well. But so, Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. We do know, again, explicitly, this is going to be Victor Von Doom. Recently, within the last 3 to 5 years or so, in the comic books, it has been revealed that the mainline Tony Stark, main universe Tony Stark, was adopted. This is going somewhere, I promise. So Tony Stark was adopted in the main universe for the Marvel comic books. It was not anyone significant, if I'm remembering this correctly, and it's been a minute since I've gotten into an Iron Man book, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the theory is, rather in the comic books, we'll get to the theory. In the comic books, he was somebody else's kid, and he was adopted by the Starks and raised as Tony Stark when they lost their first child. So that's really all that is relevant. There's more to that version of the story, but they're not going to go with the details. They're just going to go with the broad strokes. So convert that into what's going on in the MCU. We have Robert Downey Jr. coming back as Victor Von freaking Doom, and let's play with that idea, right? So Tony Stark was adopted. We're dealing with the multiverse right now. We know that the Fantastic Four movie is going to very heavily deal with a different universe, and very likely we're going to get introduced to Robert Downey Jr.'s Victor Von Doom in the post-credit stinger in the Fantastic Four movie. The theory is that The 616 version of Tony Stark was in fact an orphan, and the Starks, when he was a baby, lost their baby, so in secret they went and adopted a baby that was born at the same time, and Bob's your uncle. They raised him as Tony Stark, and he is the Robert Downey Jr. iteration of Tony Stark in the 616. The Fantastic Four universe has not yet been given a number delineation, so we will just keep calling it the Fantastic Four universe. In the Fantastic Four universe, maybe the real Tony Stark did not die and was raised and is somebody else, whereas Victor Von Doom was born in, I'm gonna brain fart the name of his freaking country, but in the MCU, effectively it's Sokovia, because that's the one that they made up for the MCU. So Victor Von Doom is born there, presumably, or maybe they're going to introduce his actual country. Again, I'm sorry, I'm brain farting it. It's the stupidest brain fart I think I've had in a week. And so he is raised as Victor Von Doom alongside Tony Stark. And that's, and so now we're dealing multiverse. So Victor Von Doom being the ultimate villain in the Marvel universe, he eventually finds out that there is a multiverse, and he follows the Fantastic Four to the 616, which is the holy timeline. Forget the specific word they used in Deadpool, but the sacred timeline. And so there's power to be had, and Victor Doom, if they go in a different direction with this, I think they're really missing it. When I heard this, it was like, this makes perfect freaking sense. So technically speaking, the Tony Stark that we know from the 616, as played by Robert Downey Jr., was born as Victor Von Doom, and then was adopted as a baby into the Stark family and was raised as Tony and became one of the most intelligent people in the universe, because that's what Tony Stark is, and blah, blah, blah. Also, what Victor Von Doom is, one of the most intelligent people in the universe. Also, Reed Richards, and also in the comic books, taking it back to that, we have seen Tony Stark as Doom a number of times. We've also seen Reed Richards as Doom at least the once. I can't remember if it's been more than just that once, which was actually kind of recently. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities. I think this is the coolest way to do it. If they do it any other way, I think they're really screwing up. So that's our one piece of speculation. The other piece of speculation is not going to be nearly as involved, I promise. Daphne Keane, who plays X-23, aka Laura, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, has said that she would pay Marvel to continue to play that character. So this speculation really, should be confirmed soon, hopefully. And also, they're starting a new X-23 book in the comics, so they have reason to want to go forward with another movie with X-23. But this is my personal speculation. I didn't hear this from anyone else, but putting pieces together is fairly easy at this point when it comes to when they're handing them to you. They're just spoon-feeding this stuff. We're gonna see Laura Kinney continue. We're going to see Laura Kinney. Good Lord. We're going to see Daphne Keane as Laura X-23 continue for a number of other movies. I will be very surprised if it is anything less than 3 more times that we get to see X-23 in the movies. Because it's Tom Holland said something similarly. He said he would love to play Spider-Man until he dies. Also, Robert Downey Jr. said the same thing about Iron Man, though then he started asking for more money than Marvel could afford, and we saw where that has ended. So yeah, we're gonna see Daphne Keane come back as that character at least 3 times. I will be very surprised if it is less than that, but I'll also be very surprised if it is only 3 times. But we're gonna say 3 times more as X-23. So that is our speculation. That is the end of the rumor mill. Thank you very much, nerds. Also, I guess that brings us into housekeeping, rather. This is where we're going next. So, I made it back from the vacation. It was pretty awesome. It was honestly little to no technology. Any of those posts that went live on the channel, i.e. the reaction videos, etc., those were all scheduled before I left. So thank you very much for everybody who watched them and interacted with them. And also, last week's shout out episode was not filmed in advance, but was just kind of a way for me to get back on my bearings, because I didn't have the proper amount of time from getting home and then unpacking and then going to the day job in order to do the proper work for a regular episode. So we just did the shout out show. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out the second channel, Nerd News Clips. That is where we do the shout out show. All of the new subscribers get shout outs. All of the people who have been interacting in the comments section or over on the social medias all get shout outs. And we talk about the things that we're talking about in those comments and such in actual words and not in text, so you can hear my inflections and know my meanings and understand what I'm trying to say a little bit better. So yeah, thank you very much for all of that. As far as behind the scenes stuff goes, this episode is late. No avoiding it. It was a hell of a week at work, as well as I went and saw the Stray Cats last night. Instead of, filming when I normally would, I filmed a day later because I was at a really fantastic, fun concert. Yeah, Stray Cats, good stuff. I really, really dug it. We'll talk about that, and that just happened this week. And yeah, that is the end of the episode. Thank you very much, nerds. There are some things coming up that are going to throw some wrenches in that. And then beyond the additional concerts and things, we're coming up on the end of the season, guys. November is when we kick it for regular episodes. We switch over to the live format November through January. So regular season will be coming to an end. We're 3 months away, which is 12 episodes, assuming we don't have to miss an episode for, extenuating circumstances between now and then. So 12 episodes at best is what we're looking at. It's not that many, honestly, so it's a little daunting, I'm not gonna lie. But thank you very much, nerds, for sticking around. I'm gonna figure something out to gift to you for sticking around to the end of these episodes, or for all the subscribers and stuff too. So thank you very much, nerds. That's kind of where the rambling ends. I promise we'll get to it again next week, I'm sure. Or if you just stick around for the next video that gets posted, which will be That Just Happened right here on the channel. I love your faces. I'll see you in the next one. Before we go, always remember that if it's generally nerdy, it's probably here, and I'm happy to be back. Well, hello, nerds. Thank you once again for joining me for another delightful episode of The News. This week is a doozy of an episode, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button or follow however you have to on whatever platform you are, and join me this week. Music is bringing a crazy Knocked Loose tour announcement. We also have Valve is in a bit of a situation over in gaming and tech. My Hero Academia is hitting a surprising milestone in comic books and books. TV streaming has WB Discovery just racking up the L's, as well as in movies we have Zack Snyder doing the same thing, and we might have good news in the rumor mill for Half-Life 3. That and honestly quite a lot more. Like I said, a doozy, so like button and all the things. Let's jump into it. So this week in music, like I said, we have Knocked Loose announcing a headlining US tour with a very unexpected supporting band. We have an update on a channel favorite band on their new record, plus a classic band is throwing in the towel, it would seem, for touring, but only touring? Let's get into that. Follow-ups and corrections this week. We actually have one, and it's really cool, and I'm totally excited about it. Black Braid has sent out emails, if you're on his mailing list, announcing that he is actively working on the next record, finally. That record is set to be released next year, but that's not to say that we're not going to get anything before then. He actually is planning on releasing the first single, or music video, or however you want to look at that, for the next record this week, which means he's been doing a little bit of work that we haven't been 100% knowledgeable of. Either way, super exciting. No announcement as to what the song is or anything. It will be released Friday as I record these things, Tuesday nights and Wednesday mornings. It's not been released, so we can't really talk about what the single is, but we will be next week for sure. That's the only follow-up we have this week. So let's get into the new music section. This week in new music, our first bit comes from Former Fear Factory frontman Burton C. Bell, he has released another single. It's called Technical Exorcism. This one's a little bit more groove and bass oriented than previous outings, especially the stuff that he did with Fear Factory, which is not a bad thing at all. Still dig... I'll say this cautiously because Burton C. Bell is not my favorite metal vocalist, but he's still a solid and consistent metal vocalist, so you know exactly what you're going to get out of him. The really interesting part about this is the difference in the music behind those vocals, and it's worth a listen for sure. So definitely check out Technical Exorcism, the new single from Burton C. Bell. The next one comes from a band that I almost didn't talk about this week. The name of the band is Pop Evil. They have released a new single called What Remains. This is not what I remember about these guys. They've kind of been not on the radar for a while. I don't want to say that they were on hiatus because I don't know that for sure, but I think they might have been. And this is a band I honestly have a little bit of a personal history with, but that's irrelevant to the fact that they just put out a new single. This is surprisingly heavy for this band. They generally put out like very octane core, like on the lighter side of octane core stuff. And this, I mean, this is still pretty much octane core, but it's almost like liquid metal heavy. Definitely worth a listen, if for no other reason than morbid curiosity, because they're changing things up, and that's not always a bad thing. Usually it's a good thing. In this point, I'm gonna leave that one up to you. The next band we are talking about for new music is a new band as far as I understand it. They are called Neon Nightmare. The name of the song is Lost Silver, and this one is definitely 15 Shades of Typo Negative. As much as I say Do Unto Others has shades of Typo Negative in their sound, this is like copy paste the Typo Negative sound to a large degree. Not exclusively, but definitely to a large degree. It's still definitely worth a listen to, especially since we don't get new Typo Negative these days. So yeah, it's worth a listen for that reason, just to scratch that itch if nothing else. But the bits that are unique unto Neon Nightmare are really interesting to listen to. I want to dig a little bit deeper into this band to really get the feel for what they have to offer, because this song is heavily typo, but I'm sure there's more to their sound than just this, and I'm really interested to get into that. So yeah, you should check this one out too. Only if you like the really gothy, dark kind of metal. Our next piece of new music comes from a band that I've heard of quite a bit in the community, never actually took the time to listen to. They put out a new track. The name of the band is Molder, as in something that causes mold to happen. And the name of the song is Catastrophic Reconfigure. This is barky death metal. This is like the quality of recording here is something you might expect more out of like a black metal band, just because this sounds like a demo. Honestly, the way this was recorded, just the quality of the recording is not what I expect out of modern production at all. I'm also a little bit of a production snob, and I recognize this, but I don't know, I feel like if your sound is about technical precision, and I mean, because that's the genre, death metal is about technicality, right? And then you sound like you just kind of threw this together in your buddy's mom's basement, and it just doesn't really serve your sound very well. And the excessive amount of reverb, I think, is enough to... It's over. Like, let's update the production quality of this stuff. You can still make this really brutal, and this song is super brutal. You can still make really brutal music, really brutal death metal. It doesn't have to sound modern, but it does, I feel like at this point, have to sound good. So yes, if you like brutal music, I would say definitely check out the new track from Molder. If you're a fan of Molder, then you know exactly what you're diving into. I feel like somebody who's new to the death metal genre should probably steer clear of this one until you are a little bit more well-versed in the death metals. But aside from that, I can't really make much of a recommendation. It's just not there production-wise. I'm sorry. And then our next piece of new music comes from the band out of Texas that is kind of making waves right now in the heavy scene, Kubla Khan. They have put out, it is a real quick little thing. They could have posted it as a short because it is a minute long, but Kubla Khan has released Supreme Ruler, is off their forthcoming record. I did not write down the record name because I take amazing notes, but this is just a 1 minute, 60 seconds worth of absolute freaking destruction. Actually, it's even shorter than that because it starts with a sample. So it's like 45 seconds of just straight destruction. And it sounds rough on purpose, like that's kind of the way Kubla Khan rolls, but comparing this to that Molder track, like this is a little bit better of an example of what you can do in the extreme side of the production side of music. And it works super well. Like, the more I hear from Kubla Khan, and I did see them live recently, the more I hear from these guys, the more I really dig them. So I think this is absolutely worth a listen because it's only a minute long. It's straight out of the hardcore playbook. Check it out. Supreme Ruler, Kubla Khan. Yeah, do the thing. And now we're moving on to a band that I think we're done talking about when they release new singles, just because their profile is to a level where it makes sense that, people know they're gonna go listen to it just because, and they kind of have a sound unto themselves that you know exactly what you're getting into because they have a fan base that's big enough at this point. It's not to say if they don't do something crazy, we're not gonna talk about them again, but if they keep putting out solid, I'm not trying to diminish the value of this music, but if they keep putting out solid tracks like this, they're probably just going to go the way of like Mastodon or something where we might reference them. We probably won't though. The band I'm talking about though is Escuela Grind. The name of the new track is Concept of God, and good Lord, this is brutal. I am a bit of a fan of these guys, and they just don't stop. They are constantly writing, constantly touring, constantly just in your face with, this is how freaking talented we are, and you're gonna have to deal with it and be our fan now. And yeah, sure, I'm on board, let's roll. I feel like everyone who is into the aggressive sounds that music can be should probably have at least a minor appreciation for Escuela Grind. This is a pretty decent track to get into if you've never really listened to them. The last song we talked about wasn't the best example of their sound. This one I think is a fantastic example of their sound. So go check out Concept of God from Escuela Grind. And then our final piece of new music this week, we got some deathcore from Russia in Slaughter to Prevail. Well, this is deathcore from Germany. The name of this band is Obey the Kraken. The name of the song is Whispers from the Depths. This is the second single from this new band, and oh boy, deathcore by numbers is kind of exactly what this is. Now, is that a bad thing? Abso-freaking-lutely not, because they are doing it stupid well. Production is right on point. I don't have any issues with the way this sounds. And the performances are really just knocking it out of the park. Vocalist just has all of the sounds that you would expect out of a deathcore vocalist to have. He's got them all down pat, and just, if you are looking for a prime example of the genre, this is your prime example of deathcore. Absolutely would recommend Obey the Kraken's Whisper from the Depths. That's all we got for new music. So now let's talk about tours and festivals. We got a couple of pretty decent tours to talk about. Not going for the big one first. The first one we are talking about is In This Moment. They have announced the God Mode Part 2 tour. It's just this, they haven't stopped touring. They're just starting more dates. They've booked new shows. So God Mode Part 2 will feature Kim Dracula, Nathan James, and Mike's Dead as the supporting acts. Tour kicks off November 8th in Asheville. So this leg of the tour in Asheville, North Carolina, runs through December 7th in Manchester. It will be on sale as of today as I'm filming this. So the 14th is when it goes on sale, runs through tomorrow, the 15th, for the pre-sales. And then as of Friday, it will be open to general public. You can find a link down in the description that will take you to where you can purchase them. I do not have my own pre-sale code, so you're gonna have to find one on your own. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna send traffic to where I know you can get one, but I'm sure it's not super hard to find a pre-sale code, so go check that out if you're interested. Next one, similarly going to be on sale to the general public as of this Friday. So the 16th. But pre-sale starts today as I'm talking, and tomorrow as you're watching, and then again Friday for the rest of the world. This is Knocked Loose. This is the big one that we teased at the beginning of the episode. Support from this one. This is the weird part. Support from this one is The Garden, Drain, Military Gun. Those are the three bands. The weird one is The Garden. The Garden is second billing, which means they're right before the headliner. This is not a band, like The Garden is great. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely freaking love those guys. But on tour with Knocked Loose, I don't know who the other two bands are, Drain and Military Gun. I'm going to assume they're a little bit more in line with the Knocked Loose sound than the Garden sound. Garden sound is more avant-garde. I don't even know how to properly describe it, really. But yeah, it's a very weird combination. This tour starts October 4th in Columbus, Ohio, runs through November 10th in Washington, D.C., capital of this great nation. Pre-sale, like I said, begins today as I'm talking. We'll run through tomorrow as you're watching, and then we'll go open to the general public on Friday. Link in the description once again. And those are the only two? I thought there was a third. I am full of poop. Let's move right along to regular ass news then. This week in the regular news, we have Aerosmith is calling it quits. Not exactly. Aerosmith is thrown in the towel as far as touring goes. So Steven Tyler, I believe we talked about this when it happened, but Steven Tyler had a vocal injury last year and has been trying to recover from it ever since. He hasn't because they've basically just been on tour ever since, and that doesn't really lend itself to healing vocal cords. So at this point, they're saying he very likely will never completely heal, so he'll never be back to 100%, and that's not really what they want to do with their touring cycles, so they're no longer going to tour. And I'm saying that very specifically because that's how they outlined it in the announcement to fans. They said that they are no longer going to be touring. They are calling it quits with the touring side of their career, implying that there's still going to be new music that comes from Aerosmith. They're still going to release songs and very possibly will do like one-off shows here and there. But as far as like full-blown tours, they're not going to do those anymore. They have canceled the rest of the dates on the current tour that they had booked. So if you have tickets to see them and you have not already seen them, you should be getting a refund. I think the refunds are going to be through the vendor through which you bought your tickets, though go check out the Aerosmith website in order to double check that. You can find a link down in the description if you don't want to type it in, you just want to click a button. I did that for you. But yeah, the pretty interesting situation with Aerosmith these days. That's what we got on that one. Let's move to our next one, which is Clutch. This is a quick one. Neil Fallon, lead singer for Clutch, is looking to start recording the next record sometime next year. He said they've been working on demos, so they're kind of technically working on it at this point. But they don't have anything really set in stone. They're going to really hunker down and get that going next year. So very probably by the end of next year, I would hope, we will see a new record from Clutch, and I'm here for it because I love those guys. That's what we got for regular ass news. That leaves only this week's music suggestion. The music suggestion for the week is Magma from Gojira. This is the record that follows their big one, the big release of Magma from Gojira. This is technically the third release, but the second major label release, I believe, that follows From Mars to Sirius, which was their breakout record that really got everybody into them. Randy Blythe is the reason why many people have heard of this band to begin with, and now they're just everywhere. They just played the freaking opening ceremonies at the Olympics, which is huge, not only for them, but for the community at large. I'm super stoked about that. But yeah, this is a significant album unto itself, not just because it follows, it's a fantastic follow-up to From Mars to Sirius, but you've got tracks like Shooting Star, Stranded, and what was the Lowlands, sorry, brain fart. Lowlands, really, really atmospheric, just kind of those three tracks. If you don't listen to the whole record, just listen to those three tracks and you'll get a very good picture of who Gojira is as a band. This is absolutely a record worth listening to. Go listen to Magma from Gojira. And then this week in gaming, Valve has a new game that is doing actually rather well over on the Steam charts. given that it's not been properly released yet. We also have a new Halloween game, actually a couple of Halloween games that deserve a little bit of attention, plus the 1-year anniversary of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game is happening right now, so we're going to talk about some things that they're rolling out for that one as well, plus a bit more. So again, let's just jump right in. All right, now let's get into follow-ups and corrections, shall we? First up, we have Helldivers 2. First up, for Helldivers 2 is the anti-tank mines were not unlocked, which is a good thing. I'm an Xbox guy. I don't have Helldivers 2. I don't know why that's a good thing, but apparently that's a good thing. So we didn't get the anti-tank mines, but really, that was short-lived. The glory of that was short-lived because during the same update through which they made the announcement, they also severely nerfed the flamethrower, and at the same time rolled out a flamethrower-themed season. Was it the gamer pack, the Escalation of Freedom update? So Michael Erickson, who is game director for Helldivers 2, has addressed the fact, this is the other half of it, has addressed the fact that maybe they went a little too far with this. So he has said that, or he has acknowledged rather, that the update did not meet the target, did not do what they wanted it to exactly. Some of the things were not done right, is the quote, and the company will own up to it. He's also listing things that the company plans to accomplish over the next 60 days, including re-examining the approach to balance. So they're going to rebalance the balance patch, updating how the fire damage mechanics work. So they're going to slightly unnerf the flamethrower. I don't think they're going to completely bring it back to its old glory, but it sounds like they're going to dial some of the things that they did to it back, and rework gameplay to prevent excessive ragdolling, and then reprioritizing bug fixes, because apparently that's taken a back seat, is the way I am understanding it. So if I'm missing something, because I am not a Helldivers player, wish I was, because it looks like a crazy amount of fun, but then please let me know in the comments. But as of right now, they are acknowledging that the community is not happy, and they're going to do things to try and alleviate that displeasure. That's what we got for that one, though. Let's move over to one of the big ones from this episode, and that is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That is the 1-year anniversary. Gun Media has announced they're going to be doing some new skins for the family. I'm sorry, it's a skin for the map. They're going to give you a new map for the family house map. They're changing the name. It's called Blood Moon. It's got a red moon. Everything's in this red shade. There are a couple of other changes to the map, if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, this is not a game I play, but there are a couple of other minor changes, but the big one is going to be the red moon, which is kind of cool. Also, they're releasing skins for Leatherface's chainsaw, which is also really cool. The skins are named as such: Bloody, Grimy, and Muddy. So if you're a Leatherface main and you would rather that side of the lopsided multiplayer, then you get new things. Also, a bunch of the DLC packs are being discounted for this 1-year anniversary over in the game store. So go check them out if you're interested in getting some fresh skins for your characters, because it sounds like they're all getting down there pretty cheap. Some of them are still about $20 even with the discount, but if I remember correctly, because I take amazing notes, remember this. If I remember correctly, though, there are some that are like $6 for skin packs, which is pretty cheap in modern gaming, I'm not going to lie. That's what we got for Texas Chainsaw, though. Let's move over to some trailers in gaming this week. I say some trailers. We have one trailer for gaming this week, and that is Marvel vs. Capcom, the Fighting Collection. Still no proper release date, in spite of the fact that they are releasing this new trailer. But new trailer, man. This is coming out for, I'm pretty sure, all platforms. Definitely PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch. I'm pretty sure I saw it's getting released on the Xbox Series consoles. I don't know if it's going back compat for PS4, Xbox One. So modern consoles, yes. Previous generation, I'm pretty sure there was a plan for it at one time, and that's why I'm messing this up in my head. But either way, get it for the Switch, because this is going to be something you're going to want to take everywhere with you, and yeah, that's the way we're going. Anyway, that's the trailer we got. Let's talk about some regular news. Our first two pieces are kind of commingled. They both have to do with Halloween, the franchise, turning into video games. So there are 2 Halloween video games being announced. The first of which has not been formally 100% announced. They just said that they're working on a thing. Unreal Engine 5. It's going to be a narrative-driven game. It's going to be done in cooperation with John Carpenter, who created the Halloween franchise. So that's pretty damn awesome. So that's all we know about the one. The other one, though, we've got a bit of detail, and there might have been a trailer release for this. If there has been, you're probably seeing footage on the screen right about now, because I saw a trailer somewhere that somebody was talking about, but I didn't actually see it on YouTube yet, so maybe it's been released since I did the research for this piece. But it's a 2D side-scroller, that old school style, that is also being released alongside of an Evil Dead game that is very similarly styled. And if you get the 2 of them at the same, if you have both games, and the 2 of them will intermingle, you'll be able to cross games with characters. So that's honestly really cool. This one is going to be back compat with the previous consoles, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Series consoles, X and S, as well as Nintendo Switch and PC via Steam. In each of these games, you're controlling exactly who you think you are. In the Halloween game, you're controlling Michael Myers, because apparently that's a thing that people wanted. The more I think about it, the more I totally get behind that. And then in the Evil Dead game, you're controlling Ash, of course. No word as to whether or not this is going to be one of the games that we're getting Bruce Campbell's voice in for Ash, to motivate people to buy and play and whatever. We have pricing for the games as well. If you get the digital only version, it's going to be about $25. If you get the double bundle, the double feature bundle, which is both games, then it's going to be about $50. There will be a physical release as well that comes with a lot of really cool stuff. I did not see a price for the physical release. I would imagine it's going to be significantly more than $25, just considering A, I'm pretty sure they're a limited release for the physical, and B, you get a lot of really cool nostalgia collector's pieces with it. So check the trailer, assuming it's gone live properly, and I will try and link to it in the description, and that's what we got on that one, so let's move on. Our last piece of regular-ass news for this episode has to do with Valve's new game, Deadlock. Why do you not know what Deadlock is? You should know it. You're a Valve fan, aren't you? Aren't we all Valve fans? Well, kind of. But the reason that you probably haven't heard this, though, I mean, at this point, it's the worst-kept secret in gaming, is because Valve has not 100% released this. It is still in some sort of testing phase, but they're doing it in a very strange way. So this game on Steam has a really high consecutive daily player count of over 22,000 players. So like I said, not a very well kept secret. A lot of people are getting their hands on this. It is an early build of the game. This is not the official launch build of the game. And you get a little screen at the beginning of it that lets you know that. But the way you can get your hands on it, which you can get your hands on it if you are tenacious enough, the way you get your hands on it is you get an invite from somebody who's already playing it. So if you know anyone, like I don't think it costs anything to get in on the beta, which I'm pretty sure this is technically what that is. It's not an alpha, but a beta. If you know anyone, even vicariously, they can send you an invite and then you get to download it for free for the beta testing phase, is what it sounds like. There has even been, The Verge, I believe is who it was, has done a proper review on this build of the game, which Valve has asked people not to do that. Not only just that, but also not to share any video or images from this game unless you're sharing the whole game with somebody, which is why this is so weird. And so The Verge, the reviewer for The Verge, did so. They put up video and images of the game on the Verge website doing their review. And then kind of coincidentally, I guess, almost immediately after the article was posted, the reviewer was banned from playing the beta unless he just creates a new email account somewhere and has his buddies invite him back again. Like, this is the most ridiculous thing. Anyway, so yeah, Deadlock is a thing. It's a arena shooter, free to play online multiplayer, blah 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 blah. All of the things that everybody's doing these days. That's what it is. That's what we got for regular ass news this week for gaming and tech. We also have a suggestion this week for gaming and tech, and I'm there. I might be broken. There might be something wrong with me because I can't stop playing Mortal Kombat 1. So it's really hard for me to recommend anything else. So that's what we're going with. The newest patch. I'm telling you. If you played Mortal Kombat 1 less recently than a month ago, if you have not played Mortal Kombat 1 in a month or more, download the newest patch and tell me it's not 10 times better, especially if you're a Scorpion main, which I am. So yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to play X Defiant. That was our suggestion last week. I really want to play that game, but I really can't not play Mortal Kombat. So, suggestion for the week. Okay. This week's comic book section is quite large. We have My Hero Academia hitting a milestone that is unexpected to the more casual fans of the franchise. There is a new power dynamic forming in the X-Men side of the Marvel Universe that we're going to discuss briefly. Plus, Garth Ennis, you know, the guy that brought us The Boys, he has a new book coming out that we're going to talk about, and quite a bit more as well. So let's do the thing. We have no follow-ups or corrections. We have no trailers, but we do have news in comic books and books. And it's a little bit big this week for comic books and books, so stick with me. But first up, we have the My Hero Academia thing. This one's actually going to be a little quick. Yeah, I know I teased it in both the main intro and the intro for the section. It's going to be quick. It's still slightly unexpected. My Hero Academia has ended. Me being an American, that just sounds weird to say about an ongoing story. So yeah, that's totally a thing. But after 10 years and 430 chapters, the My Hero Academia book has come to an end, which means the manga very likely has ends in sight, or the anime rather, has an end in sight as well, which again, just sounds so weird to me, but totally works. I wish it was more of or I guess less of a cultural thing and more just a comic book thing, that we got to the end of these stories and then we moved on with our lives and created new stories, because we have seen what happens with the main American comic book titles, and they tend to like flounder for a while and then just get really bad, and then maybe they'll get canceled, which canceled is not better than ending, right? Anyway, so yeah, My Hero Academia come to an end. I am not an active My Hero Academia reader, so more casual folk like me, this sounds weird, but apparently it was not that big of a surprise to the active fan base. So there you go. Next up, this one's gonna be a little bit of a conversation and less of a news piece, though still kind of news if you're not currently reading the X-Men. There is a new power dynamic inside of the X-Men comic books. We talked about the new initiative that's launching all of these new books. We have a bunch of new teams. Very specifically, we're talking about the mainline books of the Uncanny X-Men and the X-Men. I forget precisely what the books are titled, because I really only have a simple line of notes saying, I'm going to read it to you. So Cyclops versus Rogue is the new Charles versus Magneto. That's the conversation we're having. All right, so let me frame this in an interesting way, because both Cyclops and Rogue have worked for both Professor X and Magneto. Both Charles and Magneto, or Charles and Eric, I should say, both those characters have been good at some point. I don't know that Charles has ever been a villain per se. Like, he's been the antagonist to a certain degree of certain stories, but he's always been on the side of the heroes, whereas Magneto's kind of flip-flop on that. So that's the interesting dynamic there, though, is that they're both effectively going for similar goals. They just have different ways of getting there. Much like Batman and Superman both have the same goal. I mean, we're totally mixing our comic books here, right? Both have the same basic goal of, you know, do good and stop people from doing bad. The Superman-Batman dynamic is Superman leads by example, Batman forces people into doing good out of fear. So different means to get to the end, right? But still the same basic ends. Charles and Magneto, you have Charles wants to integrate. Charles wants everyone to be in harmony and brotherly love, and just everything works together and nobody is placed above or below anyone else. Whereas Magneto, this is where it differs from the Batman analogy, but whereas Magneto wants to place mutant kind above humankind, he still wants a type of harmony though. He still wants he doesn't necessarily want death and all of the conflict. He just wants people to recognize their superiors in mutants, right? That's the way Magneto thinks. So that's the current dynamic, or that's the previous dynamic. Apparently what is happening, because I need to get back into the X-Men because I feel like it's getting better than it was, because it's been bad for a long time. Anyway, we have Rogue and Cyclops. Rogue being the one who is following more in Professor X's footsteps, in that she wants harmony. She wants everyone to just be integrated and no difference between human and mutant. Everybody is equal and the same. Whereas it seems that, and this is, I'm going by what I read, I'm going by conversations I've seen, I haven't actually read the books, I've just read about the books. But it's an interesting conversation to have nonetheless. We have Cyclops going the Magneto route, where he wants some sort of elevation. It's not exactly the Magneto, there's a lot more shades to this. There's a lot more middle ground in here, but he wants some sort of elevation for mutant kind. He wants mutants to be able to take care of mutants and not get any friction from humans, whereas Rogue just wants everyone to take care of everyone and not delineate between the two. So it's a really interesting conversation to have, because that's kind of a, I mean, it's not a strong allegory for what's going on currently in our popular socio-political situation, but there are some parallels to be drawn. Certain people want definitive lines drawn so that we can recognize those lines and then compensate based on those lines. And then other people, the other half of the argument is nobody wants the lines, everybody just wants to be together in harmony. So it's a really deep philosophical conversation, is which one's right. So that's one level of this conversation. The other level of this conversation is this dynamic change necessary? Do we need to go from the Charles versus Magneto argument and make it a little bit more nuanced into this Rogue versus Cyclops argument? I honestly think that both conversations could be had, but if we're only focusing on one, I think the one that kind of draws more parallels to modern socio-political issues is more appropriate, because it's the X-Men, and that's kind of the way the X-Men have always functioned. So I'm here for it if it's being done well. And again, I have to start reading the books again in order to decipher if it's being done well. Hopefully you will join me in reading at least some of these books now that they're starting anew. This is a good jumping on point if you haven't read X-Men for a while, then getting into this new, I forget exactly what the arc is called because it's not in the notes, because it's kind of secondary to the overall conversation we're having. So, but yeah, that's kind of the dynamic shift that's happening right now in the X-Men side of things, and find it incredibly interesting. So let me know what you have to say on the subject. What am I missing? If you're actively reading these books right now, what am I missing that would be relevant to that conversation? Because I really think that's a good conversation to be having right now. That's what we've got though on that. Let's move over into the new Garth Ennis comic. So Garth Ennis has a new book called Babs. It will be coming out on, I did put this in the notes, written by Garth Ennis, illustrated by Jason Burrows. Ahoy Comics is who is publishing it. It will be released on August 14th of this year. So today, as I'm talking, is when it's releasing. This one is this is super interesting. I mean, it's Garth Ennis. I'm a big Garth Ennis fan. If you're not, you should read The Boys. Also, he did Preacher. I'm totally brain farting that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. ADHD is a pain in the ass sometimes. I know things, and then they just kind of go, phew, and then I forget. Anyway, so yeah, it is a parody of the fantasy genre. The main character, obviously, Babs. Babs has a talking sword named Barry. Barry has a mouth like what is the Billy Butcher. That's what his name is. I took better notes this time. It has a mouth like Billy Butcher, so again, totally Garth Ennis style, because Billy Butcher is a character created by Garth Ennis. This is basically just going to be poking fun and kind of breaking down this genre, much like he did in The Boys with the superhero genre. So yeah, pretty freaking awesome. Release date, like I said, is going to be August 14th, so today. It is Jason Burrows. Jason Burrows and Garth Ennis have both worked together before on The Punisher. If you read the Garth Ennis Punisher run, then you've seen Burrows' work. It is, like I said, also produced by Ahoy Comics, so go check it out. At least rifle through it at the comic book shop next time you're in, but probably pick it up because Garth Ennis is great. Our next one is another new book. We have a new book called Young Nomads. So this is a sign of the current state of comic books. This is an independent release. Battle Quest Comics is releasing a new fantasy title. It looks similar. The artwork makes the characters look very similar to the characters in Dune, so that's kind of the big thing that caught my eye. But it is a comment on the current state of comic books, that something like this, that is, the art is not exactly the best art, but it looks like an interesting story. That something like this can be so widely covered. I saw this on two pretty big comic book media news outlet sites. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I'm just gonna read what I've got. So fantasy title, The Young Nomads, created by writer-artist Stefano Corticelli. Series follows a group of young heroes, each with unique abilities, as they navigate a mystical world filled with magic, mythical creatures, and ancient secrets. So this is going to be, it again looks kind of sci-fi, but really is a lot of fantasy elements. Story takes place in a realm where powerful magical artifacts have been stolen, plunging the world into chaos, and the young nomads embark on a quest to retrieve the artifacts and restore balance to the realm. With a diverse cast of characters, including Lyra, Kale, Zephyr, and Mira, and vibrant, dynamic artwork, the Young Nomads promises to be an exciting adventure. The first issue is set to release August 22nd, so next week. Yeah, just looks pretty interesting. Let's broaden our comic book horizons, shall we? Now, there's more than just Marvel and DC, guys. Next up, speaking of Marvel and DC, we're going back over to Marvel. We have a new sidekick for the Scarlet Witch, sidekick named Amaranth. Amaranth is a new character being injected even into these books. Just looked really interesting to me. Again, I think we're taking a turn for the better when it comes to Marvel books. Amaranth was working with Agatha. Now she is the Scarlet Witch's protege. She is Wanda Maximoff's protege. So interesting situation going on with the next generation of characters. Maybe this time they'll get it right, because the last time they tried to introduce us to a next generation of characters in Marvel, it went over very badly. So it looks like they're learning from their mistakes, and that's why we're talking about this. That, though, is the end of our regular ass news for comic books and books. Let's talk about some suggestions this week. Suggestion this week is not a comic book, but it is a book series, and we're talking about The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. I have about 16 of them. I have about 10 or 12 of them. There are 14 books in the proper series. I think there are a couple of side books as well, because I'm pretty sure I have those. But as far as the main, the Wheel of Time books, they are fantastic. This is the day in, day out kind of fantasy work that I think everyone should have an appreciation for. It's not the super silly, I can't even think of the name of the author. It's not the super silly stuff that is really for the hardcore whimsical fans of the genre. This is Tolkien light, I think, is a fair way to put this. And that's not really a put down. This is the breadth of work here is much more involved. There's a lot more stuff here to get into, because Tolkien only wrote those 3 books, well, 4, 5 books if you count Hobbit and the Silmarillion, but still 5 compared to 14 is a little different. But yeah, the Wheel of Time, if you've never read it, start with book 1, absolutely start with book 1, and then work your way through the series, and you will not regret it. I am myself still currently working my way through the series. So that being said, that is your suggestion for the week. This week's TV news, we have Warner Brothers Discovery is really trying to make their streaming platform profitable. Like really. The question of Oscar Isaac's return as Moon Knight gets answered. Kind of. And we have the medical sitcom Scrubs is looking at a revival. Probably. Let's get into the TV news, shall we? Let us now get into the follow-ups and corrections for the TV section. Follow-ups and corrections this week. We have a follow-up on the Ghostbusters situation. We now have official word that they are 100% moving forward with the animated series over on Netflix. The newest part of that, because we've talked about that previously, that they were probably going to be moving forward. Now we have 100% confirmation that they are moving forward, and we know it's going to be 3D animated, not cell animated. So different than we've gotten previously from animated Ghostbusters stuff, but that's all we've got right now. Let's move right along. Our next one comes from Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh boy, this is an ongoing story that just does not bode well for a company that is directly correlated to one of my favorite gaming companies, and that is Warner Brothers Discovery. They own NetherRealm, who makes Mortal Kombat. So Warner Brothers Discovery has officially closed down the Cartoon Network website. So cartoonnetwork.net no longer exists. If you go there, it is going to point you towards subscribing to Max. So previously, they have completely axed the Boomerang channel, which Boomerang was the older IPs than what Cartoon Network covered. So cartoonnetwork.net, if you didn't frequent that site previously, hosted like clips of shows, hosted full episodes of shows that you could watch on the Cartoon Network. And now you can't. Now you have to subscribe to Max. So Warner Brothers is doing a lot of things that they're trying to save money. It sounds like they're doing everything they can think of to not fire more people, because they've already gone through a round of firings and it has also not been super pretty for them. The other thing that they're doing, Warner Brothers Discovery, is they have announced that they're open to the idea of licensing out characters to other companies. So like other animation houses, other video game studios theoretically could license out Warner Brothers owned characters, which is a very strange concept in my brain. But yeah, so we'll see how this works. Hopefully it does at least a little bit of what they're looking for so that they don't go completely under, because there's a lot of good stuff over there, but I think there needs to be a better way to do streaming, and I think that better way, honestly, is ads, guys. Like, that's the bigger conversation here, is ad supported. The reason television worked before we went streaming everything, the reason why you could get channels over the bunny ears, or however you got your free TV, the digital HD converter things or whatever, the reason you can get stuff for free, or even for fairly cheap. I mean, basic cable wasn't the cheapest, but by comparison, if you had a basic cable subscription, or you were subscribed to all of the major streamers, you would be saving money with the basic cable, and that's weird to say out loud as well. But the reason why you could get any of that for free is because TV had ads. Ad spots is what paid for everything. They paid the television stations to play these commercials, so then the television stations could invest in things that would get people to watch the TV long enough to say, okay, I'll sit through a 2-minute commercial. And that was the kind of symbiotic relationship. With streaming, you can only theoretically make so much money, because your target audience is only so large. So once you have their monthly check, there's not much you can do aside from raising the price of that monthly access fee. So the only way to really keep that loop going is to have ads. And the really crap part about this right now is they think that they need to do both. They need to charge you albeit a little bit less than the other subscription fees, but still they're charging you a subscription fee to then still see ads. Amazon Prime is doing this. Netflix is doing this. HBO Max has not done this yet, but HBO Max and Disney Plus have both toyed with the idea very publicly. So I think that is the direction it's going. Hopefully there will be. And honestly, if you watch any of the free streamers, Tubi, Freevee, Pluto, I think Zumo is one of them. There's a couple others I'm sure I'm missing, but if you watch any of those, the thing that you'll see a lot on those is commercials, like you're watching on TV back 20, 30 years ago, because that is the way this works. You need companies to advertise on the entertainment releases in order for you to get the entertainment for free. Otherwise, you have to pay a lot of money because this is not a cheap business. So yeah, it's an ongoing conversation. I would really love to hear anybody else's thoughts as far as if there's an angle on this that isn't being caught by a lot of people, then absolutely, let's have that conversation down in the comments or over on the socials, whichever you got to do. From there, let's talk about one more follow-up, and that is Moon Knight. Oscar Isaac previously has been in question whether or not he's going to be returning to the role. Well, now we know definitively that he is going to be returning to the role, kind of. So coming up, we have another season of What If. Moon Knight is going to be in this season of What If. What If is an animated show, so he is going to be returning to voice the character of Moon Knight. He is not returning to necessarily play the character of Moon Knight yet, though again, that has not been 100% cut out of the equation. It's just, we don't know. So we're gonna move on. All right, that brings us into trailers. We did have D23 this weekend, so we got a couple of trailers to talk about in the TV side of things. We have quite a bit of movie trailers to talk about, but we have Skeleton Crew was the big one from D23 as far as TV series goes. The D23 announcement, the show will start streaming December 3rd on Disney Plus. This looks like very, very cautiously optimistic about the fact that this looks like they're returning to how Star Wars theoretically started. So Star Wars originally was supposed to be a story for kids. Lucas wanted to do a family-friendly science fiction opera, effectively. A sci-fi, what is it? Space opera. That's the word I was looking for. So it looks like that's where they're headed back to, something more family friendly. Hopefully it makes sense in universe. It is going to be removed from the Skywalker saga. At least that's kind of how they're billing it. So that also bodes well. Beyond that though, like, we'll see. This does look like it's going to be better though. Maybe. The other trailer that dropped this week is not D23 related. It is, and honestly just a teaser, but season 2 of Squid Game dropped a teaser. That series will be on Netflix come December 26th, so the day after Christmas, interestingly enough. Those are the only trailers really worth talking about as far as TV goes. Let's move over to regular ass news for TV this week. We have a new series over on Shudder that is going to be breaking down the genre of horror because it's on Shudder. That's called Horror's Greatest. It's going to be, each episode is going to be a different aspect of horror, and it's going to be the greatest elements or the greatest movies that are an example of said aspect. Just sounds really interesting. It is set to premiere next week, August 27th. If you are a Shudder subscriber, which you probably should be if you watch this channel, because we talk fair bit. I guess a lot is probably over exaggerating, but a fair bit about horror stuff. And honestly, Joe Bob is enough of a reason to subscribe to that one anyway. That's what we got there. Let's move. Our next one is Scrubs. We have a revival announcement of sorts. The series creator. We have series creator Bill Lawrence saying publicly that he is determined to get something into the next stage of development sometime within the next 6 months for a Scrubs revival. It sounds like they're going to do some sort of like limited series, maybe a la the Gilmore Girls. where it was just a couple of episodes. Gilmore Girls, I think, was 4 episodes. It was 1 episode per season of the year in the life of, effectively. So it sounds like that's going to be something in the vein that he's looking to do. We'll see, though, if it actually comes to fruition. We will definitely be keeping tabs on this one because Scrubs is very well loved at this point. Like this, that's a great series. If you've never watched it, then might I suggest? Speaking of suggestions, let's talk about our TV streaming suggestion this week. It is an Amazon Prime show. It goes by the name of The Expanse. It started on the Sci-Fi Channel, but then Amazon Prime saved it, and it has now come to its end, and it's absolutely worth your time. It is based on the book series by James S.A. Corey. It is, I don't know, it's kind of a spiritual successor, at least in my head canon, spiritual successor to Serenity. I'm super, not as much in love with The Expanse as I am Serenity, but still, or Firefly, I guess is the word I was looking for, not Serenity. Serenity is the name of the ship, the name of the movie. Firefly is the name of the show. Oh, words. Anyway, so The Expanse scratches that itch. It's not a perfect substitute, but it works, and it's really good unto itself as well. So that is your suggestion this week, The Expanse, over on Amazon Prime. So this week in movies, first the Snyderverse dies, and now the Netflix stuff is starting to get on shaky ground. We also have James Cameron keeping a little surprise close to the chest for us. We're going to talk about what that surprise probably is. The Return of the Living Dead situation really needs to be addressed as well. We're going to get to that in a bit more in movies this week. We do have some follow-ups and corrections. Follow-ups. Deadpool and Wolverine has broken into the $1 billion club. It is almost, as of doing research for this, so I don't know exactly where it is right now as I'm filming, so it might have passed this, but almost beating Joker for the highest grossing R-rated film ever. So we'll probably keep a little bit of tabs on this for a little while longer until it's no longer relevant. But this is huge. This actually plays into the rumor mill a little bit later as well, and we'll get to that in the speculation portion of the rumor mill. But Deadpool's gigantic. Deadpool and Wolverine. If you haven't seen it at least once by this point, you really should. But that's what we got on that one. Let's talk next about Zack Snyder and the Army of the Dead. So this is not a perfect movie. It was definitely not a perfect franchise either, but we were supposed to get a franchise. We got 2 movies in the Army of the Dead franchise, and now Netflix has officially killed it. Zack Snyder has confirmed that himself in a recent interview. There is no longer going to be any other spin-offs in this franchise, presumably because the Rebel Moon stuff was not very well received. And it's interesting that it's coming out now after the director's cut of the Rebel Moon movies has been released. First, the Snyderverse dies, which kind of amen to that. I was not a fan of the Snyderverse, but I was, though, a little bit of a fan of the Army of the Dead franchise. I feel like he was doing something interesting with the zombie tropes. And there was, honestly, he later said in this same interview that there was going to be a crossover between Army of the Dead and Rebel Moon should he get deep enough into both of them, which sounds like it was only going to be a couple of movies more that we're going to have to sit through before we saw this crossover, which sounds kind of like an interesting idea. But it's never going to happen now. We might not even get any more Rebel Moon stuff, but we'll see. Only time will tell with that one. From there, though, we have, this one breaks my heart a little bit. Fixed. We talked about this movie when it was originally announced. Fixed. Genndy Tartakovsky, who is the guy that brought us Samurai Jack, Dexter's Laboratory, the Star Wars Clone Wars animated series, the animated short episodes. I think they were like 10 to 15 minutes each. Those ones, all of this stuff. Genndy Tartakovsky does some amazing modern animation that works on so many levels. You can watch it as a kid because it's not offensive, it's not gross. Well, I think Primal maybe isn't for kids, but Samurai Jack I think is the prime example of what he can do as far as making something geared towards everyone in a way that is meaningful to everyone. Kids like it, adults like it. That is a prime example of who Genndy Tartakovsky is as a creator. Primal is also fantastic. fantastic. He has a couple other things going on there, but the big one is this was going to be his first like proper movie, and that is Fixed. Fixed was going to be an adult animated, so like very adult oriented humor about a dog getting fixed. And it is no longer being distributed through Warner Brothers. This is another L that Warner Brothers is just taking. They're no longer distributing this. It has fallen back to Sony, who is the production house that put up the money for this movie to be made. So the movie is still getting made as far as it sounds, but the distribution will no longer be through Warner Brothers. Presumably they're going to go through some other distribution house, though that very much remains to be seen at this point. It could just get shelved, or Sony could put it out themselves. A lot of stuff is up in the air with this one, but it still breaks my heart a little bit because there is the possibility that we won't get to see more Genndy Tartakovsky brilliance. And that's just a bad day for the world, honestly. Then let's talk a little bit about D23. We have The Incredibles. The third volume of The Incredibles was announced at D23. That's just, we just had to mention that just because it sounds pretty awesome. There's a little teaser, but it doesn't really count because it's like 10 seconds and you see the family. That's about it. The other thing in here is Wolfs. The new Brad Pitt, George, yeah, I did not say that incorrectly. WOLFS is how the movie is spelled. But the new Brad Pitt, George Clooney movie is already gotten a green light for a sequel, even though the first movie has not yet been released. But I mean, come on, Brad Pitt, George Clooney together on screen again. I don't think you can miss with this one, though it is, you know, it's possible. That's what we got though for follow-ups and corrections. Let's get into trailers. Like I said, D23 happened, so there's a lot of trailers to talk about. A lot of trailers have leaked. We're not necessarily going to talk about the leaked ones. I haven't watched the leaked ones because reasons. Like I'll watch them when they are officially released. But it's interesting to know that some of this stuff is leaked. We got the Captain America Brave New World. Woo! The Captain America Brave New World trailer leaked, so you get to see Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk. The more interesting one I think here is Tron. Tron Ares trailer has leaked, and the big takeaway from this leak is that we now know for sure that 9 Inch Nails has been brought in to do the soundtrack. So Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross has been brought in to do the soundtrack for this movie. So they went from the best EDM group ever in Daft Punk doing the last movie, which the soundtrack was better than the movie. The movie's not bad. We've recommended it as a watch here on the channel, but the soundtrack by far outshines the movie. This time though, I think it's an interesting clue to the shift of the tone of the movie, because Daft Punk is kind of, like I said, EBM, so electronic body music. This is the stuff that makes you want to dance and move and be happy and do things. 9 Inch Nails, not so much with the happy. So very interested. And you know, you also have Jared Leto as the lead in this one, so also very interesting here. If you want to go find a breakdown of what exactly happens in the trailer, or maybe scan through Reddit and see if they haven't pulled down all the instances of the trailer being published there, then by all means go do that. We're not going to do that here. I don't feel like getting a copyright strike on the channel. And like, it's just the big takeaway from this is 9 Inch Nails. We can watch the trailer in all of its glory when it's officially released, probably next week or so. Yeah, from there, we have Snow White. Oh man, live action Snow White. The trailer was finally released here. Oof, this is rough. I don't know if you want to watch this. Yeah, so Snow White trailer is bad. I don't know if there's fixing this one. Maybe they have time to make the dwarves look better, but I mean, in all honesty, they had to rotoscope these animated dwarves over the other dwarves that were just even worse. So I really don't know what's gonna happen here. The trailer's not worth watching though. Save yourself the time. Next up, we have the Fantastic Four First Steps teaser. Very, very short teaser. We got some interesting stuff here that also is going to play into the rumor mill. So if you have not yet watched the teaser trailer, by all means, link in the description. Go check it out. It's pretty cool. I honestly does quite a bit to hype you up, show you that there is some potential here for it to be good. Crossing fingers that potential comes through. Next up is Moana 2. Yeah, that happened. Next up is Mufasa, the Lion King. This is actually the second trailer for this Mufasa movie, and we didn't talk about the first one because Oh man, but the second one, nothing's been fixed, and so I think it deserves at least a little bit of attention because they're they have established certain things about these characters already in the first movie, the one that came out in the 90s that was, epic and amazing and everybody loves it. And now for this reboot, prequel, they're changing things. Honestly, I'm pretty sure the things that were said in the animated movie were also said in the quote unquote live action adaptation that came out a couple years ago that honestly did not do very well because, reasons. But they're not fixing 100% not fixing the visual issues from the last movie, and also not fixing the story issues that were already brought up from the previous trailer. So this one's also going to be pretty terrible. Not going to lie, this is maybe not worth your time either. Continuing on, we have one last trailer. This one is not D23 related. It is Daily Wire related. So if you know who Matt Walsh is, you know what the What is a Woman documentary is, then this is more of the same of that. This one's a little bit different though, because it's titled Am I Racist? So it's Matt Walsh doing the thing to see how the political sides define the term and what exactly quantifies as racism in modern America. Really interesting, very, very trolly. So if you do not align at all with any sort of conservative politics, probably steer clear of this one. If you're curious about the other side, you align liberal, but you are whatever, progressive, however you want to put yourself, you're not conservative at all, not Republican, that's not what we're talking about, just conservative, then check it out because Matt Walsh is pretty funny. He's a little hard edge on certain things I feel like don't do him any good to be hard edge on, but to each their own. But yeah, still interesting, and the trailer's pretty funny. So that's what we got for trailers this week. Let's talk about some regular ass news. First up, we have Terminator news. Apparently James Cameron has secretly been working on a new Terminator movie. And that's all we know. Why would you just drop that and walk away? What the hell, James Cameron? So James Cameron is secretly working on a new Terminator movie. As soon as we get more, we will talk about it, but that was just dropped this last week, so we had to share. Our next piece is Return of the Living Dead. So we have a bit of a Jason Voorhees situation on our hands with the Return of the Living Dead movie, which is really interesting because there was already some issues behind the scenes when this movie was made, because that was where the split for George A. Romero, and I honestly cannot remember his partner's name that made Night of the Living Dead. But Return of the Living Dead was the partner, was not George A. Romero. So I'm going to read you the synopsis that I have here real quick, and then we're going to get into it, just because there's information I want to make sure we touch on, at least in the synopsis of what's going down, the kind of basic breakdown of it. So, a lawsuit has been filed over the rights of the intellectual property for the 1985 comedy horror movie, The Return of the Living Dead. Living Dead Media LLC claims to own the copyright to the original screenplay and the underlying script for the film, as well as other trademarks, i.e. the characters in the film. The company is suing Return of the Living Dead Originals LLC, which was formed in July of this year, so just a month ago, and is allegedly using the credentials of Beverly Dawn Hartley, an actor from the original film, to claim ownership of the intellectual property. The lawsuit also claims that Return of the Living Dead Originals LLC is attempting to interfere with existing contracts between Living Dead Media LLC licensees. So it sounds like, because I did not see the formation of this Return of the Living Dead Originals LLC in the news previously, so it just somehow slipped through the cracks, but it sounds like, what's her name? Beverly Dawn Hartley, I'm pretty sure she's still alive. I don't think she's passed. It sounds like she is at least elemental in the creating of the Return of the Living Dead Originals company, and is trying to capitalize, because the release about this is quite a bit more detailed, but it sounds like she's trying to capitalize on the character she played in this movie. She's been in a number of 80s horror movies. She was kind of a horror queen of the time. So very interesting that now she's trying to capitalize on it. But she played, if you've seen the movie, she played the punk rocker who has the very famous line of, do you ever, fantasize about what it would be to be dead? That's a bit of a paraphrase, but you'll know who I'm talking about if you've seen the movie. So that's Nina Hartley. Yeah, so... Oh, this is very interesting. It sounds like she doesn't have a leg to stand on, but the Living Dead Media Company hasn't been doing much as far as renewing the licenses with these, doing much to maintain the license. That's a better word, because they own the license. The renewal happens, but the maintenance of it, their website has been dead for a couple of years at this point. There is supposedly a reboot of the Return of the Living Dead in the works that is being sanctioned by the Living Dead Media Company, but that we haven't heard about for over a year at this point either, so very much could be in some sort of limbo or just not actually happening. It's a very interesting situation here. We will be keeping passive tabs on this, so if you're interested in things like this, we talked about the Jason Voorhees thing until it was squashed, at least mostly. As it stands right now, the international license for Friday the 13th versus Jason Voorhees is still a little bit up in the air. It still sounds like there are some issues between those two parties internationally, but as far as the states go, they have figured that all out, so that's where that one sits. But this one's going to probably get just as ugly, so we will continue to cover it as things develop. But that is what we have for our regular ass news this week. Let's talk about suggestions. Our suggestion, speaking of James Cameron, is T2 Judgment Day, Terminator 2, the sequel, the I'll be back, and he came back and now he's the good guy. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Linda Hamilton, why can't I think of the kid's name that plays John Connor, but whatever, it is a classic. We are about to get the T-1000 in Mortal Kombat 1 as a playable character. This is peak James Cameron. This is peak 80s into 90s sci-fi. This is just everything about this movie works so well. You have, honestly, visuals that up until very recently still felt super fresh as far as the digital visuals go. Even now, there are only a very small handful of scenes that the visuals don't really work so much anymore. They look dated. It didn't look dated until about 5 to 8 years ago. Honestly, go watch it. It's so freaking fantastic. And then all of the practical effects just work so well being integrated with the digital effects that, like, you're gonna be blown away considering this was made in what, 92, I believe? Yeah, this is absolutely a watch worth your time. Go watch Terminator 2 Judgment Day. That is, why do I need to suggest that even? This week in rumors, we've got a lot of love, if you can call it that, for the Fantastic Four. We have not one rumor, but we also have a leaked plot, supposedly. We're probably going to put that one to bed, though, as well as Half-Life 3 in the rumor mill, and this is a good one. All right, so we have no confirmations or refutations to talk about. We have no new sources for old rumors. We do have some new rumors to get into, and some speculation as well, but that's going to be afterwards. Let's get into new rumors. First up on new rumors, we have a Spider-Man rumor, but it's not a Spider-Man movie rumor necessarily. It is Spider-Man making a cameo in somebody else's movie. Fantastic Four, the First Steps movie, is supposedly going to be getting a cameo from Peter Parker. This one, I will be very, very surprised. It's not completely out of the question, but just the way that the Sony contract, from what little we know of the Sony contract, how it has worked so far is anytime they use Peter Parker, Sony has to be involved with the project. As we know it to be right now, Sony has no involvement with the Fantastic Four project. So there's not going to be any sort of Spider-Man in the Fantastic Four project. It's just not how this is going to work. So likelihood that we're going to see Spider-Man, like I said, it's not completely off the table, but it's teetering. We're going to say about 30% likely that Spider-Man is going to have some sort of cameo in the Fantastic Four movie. It will be cool if it happens. The most likely way that it could happen would be if they are on some other, in the multiverse, in some other universe, in some other world, in other Earth. it's going to be a different version of Spider-Man, because the rumor does say Spider-Man and not Peter Parker specifically. So will we see some other Spider-Man? That's why we went as high as 30%. But even so, Spider-Man is the license. That is what Sony owns. So that's why we can only go about 30%, because they still have to be involved for it to be Spider-Man. Just if it's not Peter Parker, they're probably going to require less involvement, which would be why we hadn't heard about it. Anyway, continuing on. Our next rumor has to do with the X-Men. So this one has to do with plot issues, which already tells you one thing at the very least. So the plot apparently is going to now be focusing on two characters. Specifically, those two characters are going to be Gambit and Kitty Pryde. Kitty Pryde makes a little bit of sense. Gambit does not, especially considering the rumor does go on to say that it is likely going to be a recast Gambit and not Channing Tatum's Gambit. So I really can't buy into this, not necessarily because of the Channing Tatum element of it, but the big red flag here is that we know this at all at this point, because from what we understand of where they're at with the mutants, the X-Men movie is still at least 4 years away, or 3 years away rather. At least 3 years away. It's going to be happening after Secret Wars. So do they have a scriptwriter? Nah, not bloody likely. Do they have a director? Possibly. But that's it. So like the fact that somebody is speculating that we're going to see Gambit and Kitty Pryde, 20% likely, and that is being generous. The process, they're still finishing Secret Wars at this point. They haven't moved past it behind the scenes. This is a very, very slim chance that we're going to be seeing an X-Men movie that is going to focus on two secondary characters. Kitty Pryde, again, makes a little bit of sense because in the comics, she's pretty elemental in a lot of really big storylines, but Gambit, that's the other red flag. Is like, Gambit's a great character. I love me some Remy LeBeau, but do normies know Gambit outside of Channing Tatum? Not so much. Or outside of the cartoon, which, I mean, spoiler alert, if you haven't watched the animated show, the reboot, the X-Men 97, he dies in like the first or second episode, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, that's just weird. Though that is the only reason why we went as high as 20% likely, is because them killing him off in the animated show, considering the animated show is expected to continue for some years, would make it less confusing for normies. But then the fact that he shows up in Deadpool kind of squashes that argument for it. So yeah, 20%. We're gonna stop rambling, I promise. From there, we have another Blade rumor. This time, it's outright canceled, according to the rumor. So the interesting part about this is Blade is still on the release slate. There is some question as to whether or not the release slate has been updated, because a lot of things have been going on recently. So very possibly it is being moved back. We do know also Mahershala Ali has been cast in the new Jurassic World reboot, which, again, why do you need a reboot? Something that was just rebooted like 8 years ago. Doesn't make any sense, whatever. But we have already heard from Mahershala Ali's people saying that he is still doing Blade. This is still going forward. It's just they have had so many setbacks that they have been set back so far. They have been set back so far that he's got plenty of time to do the Jurassic World movie, knock that out in a couple of months, and then be back in time to start filming scenes for Blade. He can also read more than one script at a time. So like, let's not get ahead of ourselves on this one, nerds. I'm putting 20% on this one as well. There is just very little likelihood that this has been completely scrapped. We already know, they've told us as much, that it has been pushed back excessively. They haven't told us exactly the reasons why. So if you want to speculate to that, by all means, go for it. But canceled or indefinitely on hiatus, absolutely not. So from there, let's talk next about another Fantastic Four rumor. This one actually technically is a leak, quote unquote, but it is a leak from 4chan, so that already is telling you how much I believe it. But the leak is a script leak that only has the first 2 acts of the movie as far as the script goes. The big kind of broad strokes with this one is that the supposed script has it that we're going to see Galactus start in, so the first family of comic books, the Richards family, so Reed, Miss Fantastic, Johnny Storm, and let's take that back. Reed Richards, Sue Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm, those four, that little family right there, that is the first family of comic books. They, according to this leaked script, again, we're using that word very loosely. According to this leaked script, they started out in the 616. So they originated in approximately like the 60s or 70s of the 616. They were Reed was doing experiments, yada yada. They teleported to a different universe, which I don't believe the script goes into the delineation of what the universe number was for this one, but we do know that they are in a different universe, but they started in the sacred timeline, the 616. And then they set up shop in that universe, and they're keeping this secret, and that's the first act. And then the second act, we get revealed that the Silver Surfer is watching and is letting people know, or lets them know that Galactus is coming to consume their Earth. And then they start to try and create a portal basically back to the 616 so that they can get away from that Earth because it's going to be devoured by Galactus. And then Silver Surfer tells Galactus that there is other worlds for him to devour. And so he follows them through the portal. And that's basically the second act. And then again, we don't have a third act in this script. That was not leaked by this leaker. Sounds like an interesting movie. If that is legitimately what happens, like, I'm not going to be opposed to that. Sounds like something I would watch. I have a very difficult time believing anything from this source because 4chan is 4chan. Also, it sounds a little too reliant on people buying into the multiverse for much longer. I know the big rumor is that as of Secret Wars, the multiverse is going to come to some sort of conclusion. So hopefully that's true. But again, I don't know. It's really hard to buy this one. The big thing here though is 4chan. So we're saying 10% likely. I can't give much credence to anything that comes from there. That's what we got on that one though. So let's go to our next big rumor, and that is Half-Life 3. There's a lot here for this Half-Life 3 rumor, but rumor suggests that there is a new unannounced game from Valve that is going to be Half-Life 3. Some of this has to do with data mines. Some of this has to do with a resume rather. Somebody who has previously worked for Valve that has a secret, or let's see if I can find it. White Sands. They said they worked on a project titled White Sands. White Sands is related to the universe of Half-Life, so that's a bit of a red flag. And also, like I said, some of the data mine stuff in the PlayStation. No, where was it? The White Sands. Where is it? HLX 2021 is blah 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 blah. There was something else, and I apparently did not put in. But there's another piece to this that escapes me at the moment because apparently I didn't put in the notes and I thought I did. But I'm sorry, I had to read the notes a little closer. It is in there, but so there was a project previously leaked called HLX. HLX also, there's some sort of correlation from that to the to Half-Life. I'm really super rusty on my Half-Life mythology at this point, but that is now believed to be Project White Sands, and that came out in 2021. So it sounds like there's quite a bit of evidence here to point to the very likely non-VR because we did get Half-Life Alyx, but non-VR Half-Life game, which very hopefully will be Half-Life 3. So I'm giving this one because Gaming Rumor comes from a couple of decent sources who have been able to verify at least some of this. And some of this is definitely just going on the obvious White Sands correlation. But we're saying about 85% likely that there is a Half-Life 3 game somewhere in development. Hopefully will be out soon. All right, and then our final rumor for this episode is Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom, new rumor has it that Robert Downey Jr. will not, in fact, be playing Victor Von Doom. Wow, brain fart. Will not be playing Victor Von Doom, but will, in fact, be playing a Tony Stark variant. And then that variant of Tony Stark gets killed in Secret Wars. Does this version of Dr. Doom end somehow as of Secret Wars? I believe that part of this rumor is 100% accurate, but that is not the entire rumor. The entire rumor is that he's going to be playing Tony Stark and not Victor Von Doom. I really hope that this is wrong. There's not enough to really go on it, so theoretically I should be giving this a 50-50 because it could go either way. I just think that our speculation that came out last week is a little bit more solid. It would be a better story to tell, I think. So that, I think, is the preferred way to go, which is the only reason why we went as low as we did this time, but 30% likely that this is going to be the way that Disney Marvel plays this. But yeah, like I said, that is our final rumor for this episode. We do have some speculation to talk about, though. This one is homegrown. This is my personal speculation, but I do speculate that we will be moving into a Deadpool ripple of sorts. So this ripple is going to be, there's going to be some movies spinning off of Deadpool. Yes, I know that there is already stuff on the slate that is moving forward that is technically related because it's multiverse stuff and yada, yada, yada. Yes, established. But I think projects, there is going to be some sort of revival of these older IPs. My vote goes to the Channing Tatum Gambit. I really want to see that movie finally come to fruition. And then some sort of finalization for Wesley Snipes' Blade. Be it as some sort of like short special that is only released on Disney Plus or something. I think there's going to be ripples and something is coming out of this that is not currently on the slate because this movie is so huge. Yes, we're going to get another Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movie. That's kind of a given at this point. We've crossed the $1 billion mark by a lot by now. So that's kind of a given. But I think there's going to be something else that spins out of this. That's my speculation. I can't really narrow it down much just yet, but as things kind of progress and we get a little bit more course correction from Kevin Feige, I think we'll be able to feel this one out a little bit more. But that's what we're placing right now in speculation territory, and that's what we got for this part of the episode, the Rumor Mill. Which then puts us into housekeeping. So thank you very much for sticking all the way to the end to the housekeeping portion. So big red elephant in the room, pink elephant, whatever, is we didn't actually do the That Just Happened episode last week. I honestly just ran out of time. So my apologies. We will be talking about all of those things that I said we would be talking about this week. I'm about to film That Just Happened, so it will be a thing. Yeah, as far as other things go, we have Beetlejuice, but that's 3 weeks out at this point. We have a couple of concerts, like 3 different shows to be talking about in That Just Happened. As far as next month is concerned, we are still looking at November-ish off-season beginning. So we're just about 2.5, just under 3 months away from the off-season starting. So for those that haven't been here, if you're new to the channel of sorts, and you don't know what I mean by the off-season, I'm a one-man show. I do this all by myself. All the research, all the filming, all the editing, everything is done by me, by myself. So that makes it very hard to update things. So in order to go from one season to the next with updated graphics and make things keep feeling fresh, I have to take time off. And I don't like to 100% not publish anything because that's not the way the YouTube algorithm works. We switched to a live format for about 3 months or so, starting November, running through January, sometimes into February. But yeah, definitely November through January. And there's a couple of spots in there where we take about a week or 2 off. Not the least of which going to be the 2 big holidays that happen, Christmas and Thanksgiving. So yeah, we will be taking a little bit of time off. That's months out though. As far as other things go, still got things brewing in the background. It's just hard being one-man show. This is very time consuming, plus the day job makes things rather difficult. So yeah, that's what we got for housekeeping. Thank you very much, nerds, for sticking around. I appreciate your faces. stay tuned for That Just Happened this week. It will be a bit of a long episode just because we have a lot to talk about. And yeah, I appreciate you, nerds. Thank you very much for sticking around. We'll see you in the next one. Before we go, always remember that if it's generally nerdy, it's probably here.
Welcome, nerds. Once again, it is time for your weekly nerdy, geeky, pop culture news update. This week, I am sick, as you can hear in my voice probably, so we're going to make this a little bit quicker. That being said, in music, we have Mushroomhead getting back into the drama mix. We have Gamescom currently happening, so dropping a lot of trailers. Randy Blythe, the vocalist from Lamb of God, has written second book. We're going to talk about that. Amazon is moving in on Netflix's streaming TV series territory. Garth Ennis, the creator of The Boys, is getting a new live-action adaptation for one of his comic books, and we are refuting some Giancarlo Esposito rumors from a little while ago in the MCU. All of that and quite a bit more. Oh, so let's get through this. All right, so like I said, in music, Mushroomhead might not survive this new drama. It's pretty damning. There's a big thing going on here, so we're going to talk about that. Coal Chamber reschedules their tour over a medical emergency. That's pretty crazy. And Marilyn Manson is getting an awesome new guitar player. We have a bit of other things to fill in those gaps as well, so let's do this. So follow-ups and corrections is where we start things when there are follow-ups or corrections to be made, and there's going to be a few of them in this episode, it would seem. First one, we're following up on the Mushroomhead drama here in the music section. So Jeff Hatrix, aka Jeffrey Nothing, the former vocalist for Mushroomhead, is now suing his former band. This gets a little crazy. So link in the description if you want to get into the nitty-gritty details, but it basically boils down to a couple of big points. So it would seem that Steve Felton, aka Skinny, who is the longtime drummer and still drums on the records according to their Wikipedia page and a couple other sources, but does not sit behind the throne in the live show anymore. He's one of the extra percussionists now. So Skinny is the band leader as it has shaken out in current days for Mushroomhead, and he has apparently, when registering the royalties, where's the copyright registrations, when filing the copyright registrations, which then determines who gets paid for what, he has been sneaking his name. Well, actually, let me take that back. Not his name, because obviously he's one of the writers, so he's not sneaking his own name, but he's adding other names that aren't real people that he's then taking an extra cut on the royalties for. That's pretty insane. So Nothing is suing the band, specifically suing Skinny and his production company for lost royalties. The current estimate in what he's owed in back royalties is approximately $3.5 million, which is a fair chunk. It's not the most, because Mushroomhead does definitely not the most world famous band ever, but still that's a pretty decent chunk, especially when you consider, according to the lawsuit, Jeffrey Nothing was only paid. This is an interesting situation. He was only paid when they were on tour, it would seem, and even then it was $1,200 a week that he was paid while performing on tour. It goes into some specifics about the mechanical royalties, so I'm sure there's some other royalties that he has been getting, but the $3.5 million is their early estimate. This is before they get into all of the nitty-gritty details. Once they have discovery in this case, then they can look and see how much of these royalties are actually owed, not just to Jeffrey. It would seem that if it's happening to Jeffrey, then it's also happening to the other members of the band who have been part of the writing process and the performing process throughout the years. So this this could get really hairy really fast. If this does not get thrown out because, God forbid, something gets missed and they file something incorrectly, or they're missing some sort of key element of information, which it doesn't sound like they are. It sounds like they've done their due diligence pretty well. There is a slim possibility in any court case that the judge could just throw it out. It does not sound like this is going to happen here. It sounds like this is going to get very, very hairy. So we will be keeping tabs for sure. That's all we got right now for this one though. So let's move right along into some new music and videos. This week, in new music videos, we've got not as many as I anticipated, but we do have that Black Braid song that released last week after filming. So to start off this section though, we are starting with Dead Icarus. This is Alex Varkatsis, formerly of Atreyu. Now this is his current band, Dead Icarus. New song, Unconquerable. And this is what I wanted Atreyu to evolve into. I know that is peppered throughout the comment section of this video, but this is legitimately awesome. It's almost like it's somewhere between the heavy, all-out craziness of deathcore, and then you get those melodic elements from the metalcore side of things, and it sits somewhere in between those two subgenres, and those two subgenres being some of my favorite stuff. I am totally here for this. Dead Icarus also announced a new tour. We're gonna get to that in the touring section, but just so you know, I cannot recommend this hard enough, so absolutely go check out Conquerable from Dead Icarus. And then we have Black Braid. I told you we were gonna talk about this. This is actually a cover. It's an Abath cover. The name of the song is Warriors, and this is another band that always surprises me. Black metal is not a genre I listen to extensively. I have been getting into it a little bit more recently, but partially and largely due to the fact that I really have started digging Black Braid. He just does crazy stuff, and this, I've never heard the original Abath song. I should go look it up, I know, but it's been a crazy week. But this is just on another level. Like the second Black Braid record was on a higher level than the first Black Braid record, and just I can't speak highly enough of this. This is going to be on the third Black Braid record. It is some crazy bass action at the end, which is not something you really can say about a black metal tune. So I highly recommend this, even if for no other reason than just morbid curiosity. This is interesting music. Our next track here on the new music is a new band that was pushed at me because the YouTube algorithm loves me, apparently. But this is interesting. The name of the band in their German is Kanonenfieber. Fieber, I think is how that is pronounced, which I think translates into cannon fodder into English, which is very interesting. The name of this new track is Der Maulwurf, which translates to the mole. These guys have a very interesting aesthetic. They are fairly black metal, which the aesthetic that they have chosen to affect is very interesting, considering that black metal gets this stigma of being full of Nazis, and so they're wearing World War I German military uniforms, which is interesting. It's not Nazis, but ooh. And they're singing about just the horrors of war. They're not glorifying the war, at least from the little bit that I have looked into this band at this point. They're not glorifying war, and they're not even singing about World War II. They're singing about World War I. It's just very incredibly interesting to see it at a different angle than generally you get when it's in the popular conversation. So yeah, and also super talented musicians. It's really cool too, because these guys don't show their faces. So in the video, even though they're not wearing their masks, they go to great lengths to not show their full face, and I think it's a really cool artistic touch as far as the video portion goes. So definitely recommend Kanonenfieber. Go check out Der Maulwurf. I can't say these words. And then we have a new band called High Parasite. The name of the track is Wasn't Human. The vocalist here and guitar player is a man called Aaron Stanthorpe, whom you might remember from the band My Dying Bride. This is a new project. He's not calling this a side project. This is a project unto itself. And I don't know what it is about this really interesting time we have right now and all this really great gothy music, but this is just adding to that really great gothy music. These guys have a new record coming out September 27th called Forever We Burn, and it's a different, it's a little bit more catchy than generally you hear in the gothy stuff. There's definitely a vocal hook that is almost poppy, but in all the right ways. This is another recommend. Go check out High Parasite, Wasn't Human. Links in the description for all these songs. Which then brings us into the tours and festivals. We have a decent list of tours to talk about, and then one change. A tour that was previously announced has been pushed back, and we're going to get to that. But first up, we have Dead Icarus. They're going out with Enterprise Earth and Necrogoblicon. Starts September 11th in Midvale, Utah. Runs through October 2nd in Nashville. It makes sense they would be going out with Enterprise Earth because the two other guys besides Alex in Dead Icarus are also in Enterprise Earth. So yeah, but also this is just a hell of a lineup. Necrogoblicon and Enterprise Earth both are great bands. I'm pretty sure Necrogoblicon are the ones headlining the tour, but I could be wrong. It could be the Enterprise Earth dudes. Either way, this is going to be a hell of a lineup. Tickets are on sale as of now, actually. Link down in the description, so go check it out. Our next one is Pop Evil and Bad Wolves. The name of this tour is the Animal Instinct Tour. It is going to feature Sierra Plot and Oni, which is a pretty decent band. Go check out the dudes in Oni for sure. It starts November 6th in Cincinnati, runs through November 30th in Lexington, Kentucky. Tickets go up for sale this Friday. Tickets go up for sale this Friday, the 23rd. Link in the description will get you there. From there, we got to talk about the Moved tour. So Coal Chamber was getting ready to go on tour. Des Fafara, the vocalist for Coal Chamber, was, according to his Instagram post, was running 6 miles a day and just doing all of the things that he needed to do to get ready for this stretch of touring. And then he woke up one day, went up his stairs, and blacked out. His wife was able to revive him. She got him to the emergency room. I'm sure she called an ambulance. And the doctor wants him to do a CAT scan. And so they don't know what happened. And until they do know what happened, he can't do anything. The doctor has him on bed rest until they get the results back from all the testing they've done. So this literally just happened like a day or two ago. So I don't know if the test has been back. I don't think he's posted anything to his social media. At least he hadn't this morning as I finished up the research. So if something else comes of this, we will talk about it. But as it stands right now, instead of the tour happening in September, or kicking off in September, it is now going to be pushed back to March of 2025. So it'll start March 5th now in Denver, Colorado, runs through April 18th in Maplewood, Minnesota. And previous ticket holders, if you already have tickets, your tickets will be honored for the new date in your area. So definitely hold on to that information. From there, we have Drowning Pool. It has announced that they're going out on tour with A Killer's Confession, Above Snakes, and The Failsafe. A tour starts September 27th in Shreveport, Louisiana, runs through October 19th in Hochatown, Oklahoma. I don't even know where that is, but it sounds like a cool place to be, man. Links in the description for all the tickets for all these things. And the only one that is not on sale yet is the Bad Wolves tickets. That is all we have for touring, though. The Drowning Pool one sounds interesting. Killer's Confession is not a bad band. I have not heard of the other two, but let's get into some regular ass news, shall we? Starting things off in the regular ass news is a downbeat. This time it is Jack Russell, former vocalist for Great White. If you remember years ago, Jack Russell's Great White were the ones that started the fire that killed 100 people, I believe, at that small club. Jack Russell has now passed himself at the age of 63. The cause of death was his Lewy body dementia. This is the same disease that Robin Williams had, that he was taking medicine for to try and alleviate the symptoms, and that is what eventually led him to do what he did. So I really need to learn more about this situation. That's not the word. This disease, I guess. This affliction. That's a better one. Just because the Robin Williams thing sounded like it was all mental, but this has physically taken the life of Jack Russell. He didn't take his own life. So yeah, very interesting situation. I mean, it's 80s stuff, so not a lot of people are going to be super familiar with it, but I mean, Great White was kind of a big deal for a while, so it's the metal community is missing a great vocalist. So yeah, we're gonna take a moment and remember Jack Russell. And then from there, we're going to bring it back up. We have Mastodon. They are issuing a new 15-year anniversary edition for Crack the Sky. Seriously, Crack the Sky is 15 years old. Wow. It will be out October 4th, and it's going to be quite a package deal, because you're going to get remastered audio of the original record, plus you're going to get the instrumental tracks for everything that originally occurred on the record. And then there's 3 different videos that come with it, one of which is the making of documentary, and then there's some music videos and 2 movies, it sounds like, which I don't even fully understand at this point in time. And yeah, it's just going to be huge. The big thing here is that Crack the Sky is 15 years old. This is nuts. I'm not that old, I promise. From there, we have kind of another bummer note, but not in the same way. Dimmu Borgir is losing a guitar player, but the world is regaining the band Old Man's Child. So guitarist Galder from Dimmu Borgir has left the band, and he is going to be reviving his other band, Old Man's Child, so that they're going to be doing new music for that. No statement from the band that I saw, only a statement from Galder saying that, you know, this is just a thing that I've been thinking about for a while, and now I've finally decided to pull the trigger. And he's said previously about why he can't do both bands is because in his head they feel too similar. So why make music for 2 similar sounding bands when you can just focus all of your energy into the one? So now he's focusing all of his energy into the other one. No announcement for a replacement or anything just yet. We will be following up when that happens. Until then, let's move on. Our next piece of regular ass news has to do with Marilyn Manson, just kind of racking up the W's over the course of the last little while. But I don't know how this one flew under the radar for as long as it did, because they're 11 dates into the tour at this point, and his new guitar player was announced, I'm pretty sure, like right before the tour started, and I just didn't see the announcement for some reason. But either way, if you're a fan of Code Orange, then you'll know who Reba Myers is. She is kind of one of the driving forces of that band, one of the things that keeps that band super dynamic. And now she's playing with Marilyn Manson. She hasn't left Code Orange, so this is nothing like that. The way Manson does his stuff is he does everything himself, or brings in studio musicians for things he can't do himself for the recording process, and then he goes out with a different set of musicians for the touring process. So she is just his touring guitar player and backup vocalist, but it seems like there is a little bit of a different situation on stage for Manson these days, because previously, if you've seen Manson in years past, then you know that like his stage band, generally speaking, they all dress up and do the whole goth thing and the pale faces at the very, very least, with lots of leather and things. But that is definitely not Reba's style, and from the pictures I've seen of these performances, she's not dressing up at all. So Manson's, I feel like, loosening up in his old age now that he realizes that, you know, he's not completely infallible, that he's just gonna kind of lighten things up a little bit, because I don't know, I've heard things about the Manson camp as far as the way they do business, not anything of the silly stuff that he was accused of, but just the serious level to which he takes his art. And it sounds like he's lightening up on the way he treats his band members, and that is just a good thing. So yeah, pretty excited about that. She's also very gung-ho about supporting Manson and saying that this is about redemption and just olive branches all over for him. And it's a really cool thing to see in the community when bad things happen, we still stick with our own. Even if our own are the ones that do the questionable things, like as long as there's been repentance and penance paid, which it seems like for anything that he has admitted to and anything that he has been convicted of, he has definitely paid his penance. And now it's time for him to get a second chance, as it were. So that's pretty cool. And our final piece of music news this week has to do with the Sex Pistols, which is very interesting. They had a reunion show in London on August 13th, and it was without Johnny Rotten. On vocal duty was former Gallows vocalist Frank Carter. Gallows is a hell of a hardcore band from Scotland, I'm pretty sure is where they're from. So very interesting. If you watch the video, he's doing a pretty decent job. Decent is very much an understatement. He's doing a great job of fronting this classic punk rock band, and he's much more tolerable than Johnny Rotten. So I hope if something more comes out of this, he's the dude that they stick with, because there's some really interesting stuff. Go check the link in the description if you want to see what I'm talking about. But as I said, that is what we got for regular ass news. Let's now talk about music suggestions for the week. We actually technically have two, but it's because they're both individual songs. The first of which is Holy Diver, covered by Primus, live. There are a number of videos of this up on the YouTubes. The reason I am suggesting this to you is because it is featuring Puddle's Pity Party, and this is kind of awesome. If you don't know who Puddle's Pity Party is, it's a dude who... Puddles is a guy who dresses as a clown with a sad face and just has this incredible voice. He, years ago, I think in the early to mid 90s, he was a vocalist for a jazz, like big band kind of band, and then went solo and started Puddle's Pity Party and just has this incredible voice. So definitely go check out the Primus Holy Diver cover, because Puddle's on the vocals for that with Les Claypool. Even though Les kind of looks bored, still pretty freaking awesome. And then your other one is Psychosis. It's a new song from Rob Scallon featuring his buddy Alex Rudner on drums. Redinger, I think. Yeah, Redinger. This is just fantastic shredding at its best. If you're looking for just a good catharsis, something to add to the workout playlist, Psychosis from Rob Scallon is the way to go. It's pretty awesome. That's what your suggestions are for the week. Go check them out. In the gaming and tech side of news, we have Hi-Fi Rush is back in the news because they're not dead after all. Gamescom, like I said, is happening. So we have a bunch of trailers to talk about, but there's a mixed reception going on there. Plus, we have Dune Awakening dropping a trailer before Gamescom started. We're going to talk about that and quite a bit more. Okay, so follow-ups and corrections. No corrections, do have a follow-up though. Like I said, Hi-Fi Rush is not dead. Hi-Fi Rush, the franchise, has been purchased by Krafton. I'm sorry, the Krafton has acquired, yeah, that's there. The Tango Gameworks is the company that created Hi-Fi Rush. Sorry, I read the notes, I really did. Tango Gameworks is the company that created Hi-Fi Rush. Krafton then purchased Tango Gameworks from Microsoft after Microsoft shuttered them. It sounds like the staff are all still on board, so that's a win as well. And Krafton has said that they want to move forward with more projects from the developer, so that's pretty cool. Krafton is the publisher behind PUBG as well as the Callisto Protocol very recently, so they kind of know what they're doing. I don't know, Callisto Protocol was maybe not the greatest, but still pretty damn good, so there you go. That's what we got for follow-ups though. Let's talk now about trailers. Like I said, Gamescom is happening and we got a bunch of trailers, but most of these trailers honestly are from before Gamescom started. So we have Assassin's Creed Shadows. We have the playstyles being showcased in this new trailer, which makes me a little bit more intrigued by this. I still feel like it's going to do rather poorly just because of all of the negative press around it, but I don't know, I think it's not going to do as poorly as it was once postulated, because this looks very interesting with the two very different playstyles, the stealth and the brute force. Yeah, pretty interesting. Go check it out, see what I'm talking about. Link in the description. From there, we have a new trailer for the Funko Fusion game. This is the game that's kind of a play on the idea of what the Lego games do, but with Funko Pop figurines. So it's just random things thrown together and Funko Pops. But we got a new trailer, Mega Man revealed. We also have a demo that is available currently this very second. You can go download that from Steam. Funko Fusion is releasing on September 13th. It will be on Steam, PlayStation 5, and the Xbox Series consoles. You can hit it up on the wish list now if you so desire. It will also be out on PS4 and Switch as of November 15th. So if you really want to get the portable version, then you're gonna have to wait till the 15th of November. Next, we have Final Fantasy 16 is finally coming to the PC, and they dropped a trailer for it. So you're no longer gonna have to sacrifice frames for playability, because from everything I've seen, I'm not a PlayStation player, so everything I've seen, the Final Fantasy 16 on PlayStation 5, if you play it in performance mode, then you have to sacrifice frames. But if you play it in, or how is it? You play it in graphic mode, so it looks good, then you're sacrificing frames. You drop a lot of frames. But if you're playing it in performance mode, where it tries to play all of the frames, or it can play all the frames, then you lose a lot of fidelity. So now, presumably, if you have a rather high-end gaming PC, then you should be all right, and we're gonna see some really interesting playthroughs for those of us that don't play Final Fantasy. From there, we have a new trailer for Silent Hill 2. This time we have the story trailer and the release date. October 8th is the release date for the Silent Hill 2 remake. I feel like these guys are going to knock it out of the park. This story mode trailer is pretty creepy unto itself, as it should be for Silent Hill, so go watch it. It's worth your time. And then our next one is Dying Light: The Beast. This one I think is a Gamescom release, but Kyle Crane is returning, and this is a very different playstyle, it would seem, for Dying Light, because I don't remember it being like Haunted Far Cry is basically what this feels like, or Zombie Far Cry almost. So yeah, pretty intrigued by that one. Dune Awakening, this is the big one. Gamescom is dropping some good stuff. I don't think this one actually came from Gamescom, in spite of what my notes are saying, because I'm pretty sure this one dropped yesterday before Gamescom started. We do have a rough release window for the PC version. That is 2025. No release date just yet for the PlayStation 5 or Xbox versions. But this, there's a bit in here that really has me excited for it, and there's a bit in here that really has me cringing a little bit. Not the least of which being the lore, what's the word I'm looking for? The lore sacrifices, I guess, that they're doing, because the weapons don't seem to be slow weapons. So I mean, I guess they're on Arrakis, so they don't have the shields as often, because when you're in open sand and you're wearing a shield, that's like just begging to be worm food. So maybe that explains away some of the issues, but it's really cool because when you get into battle, it's going to be truly open world and MMO style. So just, you're going to be able to fight against other players and other NPCs, etc., and you're going to be able to fight over spice. And when you're fighting in the sand, you have access to thumpers, so you can call a worm and eat your opponent. I don't know, it just, this is a really cool trailer, but it also leaves you with some more questions. So definitely go check it out and see what I'm talking about. Also, keep in mind, this is an alternate universe version of the Dune story. This has nothing to do with the Atreides. At least that's how they're billing it at this point. When we get into the story, all bets are off. They could do anything. But as they're telling us right now, this is an alternate universe version of Dune. So also sounds like a prequel of sorts. I mean, it's alternate universe, so you can't really be a prequel because it doesn't happen in the same place, but the Harkonnens, so maybe there will be Atreides, but the Harkonnens are in control of Arrakis, so you have to make business deals with Harkonnen people and spies, etc., etc. It's very intriguing. Not to say I'm excited, but I'm intrigued. So let's continue on, shall we? Next, from there, we have our final trailer for this episode, and it is the Terry Bogard trailer for Street Fighter 6. This one came from Gamescom. I literally put this in right before I printed out these 2 little sheets of paper. So yeah, this looks intense. Street Fighter 6 is about to get a whole hell of a lot more fun. I think Terry Bogard, the guest character from SNK's, was it King of Fighters, is a very awesome addition to the Street Fighter team, if you will. So yeah, definitely check that out. And that's what we got for trailers. Let's move into some regular S news. Actually, no, there is no regular S news. The only thing I have in the notes is Gamescom starts today as I'm filming this. So go watch the opening day, go see some really awesome trailers, etc., etc., and that's what we got. Then all that leaves is our gaming suggestion for the week, which is X Defiant. I have finally actually played X Defiant. I was able to put Mortal Kombat down for about 2 hours over the course of the last week and played X Defiant for about 2 hours all at once, so it wasn't like I stretched it out, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there, but it wasn't exactly what I was hoping, but it's still a hell of a lot of fun. So if you're looking for something a little bit of a break from the norm, if you're an FPS player, or if you just want to try out something new because it's a free to play, X Defiant is a hell of a lot of fun. And I mean, it seems like it should be fairly easy to unlock the things that you can unlock without paying for stuff. So like, you don't have to pay for the battle pass to get some of the really cool things, and you can get and I think you can unlock all the factions and stuff as well without paying. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty interesting take on the FPS. So that's your suggestion for the week, X Defiant. Comic books and books. We have Randy Blythe, vocalist for Lamb of God, has written another book. It's another memoir, and I don't know, we're going to get into that. We also have Black Lightning getting his own book for the first time in a little while, and Batman is teaming back up with Santa Claus, apparently. This week's follow-ups and corrections are just follow-ups, actually, for comic books, just like the other 2 sections that we've covered so far. The one follow-up that we do have is the Helverine. If you'll remember, this character was created specifically for a Ghost Rider crossover book between Wolverine and Ghost Rider. The Weapons... Oh, there it goes. Weapons of Vengeance was the name of the book. It is now getting an ongoing book called Helverine. A link in the description will take you to where you can find that. So that's what we got for follow-ups. Let's talk about, we don't have any trailers, we just have regular ass news. Starting things off there, we have Black Lightning getting a new book, a new solo book. DC announced new series for Jefferson Pierce. Number 1 will hit shelves November 13th. Written by Brandon Thomas, art by Fico Osio. I'm not familiar with either of their works, but it's really cool to see Black Lightning getting a new book rather. Next up, speaking of new books, we have a new Batgirl book, but it's not the Batgirl I was expecting. It's Cassandra Cain Batgirl. She'll be getting a new ongoing series written by Tate Brumbaugh, I think is how that name is pronounced. I apologize for my mispronunciations. Previously, he worked on Green Lantern and House of Slaughter. Art will be coming from Takeshi Miyazawa. I know that one was close. Takeshi worked previously with Ms. Marvel, as well as Mech Cadet U. This will be the first time in 12 years we are getting a Batgirl Cassandra Cain. So yeah, it'll hit shelves November 6th. Go check it out. Our next one is revisiting an old story, kind of. Last year, I'm pretty sure, yes, this is a sequel to, burying the lead. Batman and Santa Claus are teaming up for Silent Night Returns. Night with a K, get it? It's a play on words that they've never done before in DC. But I mean, this is just fun, right? So we have, it's a sequel to last year's book with a similar name. It was The Silent Night. This one's written by Jeff Parker, art by Lucas Kettner. Will be hitting shelves November 27th, and then will be coming out weekly. It's a 5-issue mini. It'll be running through December 25th. So I don't know if it's going to be on shelves on Christmas Day, but I don't know any comic book shops that are open on Christmas Day. So maybe you'll have to wait until the 26th. But that's what we got there. Then we have our final piece of news for comic books and books, and that is Just Beyond the Light. Randy Blythe's new book is coming out. It will be hitting bookstores February 18th of 2025. This is his second book, and it is also a memoir, just like the first one, but it's not picking up where the first one left off necessarily. It's more covering different territory. So sounds pretty interesting. I've not read the first one, honestly, until I saw the announcement for this. Didn't really know the first one existed, so I suck. But yeah, that's what we got. Just Beyond the Light, again, February 18th of 2025, if you're interested to read Randy Blythe's deep thoughts. That leaves only our suggestions for the week. Our suggestion this week is a book I read some time ago, but was very enjoyable, and it is a book called Steel Beach. This is not a comic book, it is a fiction novel. It is a satirical science fiction novel set in a futuristic lunar society where humanity, having been driven off Earth, now lives under the care of a benevolent AI that meets all of their needs. That's one of the reasons why I think I suggested it, just because all the AI stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of philosophy in here. There's actually the beginning of a series, I'm pretty sure, so it's really interesting. There's a lot of very modern socio-political issues that are addressed in there. Maybe not in the ways that I would appreciate now, since I've kind of adjusted my socio-political stances on some of the things, but still a really good read. So yeah, Steel Beach, that's your suggestion for the week. This week in TV streaming now, Amazon has a new show that is encroaching on some Netflix territory. We're going to talk about that. Paramount is joining the layoff party in a very crazy way, also correcting things that I said about the From series, and then we also have an update on the From series. So let's get into it. All right, so TV follow-ups and corrections. I actually have a correction to make based on, it was actually the suggestion for watching the series from last week. I suggested it, I'm pretty sure it was last week, it might have been 2 weeks ago. Suggested the series From because it is currently on Amazon Prime again. Its natural home is MGM Plus, but it is on Amazon Prime sporadically. Now is one of those times, and so go watch it. But the correction here is that there are not, in fact, 3 seasons of From yet. Only 2 seasons have actually aired. When I was seeing that there was a 3rd season, it was just the teaser trailer for Season 3. Season 3 will be out September 22nd, but we'll get to that. That is the correction. Let's talk about follow-ups. We have What If, the Disney Plus animated series, the anthology series of the What Ifs, just like the What If comic books, where it's like, you know, what if this thing was that thing in the Marvel Universe. Season 3 is going to be the end of the What If series. No big thing there. Let's just move on. Next up, we have One Piece. Season 2 production has begun. We have added to the cast, and I'm not a One Piece reader or watcher. I've never seen the anime, but it's on my list of things to watch. We have Ilya Isoraelis, I think is how that is said, as Paulinos Alvida. We have Michael Dorman as Gold Roger and Jeff Ward as Bucky. I don't know, or Buggy rather. It sounded like I said Bucky. I meant to say Buggy. Yeah, there's not a whole lot there aside from Season 2's underway, so pretty exciting there. Next up, we have an even more exciting announcement. The Acolyte Season 2 is not actually happening. The Acolyte is now canceled. They're not going forward with it anymore. Yay! And the peasants rejoiced. That's what we got on that one. And then we have The Last of Us Season 2 has completed principal photography. So we are now in post-production. There is the off chance that we have to reshoot some pickups, whatever, you know, you have to do in post-production, and then the digital effects, and etc., etc., etc. So we are not completely there yet. Don't expect to get a release date announcement too soon, but soonish is a reasonable expectation. So that's what we got for follow-ups. Let's talk now about trailers. Speaking of From Season 3 trailer, linked down in the description. If you're not watching this series, this trailer will not make any sense to you. But if you are watching this series, this trailer will not make any sense to you. Seriously, what the hell is going on in this show? September 22nd is when From Season 3 hits the internets, and I hope it's still on Amazon Prime because I don't have MGM Plus, and I really want to watch Season 3 as it airs. So, there's that. And then our other trailer that has dropped, I think this might have actually dropped at Gamescom, but this is also the big tease that I put in the section intro as well as the main intro, and that is Secret Level. This is a new anthology series that is similar in scope, not the same, but similar in scope to the Love, Death, and Robots series over on Netflix. So similar, in fact, that some of the producers are the same producers from the Love, Death, and Robots series over on Netflix. It's not exactly the same, whereas the Love, Death, and Robots is more of an art-oriented, like kind of artsy is probably the way to put that, oriented kind of shorts, whereas this is going to be more gamer-focused. So slightly bigger win. There is no David Fincher attached here, so that's a sad piece because Fincher is cinema god, but still looks like it's going to be pretty fantastic. There are going to be games that are inspirations for these shorts. They are not actually shorts that live inside of these game worlds. They're not canon to the games, and I think from what I've been able to gather so far, there is not actually any proper correlation to the games in any way. So any resemblance is just the inspiration that they got from these games and not actually meant to imply some sort of correlation between the two things. So interesting, but go check out the trailer because it's pretty damn cool. That's what we got for trailers. Let's talk about some regular ass news for the week. We're starting in this one as, oh, this is a little not great. We have Paramount TV studios are closing down, which means thousands of people are losing jobs. This is not Paramount as a whole. Paramount did recently enter into a contract with Skydance, so those two companies are merging, but part of that merger is they are slimming things down. And part of slimming things down is focusing only on movies, and they're completely getting rid of the TV studios. I don't think that means that we're going to be missing out on Paramount Plus, the streaming service, which is where Yellowstone airs, and all of the other spin-off series for Yellowstone air, because that's doing fairly well, largely due to Yellowstone. But we are not going to have any Paramount Plus original series necessarily outside. I don't even know if Yellowstone counts as an original series or if it's just because they purchased it, because they're not actually putting up the studio to make it happen. So yeah, very, very interesting situation. This is more on the layoffs in the current streaming and the kind of tech universe right now. Is nobody can afford to stay open, at least not 100%. And again, this is just greed getting in the way of people's vision. Like, you can't see the forest for the trees if all you're seeing right now is all these people are locked in their houses and watching all of my things, which means all of these advertisers and all of the blah, 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 blah. We're selling so many subscriptions and this is never going to end. And then it did. And we've already had that conversation. We're going to move on. Next up, we have The Madison. Speaking of Yellowstone, this is the new sequel to Yellowstone. It has just been announced that Patrick J. Adams, who you'll recognize from the Suits series, has been cast along with Michelle Pfeiffer and others for the new series. This one is going to be about a New York family that gets transplanted into Montana, and then they're dealing with things. This is the successor series to Yellowstone. So this is technically the sequel. So Taylor Sheridan has said that we're very likely going to see some familiar faces from the OG series proper in this new series. He hasn't said who or when or how or anything like that, and presumably they're not going to be like main characters, but cameos are a thing. And then our final piece of regular ass news for this episode is Pacific Rim. We're getting a prequel series for the Pacific Rim franchise. It is going to be produced by Legendary TV Studios, or Legendary Studios, I guess. And it's going to give us the how the beginning of the kaiju battles began, where the kaiju come from, all of the things that kind of are just left up in the air for you to figure out on your own, or maybe make up your own headcanon backstory or whatever. Now they're going to give us the proper backstory. So I don't know, I'm kind of mixed on how I feel about this, especially considering that the second Pacific Rim movie was, less than great. So it is what it is at this point. We'll see what happens when it comes out. No announcement as to which streamer it is officially going to launch on, but we'll figure that out when it happens. Let's move right along, and that puts us into suggestions for TV streaming. Our suggestion, we're going a little scary this time. Suggestion this week is Channel Zero, specifically the first season of Channel Zero, called Candle Cove, because I feel like this is the most effective of all of the seasons. It's the easiest to follow, has the best twist at the end, just really, really well done. If you don't know, Channel Zero is the kind of live action adaptation of the Salad Fingers stories that were so popular on YouTube from years and years ago. But now this is just standing on its own. Like, the Salad Fingers is irrelevant because this is just really good, properly creepy, and a little scary television. So that is your suggestion for the week. Channel Zero, Candle Cove. In the movie news this week, we have Boys creator Garth Ennis getting another one of his books turned into live action, casting announcement for the new He-Man movie, as well as John Madden apparently is getting a biopic, and it's gaming related all at the same time. Follow-ups on movies. We've had follow-ups in every other section. Why should movies be any different? First up is Aliens Romulus. While it has received fairly mixed reviews and not everybody's super happy with it, most of the fans are okay with it. And a lot of the normies are pretty all right with it. They're pretty happy with it, I would even venture to say. And anyone who's critical of movie making is, again, okay with it being fun and a lot of fan servicey stuff. And then from what I understand, I have yet to see it. I want to see it because I'm a big Alien fan, but from what I understand, we get a really mediocre third act. So that, I'm not super duper looking forward to that, but I am looking forward to the rest of the movie. It has passed $108 million for its opening weekend, meaning that on a budget of $80 million, presumably that's just the budget to make the movie, not the budget also behind the advertising for the movie. General rule of thumb when talking about Hollywood budgets is you double it, because the $80 million is for the actual making of the movie, so then they put another $80 million roughly into the marketing for the movie. Probably a little bit more, I would say, for a movie like this, specifically because you've seen the ads everywhere. They were kind of hanging a lot of hats on this movie. But either way, that's still a pretty good sign. Not the biggest opening weekend that they were hoping for, but a pretty strong opening weekend. $108 million shouldn't be too much more difficult to get another $60 million to at least make all of their money back and then be slightly towards the positive side, which means we'll probably be getting more Alien movies in the not so distant future. Speaking of movies that are going crazy with the monies, Wolverine and Deadpool, I said we would continue to keep tabs on this one. We now have officially surpassed the Joker as well as Captain Marvel. So not only is this the highest grossing R-rated movie ever at this point, it is now the 9th highest grossing Disney movie ever. That's huge. That is really, really huge. And it's continuing. It just keeps going more and more and more. So at this point, I feel like we should start a campaign to just see if we can get it to be #1 on the Disney list, because it's already #1 on the R-rated list, so why not? Let's give Ryan Reynolds all of the money so that the rumor in the rumor mill doesn't come true. Anyway, let's get, and then, oh yeah, we have Masters of the Universe is also a follow-up this week. Casting announcement for the live action series, or live action movie rather. Camila Mendes, who played Veronica on Riverdale, has been cast as Tila for the new movie. Sure, I mean, all of these younger faces, I don't know. I never watched Riverdale. I don't know what she's bringing to the table, so I don't know what the kid they got playing He-Man is bringing to the table either, because I've never really seen him in anything. So sure, we'll keep tabs on this and see where the hell it goes. That's what we got for follow-up, so let's talk about trailers. All right, so generally try to keep the language to a minimum, but this first trailer has got language in the title, so just giving you the heads up. But Scared Shitless is the name of the first trailer that came out this week. This looks like absolute Joe Bob fodder. This looks just completely ridiculous. B-movie horror, I think we haven't gotten any legit, like, quote-unquote B-movie style horror movies for some time. We've had low-budget horror movies that were B just because of how bad they were, but not like to this level of trolling almost. I don't know how to put it, but there's an obvious difference between something like this and then one of those like millions of things that if you go looking in the horror section on one of those free streaming services, you're gonna see a lot of really low budget, very bad horror movies. And that's not the same as a B horror movie. And this is definitely that. So go check out the trailer. Be warned, it is NSFW, but I feel like that should be obvious from the name of the movie. Again, Scared Shitless is the name of the movie. Next up, we have Y2K. This one looks interesting. It does not... The trailer does not go in the direction you expect it based on the first half of the trailer. First half of the trailer, it's an A24 movie. It's written by Kyle Mooney, who you'll know from SNL. He's also in the movie as a secondary character, it would seem. But it starts out like a teen comedy. That's what the trailer opens with. And then it takes a turn towards the strange / horror. And then randomly we get a Fred Durst cameo in the trailer. Like, why, if you're gonna have a super obscure cameo like that, and like he does not look healthy, well, he looks like they're trying to I don't even know what the hell they're trying to do with it, but it's obviously Fred Durst, but they've done things to put him into costume that just make no sense. But why would you give that away in the trailer? I feel like that's just a silly thing to have done, but it's A24, man. I don't know that I've seen a bad movie from A24. And they definitely like to push boundaries with their genre stuff, and this is going to be one of those. It's more of a merging of boundaries rather than a pushing of boundaries. But yeah, go check out the trailer, you see what I'm talking about. Speaking of Joe Bob fodder, oh boy, we have Frankie Frico is another trailer that was pushed to me from the YouTube algorithm that I thought was worth a mention here on the show. This is the same studio that brought us Psycho Goreman, and I don't think I need to say more. This is actually, all right, let me say a little bit more. This is the studio that brought us Psycho Goreman. So if you haven't seen that, you don't really know what I'm talking about. But so go watch Psycho Goreman. You'll want to strangle a child by the end of it, but she's super annoying. I think that's on purpose. But so it's the studio that brought you Psycho Goreman, and it's almost like their version of Beetlejuice, kind of. These guys are shaping up to be another Trauma-esque level of crazy, and then there's another twist in the end in this trailer too that just kind of goes way out into left field. You check out the link in the description because wow. That's what we got for trailers. Let's talk about some regular ass news. The big tease for regular ass news this week is Garth Ennis. We have Garth Ennis is getting a new live action adaptation from one of his graphic novels, one of his comic books, and that is for the book Crossed. It has been optioned by 6 studios. Now, let me translate that to you if you don't necessarily know what that means. So when a property gets optioned by a studio to get made into a movie, they reserve the rights. They're the only people or the only studio that can make that property into a movie. Nobody else can do it. That's not to say that they have a script, that's not to say they have a director or anything lined up. They just want the ability to make the movie. Then they go out and find a scriptwriter, they go out and find a director, etc., etc., etc. So it is possible we won't see a movie adaptation of this fantastic Garth Ennis book, because Garth Ennis is fantastic unto himself, but it is possibly going to happen, and so we will be keeping tabs on it should that become a thing. From there, let's talk about the Madden biopic. Yes, that's right, John freaking Madden is getting a biopic made after him. It gets weirder because not only is it a John Madden biopic, but they've cast Nicolas Cage to play John Madden, and it gets weirder. I know, that's a pretty big curveball, right? But it's not a biopic like you're thinking. It's not exactly the history of the man. It's more a history of the game franchise. It is going to have John Madden in it, obviously. They've cast Nicolas Cage. But it's going to be more about how the games came to be and the legacy of Madden NFL, the gaming franchise, more than it is John Madden, the man franchise. So, really interesting. Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this idea because what a couple of curveballs. That's all we got on that one though, so let's move on to our last piece of regularized news. And this one's more of a commentary, I think, on old Hollywood versus new Hollywood because Brian Cox is a person. Brian Cox, you'll recognize him if you watch Succession. He was the dad. He's the one that they were trying to succeed. He also was the original Hannibal Lecter in the Manhunter movie, and if you're really paying attention, he was the original William Stryker in the Marvel franchise, in specifically the second X-Men movie, X-Men United, X2, whatever. So he was at a convention, not a comic book convention, not a nerdy convention necessarily, but a film convention because he's an artiste. He was at a convention and started ranting, ranting might be a strong word, but having strong words about the current state of cinema and how it's drowning and how it's not long for this world, largely because of the Marvel and DC and those kinds of movies. That's a paraphrase, but it's pretty close to actually what he said. And then further on down the road in this same conversation, he mentions that, well, he was a part of this back in the day, so he really is the one who gave birth to, like, he created Wolverine, so it's partially his fault that Wolverine is a thing because Wolverine and Deadpool is huge right now. So it's partially his fault. And then he continues that line of thinking and says, they don't even pay me the money that, I'm paraphrasing, but he thinks he's owed money for creating Wolverine. I don't know if Brian Cox is doing well. That's not how intellectual properties work. You didn't create anything, bud. You played a character. And need I remind you, it's a character that existed long before that movie did. That's a character that existed since like the 70s, I want to say, is when William Stryker made his first appearance in comic books. Might have even been a little bit earlier than the 70s, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure it was the 70s. So you're looking at about 20 years or so before X2 happened that this character existed. And this character, who was created by a writer for the comic books, is the reason why, kinda, sorta, in the comic books we have Wolverine, kinda, but also the writer of the comic book is the one who birthed Wolverine, and he's the one, or his estate at the very least, is the one getting all of the royalties every time they use Wolverine. Really, I think it's actually Marvel getting the royalties because of their really shady business practices when it comes to rights and who owns the rights for characters that are created under the Marvel umbrella. If you are a writer and you go work at Marvel and you create an awesome new character, when you signed your contract to work for Marvel, they took your ability to use that character anywhere else. They took all of your ability to monetize that character for yourself because you did it for Marvel and therefore it belongs to Marvel and not to you. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation. Brian Cox. This is just sad. We got the Scorsese conversation, which was a better conversation to have because that is the mainstreaming of art as, I mean, like, it happens to all forms of art. It happened to movies a few times at this point, happened to comic books in the 90s, it happens to music depending on the genres you listen to. It kind of goes, it's very cyclical when it comes to music, and it always happens with the visual arts. It comes in waves with the visual arts. So, like, yeah, that's a better philosophical conversation to have about the cheapening of art, or the oversaturation of a specific style, or something along those lines. But to say that all movies are dying because comic book movies exist, and then also trying to say you're owed money for the existence of these comics, is just old man crazy. Like, Brian Cox is an amazing actor, and I really wish he hadn't done this, because this just makes me look at him and laugh now. Oh, okay. Yeah, rant over. That's done. Let's go on. We have suggestion for the week. This is an interesting one. We went horror again for the suggestion this week for movies. Session 9. This is a very interesting one because this is 2001, so it's digital. It's shot on digital in 2001, and it's kind of playing with form a little bit. Maybe not as much as other movies that are shot on digital that early on, but there weren't a whole lot of those movies. So this is just interesting to see from a historical standpoint, and also is pretty creepy. Definitely not the scariest movie you're ever gonna watch, but it does the job. Yeah, it's streaming right now on Amazon Prime. It's about $4 if you want to rent it. It's about $15 or $14 if you want to buy it. It's worth the rent, I would say, at the very least. It does come up on Amazon Prime proper from time to time. I think I've seen it on one of the free streamers occasionally as well. So if you want to maybe hold off and wait for it to come back to a free streamer, I wouldn't blame you. But it is really worth the watch, if for no other reason than to see how digital, when it was not as good as film, how you could make it work in spite of its downfalls, I think is the best way to put that. And also, again, if you want a good little scare, then it's a movie that'll do that for you too. So yeah, Session 9, that is your suggestion for the week.
It's classified.
Rumor mill, the big one for the rumor mill. We are refuting Giancarlo Esposito rumors from a couple months ago. Also, more Wolverine rumors that we're going to squash again, and Ryan Reynolds is apparently not returning for Deadpool 4. There's that and quite a bit more in the rumor mill this week, so let's get to it. We have a refutation this week. No confirmation, but definitely we get to refute some stuff. That refutation is Giancarlo Esposito. Giancarlo in the MCU is not, in fact, playing Bushman, as it was quote-unquote leaked about 2 or 3 months ago. He is actually playing Sidewinder, aka Seth Volker, the king of the Serpent Society. We know this now because the trailer dropped for the next Captain America, and it was told at San Diego Comic-Con that that is what he's going to be playing. So yes, refuting the bad rumors. I'm pretty sure I gave that one a fairly low percentage, but I will have to go back and double check the records. Either way, let's move on. Our next one is new sources for old rumors. This is the old rumor on multiple levels. Wolverine rumor, Wolverine casting rumor. Taron Egerton, we have a new rumor, a new source rather, that is saying this old stuff, that Taron Egerton is the one that's being cast as Wolverine. Previously, we did confirm that he was in talks with Marvel for something, and then he came out and said they wanted me to play Cyclops. I turned them down because I can't do that with my eyes. I don't want to be playing a character who constantly has something on his eyes. Don't know if there's some sort of phobia there, or if he's just Hollywood, but we did, I mean, that he confirmed that himself. He came out and said it to the press himself, that is why I was talking to Marvel. Well, now apparently he is still talking to Marvel, and the rumor is he's going to be playing Wolverine. And we've covered this at least a few times before. Hugh Jackman is going to be Wolverine until the end of Secret Wars. That is just the way of things. Possibly he'll be Wolverine beyond Secret Wars as well. Will they eventually introduce a Wolverine that is 616 native? Yes, they will. That is without a doubt. Will it be Taron Egerton? It could be. There is absolutely no way in hell that it is that right now. They haven't started scripts. They haven't started. Maybe there's somebody saying that he would be a good fit, but we are still years and years away from that casting even being considered, let alone being announced. So no, this is not a thing right now. So that's our one news source. Let's get into the new rumors. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of this rumor mill, shall we? All right, so new rumors. We have a new Fantastic Four rumor. This is another Robert Downey Jr. rumor, but it's not new source for what we've already covered. This is just a new rumor. The new rumor is that Robert Downey Jr. is from the same universe as the Fantastic Four in the new Fantastic Four movie, which the rumor monger does not elaborate on that, because this is the same source that gave us that the Fantastic Four in this new movie originate in the 616, the sacred timeline, and then they get, Reed does things and they get pulled into a different alternate universe, and then they are stuck there, and then they come back. So I would assume the implication is that this Victor Von Doom is from whatever universe they get sucked into and not their quote-unquote universe, because their universe is the 616. So I don't know, just because of the weird vagueness and the ignoring of previous rumors from this very same source, this one does not get super high. I'm gonna give this one probably about a 35% chance of being likely, and that's only if the implication of Victor Von Doom being from the alternate universe and not the sacred timeline is the way that this was intended. If it was intended that he's been following them the whole time, that's just silly. That's not going to happen. So yeah, we're saying about 35% likely. Next up, we have a Spider-Man 4 rumor, and this one has nothing to do with Tom Holland or really the character of Spider-Man directly at all. Spider-Man 4 apparently is rumored to be casting Sydney Sweeney as Black Cat. There's a little bit to go on here. Yes, she was in Madam Web, but Madam Web is not part of the MCU. Madam Web is the Sony Spider-Man-less universe. And I don't think they're ever going to mention Madam Web ever again in mixed company. So yeah, we can safely write off Madam Web. So I don't think that really has much bearing on this. And Sydney Sweeney is pretty popular right now in the cultural zeitgeist. And I mean, Black Cat is not exactly an unknown character in the MCU, so it would not be super surprising for Sony to try and do something with, try and establish a character inside of a Tom Holland movie and then potentially spin off of that, which would make a lot more sense than trying to do all of this stuff on its own. So for this one, we're going to say about 50%. This is a shaky source, and also like I think this is in a similar casting situation as Wolverine right now. Is we don't have a script, we don't have a green light for a movie. There is not enough confirmed here to really go above halfway there, but also there's a lot of inferences to be made that make a bit of sense. So yeah, halfway seems good. We're gonna say 50% on that one. And then our next one is one of the other big ones for the rumor mill, and that is Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds is not, according to the rumor, is not going to be making a Deadpool 4. At least not now. I heard two different versions of this very same rumor, and the one of them elaborated and said that it added the not now part. The rumor as it goes, as far as both of the sources are concerned, is that Ryan Reynolds is not going to be coming back for a Deadpool movie ever. And then like I said, the one source kind of modified the ever part and said, well, maybe not right now. More appropriately, Deadpool is going to be used in cameo situations. It's going to be used as a secondary character in other people's movies so that Ryan Reynolds can kind of get in, get out, be there for a couple of days of shooting so they don't have to give him a bag full of cash in order to make a movie. There is some legitimacy to that. I don't think that we're going to see a Deadpool 4 within the next 5 years or so, but approximately 7 years from now, I think that is definitely on the table as far as what their plans are going to be. But that is absolutely speculation on my part, so there is nothing to substantiate that argument. I do think that there is a little bit to go on here for the Deadpool stuff. I think we're just over 50% on this one because, I mean, like, he's expensive, but Ryan Reynolds right now has the biggest movie in the world. Granted, it is a Disney movie, but it's still Ryan Reynolds produced, written, starring. And so, yeah, they would have to give him much more amounts of money in order to do that again, which I'm sure they will eventually, but right now, probably not. In this current phase and potentially through the next phase of their movie making plans, not likely. In 3 phases from now, I think that's gonna be probably the last Deadpool movie. From there, we have a video game rumor. We have Bully from Rockstar is apparently getting re-released. There is no implication if it's going to just be a port or a proper remaster, but the reason this is in the rumor mill is because, and things like this have happened and then nothing's come of them, so that's why we can't go all the way to 100% like this is absolutely going to happen. Why is this even in the rumor mill? Because it got a rating in foreign countries. I think it was like Thailand and South Korea or something along those lines, got a rating for a Bully game from Rockstar. Again, this has happened before, so this is not exactly something to absolutely confirm. But gaming rumors, especially from the sources we go to, usually come true. So we're going to say about 80% likely for Bully getting some sort of re-release, be it just a port, a remaster, something along those lines. It will happen. At least 80% likely. From there, we have our final rumor. This is a music rumor. We don't get these very often, but we do have this one. Pantera, apparently on August 15th, played a very small club show, very small for them, club show in Minneapolis. The rumor is that this was for recording purposes, so they're going to be releasing a live album. At least that's what the opening act said it was going to be. Now, the opening act was a comedian. The comedian's name is Craig Gass. He said explicitly that it is going to be, that they're going to be recording live for a live record. So he referred to the people in the audience. He said that they're going to forever be immortalized on a Pantera record every time they cheer, so they should know that. But he's a comedian, so like you can only take that so far, because all of the stuff, I mean, like Zakk Wylde has said in interviews recently, since this show happened even, that if they want to do something, that's going to be up to Rex and Phil. If they wanted to do something, then Rex and Phil would be the ones to pull the trigger. He's not the one that's going to make that decision. Charlie Benante has said something similar previously. They also have shot down the idea of them writing new music. So anyone who's really worried about that, you can put that baby to bed right now. But are they recording a live kind of tribute album? That seems fairly likely. I'm going to give this one 80% as well. I kind of would be surprised if we didn't see that. Though, again, they could have recorded the record and then decide, you know what, maybe we don't put out anything new as Pantera because, you know, Dime and Vinny aren't here to sign off on it. So, possible it won't see the light of day. I think there's a pretty strong likelihood, though. That, though, is what we have for the Rumor Mill, nerds. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's move into the housekeeping for the episode.
Housekeeping? No, thank you.
This week, not a whole lot going on. It's just, I don't know, just this episode hopefully will be getting up properly on Wednesday and not on Thursday. It's been a couple episodes since we've been able to do that, but I don't have, I think there's Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is still 2 weeks out, and that's the first thing up on the docket. So yeah, nothing a whole lot going on behind the scenes. I finally got That Just Happened recorded and uploaded, so yes, thank you very much. And I think that's kind of where we're leaving it. There's not a whole lot of housekeeping this week. So with that being said, thank you very much, nerds, for joining. Don't forget to like, subscribe, do all. Welcome once again, nerds, to the news. This week in news, we have huge touring news in the music section from Oasis, who have announced that they're going on a world tour. Nintendo has dropped their Direct, so we're going to talk about that in gaming. We have an Ernest comic book in comic book section. It's a little bit of a slow news week, I'm not going to lie. Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon finally sees a little bit of light for season 2, as well as in movies, we're talking about Todd Phillips is confirming what I've been saying for months about the new Joker movie, and Linkin Park is being rather cryptic in the rumor mill, so there's a couple of ideas floating around about what that countdown is for. We're going to talk about that and a little bit more. Like I said, it's a slow news week, so let's just do this, shall we? Music news this week. Like I said, Oasis have announced a world tour. This is the first one in a very long time, as the Gallagher brothers don't really get along, so we'll talk about that. We have the Sex Pistols turning that really well-received show into a tour as well. We'll get there. And then Dillinger Escape Plan, possibly going to be releasing some new-ish music. Well, I'll explain what that means when we get to it. This is the music section. All right, that's right. Music news. We have no follow-ups and corrections. We do have new music to talk about. And the first one, coming out the gate with the big stuff, man. Unto Others have dropped a new single and the announcement of their new album. New album is called Never Neverland. It is out September 20th. The new song is called Mama Likes the Door Closed at Night. Link in the description for all of these videos as we get through them. But Unto Others, this is one of my favorite new bands of the last 5 years or so. I really dig these guys. And this is a little bit of a change in form for them. Not much, because they do have some of this rockin' stuff on their previous records, but this is probably the most well-produced and honestly well-performed version of this side of their sound that we have seen to date. So I am just gonna say full on, if you like goth metal, then absolutely 100% recommend Mama Likes to Keep the Doors Closed at Night, because it's like infectiously rocking. It's so good. Go listen to it. Our next band is Finger 11. The name of the song is Adrenaline. These guys used to be nu metal, and now they're butt rock, and I don't know how that well, let me take that back. I do know exactly how that happened. The song Paralyzer and then the song One Thing. Those two songs, they went, oh hey, we can write music that a lot of people want to listen to. Let's do that. Not saying that there's necessarily anything wrong with that, but the stuff that they did when they were more of the nu metal side of this sound, I feel like had a little bit more soul and a little bit more heart and was a lot more believable. This stuff is gonna get played all over the radio. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the production. It's just, I don't know, heartless and soulless, and I really can't recommend it unless you just like radio rock, in which case you're gonna love this. Motley Crue has covered You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party, a Beastie Boys song. Once again, Motley Crue has covered a Beastie Boys song. That's all you need to know. Probably don't have to go listen to this one. Let's move right along. Next up, 7 Hours After Violet has dropped their new single. It is called Radiance. This is, once again, Shavo from System of a Down. This is his new band. The last song was called Paradise, and this is quite a bit different from that song. That song was very heavy, kind of ran the gamut a little bit, but really just leaned in onto that heavy stuff. This one is a little bit more on the butt rock. I didn't really expect this one coming. It's interesting. It's honestly, there is a lot more soul here. As much as you want to talk down to the butt rock sound, like, there is a lot more soul. You believe these guys really are into this sound more so than they want to make $1. I don't know exactly how that is working out, but like,
yeah, if you're gonna listen to some butt rock and it's gonna be anything that we're talking about on this episode, this is probably the song to do it to. Radiance, once again, is the name of the track. The new record is going to be out October 11th. It is going to be their self-titled, so 7 hours after Violet, self-titled record, again, October 11th. So go check this one out. It's a mild recommend. Next up, we have Devin Townsend is at it again. Yeah, this is... Alright, so the name of the song is Power Nerd. I don't want to bury the lead here. Devin Townsend is one of the greatest minds in metal. Like, what he's doing here theoretically could be called butt rock, could be called radio rock, could be called something, but like... with that little bit of Townsend twist on it, like nothing this man does would be radio friendly, really, unless it's serious liquid metal, because like this is... I just wish all radio rock sounded like this. Honestly, of all of the acts in metal and heavy music, aggressive music, whatever, all of the acts around right now, I think Townsend is the only one you can really say has a metal soul. This dude just lives, breathes, and dies by this stuff, and it absolutely shows. So definitely go check out Power Nerd. It's very silly on the lyrical side of things, and the video also rather silly, but it's Devin Townsend, man. It rocks. Next up, let's talk about some Fit for an Autopsy. They've dropped a new track called Savior of None, Ashes of All. New album for these guys as well, out in October. The 25th to be specific. Fit for an Autopsy is one of the leaders of this new like deathcore kind of wave that's going on, with good reason. They definitely play with form. There's melodic passage in this song. The vocalist definitely does not only scream his balls off the entire time, and it strangely works. Not saying that this kind of aggressive sound can't have those kind of vocals, but it's really hard to pull off, and the dudes in Fit for an Autopsy pull it off well. So go check out Savior of None, Ashes of All. It is a banger, to say the least. And then our final track for new music this week, it comes from another YouTuber. We talked last week about Rob Scallon. This week we're talking about Nick Nocturnal, because he and his girlfriend, I'm not going to be able to say her last name, but he and his girlfriend Paula Corregosa, I'm going to go with that. They have released a new track together featuring Matthew K. Hafey. Fall Forever is the name of the track, and I listened to a decent amount of Trivium, not the most. I don't listen to every record, especially not the most recent record, but the record before really didn't do anything for me. I think I listened to 1 or 2 tracks. This is not a vocal I expected out of Matthew Heafy. This is kind of the music I expected out of Nick Nocturnal and his girlfriend, but vocally this kind of blew me away. Seriously, unexpected, fantastic musicianship. I feel like the mix could have been a little bit better as far as the production side goes. Nick Nocturnal isn't exactly a sound engineer, so you can't necessarily fault the guy for that, but holy cow, this song rips. Go check it out. The name of the song, once again, is Fall Forever. I'm gonna just keep gushing if we don't move on, so let's do that. All right. Tours and festivals, this is why you all came here, I believe. Well, I don't know. I think a fair amount of people like the new music reaction analyses section. But either way, Oasis, the big name on tours and festivals this week. That's right. Oasis is going on tour. This is, I believe, the first time in something like... I want to say like 12 years since they were even in the same room with it. Wow, maybe that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but a very interesting situation. The name of the tour is called Oasis Live 25. The UK tour is the UK leg rather, is the only leg of this that has actual dates. There are a couple of non-UK dates that are EU related, but still mostly in the UK for this leg that is going to take up seemingly a good chunk of 25. So this is going to lead them well into 2026. Tickets are going on sale. Tickets for the UK leg are going on sale this coming Friday, so hopefully this after you've already seen this episode. And then tickets for the rest of the tour will happen sometime later into next year. So sometime in 2025, when they announce the dates for the rest of the world, then they're going to sell tickets for them. You can't really buy tickets for shows that don't exist. But the UK leg starts July 4th in Cardiff, Wales, runs through August 17th in Dublin, Ireland. And yeah, like I said, tickets for this will be on sale Friday. For the rest of the world, we will have to wait for dates. From there, we have a follow-up of sorts from last week, the Sex Pistols, with, I'm going to forget his name again. He sang for Gallows. Frank Carter. Hey, I put it in the notes. Sex Pistols with Frank Carter on vocals are now turning that show, and I believe they booked another date since we last spoke as well, but that single date has evolved into a full-blown UK tour. So Sex Pistols with Frank Carter on vocals will now go on tour. It is the Nevermind the Bollocks tour, so they're going to be performing the entirety of the Nevermind the Bollocks record. The tour is going to be very short. We have Nottingham, Rock City on September 20th. We have Birmingham O2 Academy on the September 21st. We have Glasgow O2 Academy on September 22nd, Manchester Academy in Manchester on September 24th, and then we have the O2 Forum in London on September 26th. That one already is sold out, so if you want to go and you are in the UK, you're going to have to jump on these tickets, because as far as of taking these notes, that one show is sold out, and these notes are about a day or two old at this point, so it could be that more of these dates are sold out. You're going to have to go check it out. Link in the description if you are interested. From there, oh, that's the only tours we have. We have some regular ass news though, so let's talk about some regular ass news. First up is a really weird one. The band Cancer Christ, who are currently on tour with Gwar, they are no longer on tour with Gwar. Their lead vocalist, Anthony Melhaff, I think is how that is pronounced, was arrested in the Yosemite National Park area. His charges for whatever the hell happened, charges include vandalism, vehicular assault, let's start that over. Vandalism, vehicular theft, reckless driving, kidnapping, theft, first-degree burglary, robbery, obstructing an officer, and battery, to name a few. It sounds like somebody either went off their meds or needs more meds or started taking new drugs. I don't know what the hell's going on, but yeah, they have been dropped from the tour with Gwar, and then other statements have been made about like the strange future that they're looking at. They don't know exactly where they're going forward at this point in time. They're just trying to get their vocalist unarrested and healthy again, apparently. So as things evolve out of this, which I'm sure they will, we'll probably touch on this once or twice more in the future. From there, our other piece of regular ass news has to do with the Dillinger Escape Plan. Dillinger Escape Plan, for those that don't know, and if you don't, well, you damn well should. Dillinger Escape Plan currently is doing some reunion shows. They're doing a little tour with their original vocalist, Dimitri. Since doing all of this, a lot of interviews have been had, and a lot of interviewers are saying, so are you guys gonna do new music? And they keep saying, well, no, because that wasn't the point of this. The point of this was to, you know, to have one final hurrah or something along those lines. I'm very much paraphrasing. But something very interesting has happened. We have heard from Ben Weinman specifically, who Ben Weinman is the band leader, effectively. He is the lead guitar player. It's kind of his baby. Weinman has said that there are existing tracks that have yet been released from the Calculating Infinity sessions. Calculating Infinity being the one record that Dimitri is actually on. Everything after that was, oh, and I'm gonna brain fart his name. Seriously? Whatever. Everything after that was the other vocalist who's probably gonna come to me as we're talking about comic books or something in a couple minutes, but it's Greg Pugiato. Haha, I remembered. Anyway, so yes, they are going to be releasing, possibly, it is not set in stone, but they're considering finishing the tracks, because a lot of the music, apparently, from the sounds of it, is either super rough or they're not final takes. They're just songs that were abandoned before they got to that point in the recording process. So there is talk, according to Ben Weinman, that they are going to be finishing up those tracks and then possibly releasing a B-sides and rarities from the Calculating Infinity section, the sessions. So that's super exciting if it actually happens, because it's a really, really good record. Honestly, really, really good record. And if anything spins out of this, we will be definitely talking about it as it comes. Until then, though, we have a musical suggestion for you this week. And if you didn't see this one coming, you haven't been paying attention. Calculating Infinity from Dillinger Escape Plan. That is your musical suggestion for the week. This is the record that honestly kind of put them on the map. They were around for a few years before this, but this is
their first big outing. And again, vocalist Dimitri does not hold back. Originally, this record was released in 1999, September 28th of 1999 on Relapse Records. Just totally unhinged. This is kind of where the math metal idea started. They're not the first band to do it, but they're the biggest band to start with it, and they're the most influential band, I think, because their influence spans so many genres at this point, so many subgenres of aggressive music, that it's hard to say that they're not one of the progenitors of the math metal, if you will, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Either way, it's very aggressive, it's very abrasive, and it's very damn good. Go listen to Calculating Infinity. That is your musical suggestion for the week. This week for gaming news, we have Harry Potter game that is getting released that is long overdue, plus the Nintendo Direct happened, and that's basically all we've got, so let's go jump into it. Okay then. Oh yeah, like I said, not much going on in gaming and tech. So we have one trailer, a new trailer that is not Nintendo Direct related because it came out before the Nintendo Direct, is Harry Potter Quidditch Champions. Yes, that is actually a game that is happening, and I don't understand why it took them this long to get it out, but now we have a trailer for it. The link for the trailer can be found down in the description. Not a whole lot I can say, but maybe now a lot of us less well-versed in the world of Harry Potter will finally be able to understand what the hell Quidditch is. So that's kind of what we got. It looks really interesting, and they're definitely doing a lot to make it look like the movies, so very familiar and stuff, but still, I think this could have been a game that stood on its own. You don't need those cross-references to the movies because the franchise is so big, it kind of is more than the movie. Anyway, it's definitely more than the books, so... But yeah, go check out the trailer, it's pretty cool. We have one huge piece of news, and that is Nintendo Direct happened. This, honestly, when I first started this week's round of notes, this started out as a rumor, because how the hell are we gonna already be getting a Nintendo Direct? Well, the rumor part of that is the reason we're getting it so early is because they're gearing up for a big Switch 2 announcement later in the year. So they have to get this one out of the way so they can then start building the hype machine into the next one. And that's when they're going to announce the Nintendo Switch 2. It's no longer in the rumor mill. I don't think there's a whole lot of weight to that rumor. I think they're still going to wait until after the holiday season to announce that, but what do I know? I'm just a guy. So yeah, the Nintendo Direct dropped. We have a lot of stuff in this Nintendo Direct. It's kind of two different announcement convention. I don't even know how you would quantify what a Nintendo Direct is, but it's more than just the Nintendo Direct because we also have the Indie World Showcase. Indie World Showcase had a bunch of really interesting indie games, a lot of expansions for existing stuff on the platform. Some big notables here: Sea of Stars, Shrek's Swamp in the Power Wash Simulator was really interesting. Shovel Knight, yes, we have Shovel Knight trailer. Go check it out. There's an update there. Link down to the description can be found for the entire Nintendo Direct. It's about 45 minutes long, so be aware it's about time enough that you're gonna have to invest a little bit into it. As far as the other stuff, Pizza Tower was another one that looked really interesting. It's like some sort of weird amalgamation of Sonic the Hedgehog and Wario into a game that is called Pizza Tower. It looks pretty interesting. Go check it out. But yeah, so then the Nintendo Direct side of things, that we have another update on the Suikoden 1 and 2, the Dragon Quest 3, blah, blah, blah. The big thing for the Nintendo Direct side of this stream was Capcom Fighters 2. That's not exactly how it's said. Capcom Fighting Collection 2, which includes and is not limited to, because there's I think 9 or 12 games, something along those lines. Capcom versus SNK 1 and 2. We have Power freaking Stone 1 and 2. You have not seen a Power Stone game since the PSP. And originally, this game was released on the Dreamcast. I think Power Stone 2 was released on the PlayStation 2, but Power Stone 1 was released on the Dreamcast. And I haven't honestly seen it anywhere else because I never owned a PSP. So super stoked about that because I love those games. Power Stone, Marvel versus Capcom Fighting Collection. Oh, and then there is also a release date for the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. It is September 12th. Pre-orders are currently open. So you can go pre-order the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection now and do it now, because I mean, it's gonna sell out. That's just, there's no two ways about it. So that brings us, that's all we got. The Nintendo Direct. It is seriously worth your time to watch those 45 minutes, so do that. But we have suggestion to make this week, and honestly, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have a suggestion this week for gaming because I can't stop playing Mortal Kombat, and I'm just gonna bore you if I keep suggesting to you to play Mortal Kombat, unless you really want to, like, you know, start something online and we could play against each other, in which case I don't know how that's going to happen. But either way, no proper suggestion for gaming and tech this week because I got only the one game that's going on. We will be coming up on some new games soon that will be interesting enough to put in the suggestion section. I promise. As it stands right now, nothing's peeling me away from Mortal Kombat, except for occasionally X-Defiant, but that's rather occasional. Yeah, so that's what we got. Let's move on. Comic books and books. A slow news week all over the place means comic books is really suffering. We have Ernest, like, hey Vern, that Ernest, he's getting a new comic book. We're going to talk about that and then make a suggestion, and that's going to be about it. We go from short to shorter with comic books and books this week. The gaming and tech section was rather short. Comic books is even shorter. We have a new Ernest comic book that dropped a trailer. So, you know, it's a trailer. It's not a follow-up. It's not regular ass news technically. It is a trailer for Ernest P. Worrell is back for his first adventure since 1998. This franchise is so old. Why is this randomly obscure character from the 90s getting a new IP? I don't understand it. A new graphic novel called Ernest and the Dreamstone. The story is a spooky comedy. Is being co-funded on Kickstarter. So starting September 17th is when the Kickstarter opened. Will run through October 17th is when it closes. It will be written by Corey Perkins, illustrated by M.R.F. Rusanto, and colors by Miriam Yasser. Project has been in development for a couple years and is being developed with the franchise's rights holder. So this is not some sort of fan fiction or anything. This is being officially sanctioned by the people who own the rights for the IP, which is pretty cool. That's all we got. That's the only piece of news for comic books. Let's talk about a suggestion this week. This is one I honestly am kind of surprised I haven't suggested it yet, especially considering the popularity. I don't know, I guess it makes a little bit of sense now, what with Deadpool and Wolverine being a thing, but Wolverine Origins. Start with Volume 1. Wolverine Origins is... This gives you the basis for the character and the immediate surroundings that aren't exactly X-Men related. You get the X-Men in there as well, but the origin story kind of gives you all of the beefs, all of the enemies, and all of the big epicness that we now know as just everyday stuff for Logan. It goes into great... It doesn't necessarily originate in the Origins comic book, but it goes into the best detail. You get the best picture of what these things are. The thing that kind of brought me to this was I was looking for an Omega Red story, which the Omega Red stuff doesn't necessarily happen in the Origins story until you hit Volume 2, but you can't hit Volume 2 unless you've done Volume 1. So that's your suggestion this week. That's Wolverine Origins Volume 1. Writer on this one is Daniel Way. We have art from Steve Dillon, and yeah, it's worth your time. Absolutely a great read. Go read Wolverine Origins Volume 1. TV streaming, we've got a little bit more meat and potatoes here, but not much. We have Daryl Dixon Show finally comes out of hiding for The Walking Dead. Forward momentum on the Friday the 13th TV show as well. Plus, a Red Band trailer drops for Terminator Zero. And then we've got a little bit more to talk about, so let's dive right in. All right. So, TV shows, here we are. We do not have... we do have follow-ups. This is actually the big follow-up because I made a statement last week that I was uncertain of, so we have to follow up on that. And it has to do with the new Secret Level anthology series over on Amazon Prime that's coming out soon. I said last week it did not seem, because of the very specific vocabulary they were using when describing this new series, it did not seem that it was going to be tied directly to the the inspiration IPs that they're pulling from. Well, I was incorrect. So the correction here is it will be canon. They will be pulling directly from these IPs, and they're more than just inspiration. They are the basis for some of these stories. Not all of the stories in the series are going to be directly related to some sort of gaming franchise, but it seems like a good chunk, if not most of them will be. So that is your correction. We do have some follow-ups as well. The first one for following up on is Walking Dead Daryl Dixon Season 2. Will be officially called The Book of Carol, will premiere Sunday, September 9th at 8 p.m. from 8 to 10. This is going to be technically two different things. We have a featurette, a snippet, something, a tease, if you will, that is going to be an extended tease. It's going to show us what we are to expect for this season from the Daryl Dixon Show, which is kind of cool, but then the great part is it seems like it's going to be an extended opening episode for season 2. And yes, please and thank you, because The Walking Dead is probably some of the best horror franchise stuff, live action, that you're going to get outside of the Haunting series over on Netflix. So yeah, absolutely here for it. I'm super stoked. I can't wait for September 29th. Let's move on though, because our next one is also rather large. Not as much detail on this one yet though. Friday the 13th, the prequel series that is going to Peacock finally has a showrunner. We have a production staff in place, so the upper-ups are there, but now we have a director, if you will, and somebody who's going to steer the ship. So that showrunner is Brad Kane. If that name sounds vaguely familiar, it should, because he's also doing work on the prequel to the It franchise called Welcome to Derry over on Max. So he's got a little bit of experience, though we don't know how good of a job he's done with Welcome to Derry, because that one's not out yet either. Though that one is much closer than the Friday the 13th prequel series. So that's what we got for follow-ups and corrections. Let's talk about trailers. We only got one trailer this week, and it's pretty solid. Terminator Zero dropped a new trailer just a couple of days before the series launches on Netflix. Also, if you're really digging it based off of this trailer, it's not in the notes right now, but I'll see if I can do it before we go to publish. There is the first 6 minutes of the first episode is also available to watch, though I'm sure if you Google or YouTube search it, you'll find it just fine. So yeah, absolutely does a lot to hype you up for the new Terminator animated series, because wow. That's what we got though for trailers. Let's move. No proper regular ass news or anything like that. We're just going straight into suggestions for the week. Speaking of Netflix, Preacher is now on Netflix, and that is your suggestion this week for TV streaming. Preacher ran for 3 seasons. It is an adaptation of another Garth Ennis book, and it's honestly super solid. It takes place largely in New Orleans, so there's a lot of really cool scenery, a lot of really cool places to be seen and stuff. Just a hell of a lot of fun, not just because Garth Ennis, but because we legitimately get some really good acting performances. Both of the leads, if I'm remembering this correctly, it's been a little while since I watched Caesar front to back, or Preacher rather, front to back, but pretty sure both of the leads are British, and you can't really detect it much. So they do a pretty good job with their delivery. Yeah, but Preacher's a hell of a lot of fun. That is your TV suggestion for the week, based on a comic book where a preacher goes to punch out God, basically. I don't know what else you need for that. Oh, also should be noted, I know I said it's available now on Netflix. Normally it's on Hulu. Don't know if it's currently on Hulu while it's on Netflix, but I mean, if you can't find it on Netflix, go check Hulu. Movies section might be the most diverse, but still fairly light on the overall size. We have Todd Phillips confirming what I have been saying for months about the new Joker Folie à Deux movie. We have Christopher Reeve's documentary dropping a trailer, and Tim Curry gets cast in his first live-action film role in quite some time, and then a little bit more. Okay, so movies. This is the most well-rounded section we have, because we have a little bit of everything, though emphasis on little bit. First up in follow-ups and corrections, Joker Folie à Deux. The director, Todd Phillips, has officially come out and said it is not a musical. So when it was branded as a musical in the media, they were misinformed. Surprise, surprise. What it actually is And this is exactly what I was saying previously when it was announced that this is going to be a musical. I said that seems a little weird. I bet they're going to be headed more in the direction of musical numbers happen, song and dance happens randomly in this, but it's going to be hallucinations of Arthur Peck, our Joker character for this franchise, and that absolutely, or Arthur Fleck rather, and that is basically what Todd Phillips has said. He said the songs happen between Arthur's ears and not in the real world. So we will see singing and dancing, but musical, no. Couple of song numbers, while it makes things interesting, does not a musical make. So that's what we got for follow-ups and corrections. Let's go into trailers. We got a couple of trailers this week. And an interesting one. Anyway, so I'm getting ahead of myself. First one, which is kind of the one that I'm most excited about, is Super/Man, the Christopher Reeve documentary movie just got a trailer. It will be in theaters on September 21st and on September 25th. It's coming back for that 4 days later because that is Christopher Reeve's birthday. If you live in a smaller town like me and there is a theater that is carrying it, I would not be surprised to see it run from the 21st through the 25th because we have a couple of small theaters here, a couple of 2s and 4s. So if either of those theaters near me gets it, then they're probably going to be running it the entire 4 days. But the larger cities are probably only going to run it for those 2 days, 21st and 25th. These dates are only for the States. If you are an international viewer, then it will be coming your way. Just those dates have not yet been made available. So as that happens, we will be elaborating on it in the follow-ups section. Also, there is no streaming date for it yet. So they're really trying to get as much as they can out of the theatrical release and before they announce that they're going to streaming. So good on them for doing that. Let's move on though. Next up is kind of a trailer, but not really because the movie's technically already out, just not in all territories. So we have some interesting things going on with Deadpool and Wolverine, not the least of which is that we have a cameo that is Hulk cameo rather, that is different in this trailer for the Korean audience than it was in the American version of the movie, which I find incredibly interesting. But also Ryan Reynolds dropped Gambit thing, but that's really more post-credit scene, and we're going to get to that in the rumor mill, so stick around for that. But yeah, there is an interesting Hulk cameo in this Korean version of the Deadpool and Wolverine trailer, which makes me wonder if they're adding footage into the other territories version of this movie. And why exactly that would be, I don't understand. Maybe Hulk does super well in those territories. We got a little bit of a cameo in the Deadpool Wolverine movie stateside, and I'm sure where all the territories that it's currently in, but not this cameo. It's very interesting. Anyway, go check it out, see what I'm talking about. You come back, let's talk about it. Anyway, moving on. Our other trailer that just dropped this week is Sonic 3. Actually, I believe that dropped this morning as I'm recording. So, release date for Sonic 3, December 20th of this year. Looks like they're going to do a pretty good job of rounding this one out. Don't know if we're going to go past the third movie, but do we really need to at this point, just because they've all been pretty solid? The first two, rather, were pretty solid, so yeah. That's what we got there. Let's move into some regular ass news. Our regular ass news has to do with Tim Curry, which is kind of super exciting. This is going to be the first movie Tim Curry has been cast in, live action, has been cast in since 2010. The name of the movie is called Stream. It is going to be a thriller/horror movie. It is going to be a theatrical release. It's going to be in select theaters, though. No date just yet as to its release in theaters or as any sort of streaming information just yet. Because, like I said, theatrical is the way to go. So they're not going to cut themselves off at the knees by saying, oh yeah, and then you can just watch it whenever you want on this streaming service after this date. So super cool, though. Tim Curry Curry, after having his, a stroke in 2016, that has made mobility an issue for him, and it's really cool to see him getting back out and getting some live action roles. He's done a lot of voice work. He actually revisited Frankenfurter in a commercial. What was that, in 2018? No, that was 2012. It was before the accident. So yeah, and that was the live broadcast version that they redid of Rocky Horror. So it's been a while since we've seen live action Tim Curry, so I'm super stoked about that, just because the guy's a gem. Anyway, that's what we got for regular ass news. Let's talk about suggestions this week. Sticking with that Wolverine kind of theme that we've sort of been going on this entire episode, we're saying Pioneers. This is a movie starring Hugh Jackman. A couple other bigger names in here you're going to recognize, but it's also directed by Denis Villeneuve, and it's not science fiction. So that's interesting. This is a thriller. This is a very dark, kind of hard to watch thriller, but very incredibly well acted. You are along for the ride the whole way through. So real quick, we have film centers around the abduction of two young girls in a small town and the desperate search by their families and the police. As the investigation stalls, one of the fathers takes matters into his own hands, leading to a dark and morally complex journey that blurs the lines between right and wrong. That is an understatement. Go watch this movie, as long as you're not too squeamish, because it's pretty heavy. But that is your suggestion for the week. Prisoners, starring Hugh Jackman, directed by Denis Villeneuve, and you can find it on Tubi and most of the streaming services for purchase. I believe it is currently on Amazon Prime, though. If you do not want to purchase it and you already have a Prime account, you can watch it there.
It's classified.
Rumor Mill. Seems Rumor Mill always picks up when the rest of the news slows down here as we get closer to the end of the year. We have Linkin Park being very cryptic on their website. We have new Spider-Man 4 rumors that seem interesting, as well as some Mortal Kombat 1 rumors that really need to be squashed. And then we've got quite a bit more here, so let's do this. We have another refutation this week. I'm super excited that we're starting to get a lot more, like, a lot of these rumors are coming back around, man. This one has to do with the Pantera rumor that we talked about. I believe that was last week. Rex Brown has come out and said in no uncertain terms that they did not record a live record at that small club gig in Minneapolis, or in Minnesota, whatever the hell they were, a week and a half ago, roughly. That did not happen. That is not why they did that gig. They're not going to be releasing a live record. It was just a club gig, nothing else. Honestly, shortly before Rex came out and said this, because Rex said this, I believe, yesterday, it might have been the day before, but before he came out and said this, they made the comedian who made the statement that was leading to all this confusion, they made him come out and publicly retract it as well. So, no live record from Pantera, which is kind of sad, depending on how you look at it. But we still have all those other live records from when Dime and Vinny were still around, so go watch those if you've got a live Pantera itch to scratch. That's what we got, though, for confirmations, refutations. Let's move into new rumors, because we got no new sources on old rumors, just the new rumors, and that's not 100%. We'll get to that. Anyway, first up, we have the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie is now rumored to no longer be in production. Last we heard, they were in the early stages of pre-production, very likely meaning they were trying to get final approval on a script so that they could then go out and site scout, if you will, or just figure out exactly what the shooting is going to be. And that was the last we heard of this. We've heard a number of things since then. Now we are getting word from a rather reputable source that it is just not going to happen. It was backburnered for so long, now they just can't justify making it happen. And the rumor goes on to say that this is partially, if not largely, due to the fallout from the Thor incident that Taika Waititi, because the Thor movie that he did is not being well received. And so now he's being punished by not getting to do a Star Wars movie as well. So likelihood that this is the truth, that this is the way of things. If you leave off that last bit, I'm going to say 80%, because there's no way that we're going to be able to confirm that the reason the movie movie didn't happen was because he did a poor job with Thor. But if the movie doesn't happen, like, we're not going to be surprised because of the poor job he did with Thor. Yeah, so again, 80% likely that we will not be seeing a Star Wars movie directed by Taika Waititi. Next up, we have that Linkin Park stuff that we've been talking about. So Linkin Park posted a 100-hour countdown. By the time this video goes live, that countdown will have ended. However, as of filming this video, it has not ended. So I can kind of confirm or refute this in real time-ish. The countdown ends Wednesday, so again, today, hopefully, as you're watching this. I know I'm really bad about getting my videos up on time, but ends on Wednesday, and the rumor is that this is going to be the announcement of a tour and also of a touring vocalist who's going to take over the roles, the parts rather, that Chester Bennington wrote originally. There's a little bit of speculation that I want to get into as we, get to the end of the section, but as it stands right now, that is the big rumor. There was another rumor attached to this, but that's been killed since as well, and that's that Derek Wimbley, whatever the hell his name is, the singer for Sum 41, they're going to have him step in and do the parts for Chester, for the missing Chester, and he has come out and said that he is not going to be doing that. He wishes him all the best, but he's not the guy for the job. So we know it's not that, but it could still be a vocalist, and it very likely could still be a tour. The likelihood that that is what it is, we're going to say another 80% on the Linkin Park rumor, just because, I mean, like, we've waited this long. I feel like there's been a lot of stuff bubbling up under the surface, and it's going to break out. So that's where we're at with that one. Our next rumor has to do with the new Vision Quest series, and this one's rather interesting. It's said that the Vision Quest series is going to bring James Spader back into the MCU, but it's not going to be James Spader as Ultron. It's going to be James Spader in live action. There is also a rumor that Ultron will be in this, but we'll deal with that another time when I can get a little bit more details on that rumor. So probably next week we'll be talking about Ultron. But James Spader live action in this new Vision Quest series. Why? This seems kind of broken. Like, there's no logic to doing this. If you're going to bring James Spader back, bring him back to play the character that he played originally, because that's kind of the way this continuity thing works. So, and that original character was Ultron that he did as a voiceover, not in real life. So, well, I mean, technically, I guess he was there in real life. He was doing all the mocap for it. Like, he was on set, he just had the mocap suit on, and he had his face painted with dots so they could make sure everything was moving properly, but I don't know, man. So, again, this is not a great source, though very possibly and partially fueled by the rumors that we're going to be seeing Ultron on screen. That's the only reason this bumped up over the 50% mark. Honestly, if not for those other rumors, then I would say this is completely bunk and we'd go much lower. But we're looking at about 55% likely that James Spader will be doing a live action cameo in the WandaVision series. The most likely is going to be that we're going to see Ultron, because Ultron and Vision are so closely related. Anyway, let's move on. Our next one has to do with Martian Manhunter. James Gunn has been teasing that are doing things that seem to be, because this is a rumor, doing things that seem to be teasing that we're going to be getting John Johns in the DCU. I feel like this is going to be like a really poorly kept secret, because, like, Martian Manhunter is one of the Justice League. We're gonna get a Justice League movie in the DCU. Like, this is not rocket surgery. Come on, guys. So yeah, 90% likely that this is a thing. Honestly, partially because of the things that James Gunn is saying about this, and also just because, again, he's Justice League. He's one of them. Whatever. All right, continuing on. Next up, we have an Anaconda rumor, and this one honestly is borderline not even a rumor anymore because of the source. It's the trades. When the trades are talking about a thing, we've talked about this previously, when the trades are talking about a thing as rumor, then it's kind of like the movie studios are testing the waters with that information. How are the fans going to react if we leak this out to a source that, you know, people know as reliable. So the Anaconda rumor, as it stands, is that Paul Rudd and Jack Black are in talks to star in this remake of the 90s horror movie. It's not going to be a sequel, it's going to be a remake, which is very interesting because the original one starred Jennifer Lopez, and I honestly remember very little else. John Voight also was the villain of sorts in this, even though, you know, the Anacondas are technically the villains. But yeah, likelihood that we're going to be seeing this, like I said, because of the source, very poorly kept secret. 90% likely we will be seeing Anaconda starring Paul Rudd and Jack Black, and or Jack Black. I guess we shouldn't necessarily, neither of them have signed a contract yet. So next up, we have Gambit. We have a new Gambit rumor. Channing Tatum is said to be returning to the MCU as Gambit once again. This has to do with that new post-credit scene that Ryan Reynolds has posted onto his social medias. Also has to do with the fact that Secret Wars is going to be a thing, and we're going to have a whole bunch of multiverse stuff. And if the trailer or the post-credit scene that Ryan Reynolds posted, if they're going with that as canon, which there's no indication that that is the case, but if they're going with that as canon, then that's 100% confirmation that this is happening. As it stands right now, it's just most likely happening, not 100%. So again, we're looking at another 90% likelihood that Gambit, as played by Channing Tatum, will find his way back into the MCU at least one more time. I want the Channing Tatum Gambit movie to happen for real, but does not seem that that's really in the cards. Still crossing my fingers though. Next we have a Spider-Man 4 rumor. Actually, this is kind of two rumors wrapped up in one. This and then our next rumor are both multi-tiered rumors. So we're going to give this one two different percentages. First up, we have release slate that has been leaked apparently from Sony that puts the Spider-Man 4 movie between Doomsday and Secret Wars, the new Avengers movies that are planned by the Russo brothers. This seems fairly likely. It also plays into other quote-unquote leaks that we're not talking about in this episode. Maybe next week. Maybe they'll be debunked by then, so we don't have to touch them again. But the other leaks that say that this movie is going to be dealing very heavily with the multiverse as well plays into the idea that it's going to happen between the next two Avengers movies, which are both going to very heavily play into the multiverse idea as well. So that part of this rumor, I believe, is roughly 70% likely. Again, Secret Wars is a thing, is going to be a thing, is going to be a huge event, and what better way to hype that up than with one of the most well-recognized superheroes in the world, Spider-Man. The other half of this is Spider-Man 4 is also going to be, because it is a multiversal thing, also going to be how they interject Miles Morales into the live-action MCU. This one seems a little bit less likely, just because very little is actually known. Anyone who tells you they know what the contract between Sony and Marvel is lying to you, or they're trying to sell you something, because that is not a thing that we know. We can infer certain things because of the behavior that they have both been presenting us with. Not the least of which being that the Miles Morales stuff is kind of what they're doing on their Spider-Man-less side of things. Also animated. Miles Morales in live action would be another Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, as far as I can tell, as far as the way I've been reading into this situation, Spider-Man, not specifically Peter Parker, but Spider-Man, the character, the superhero in all of his iterations, as a live-action character, is to be done jointly between Marvel and Sony, not Sony interjecting a thing because they then want to take it and do their own thing in their side of the universe, which seems to be the implication with this rumor. So that part of it, the Miles Morales part of this rumor, I'm gonna say about 25% likely that is going forward. And that brings us into the Mortal Kombat 1 stuff. So we've got a lot of Mortal Kombat 1 rumors to talk about. All right, so First up, we're just going to take this in the chunks in which it is. I have it broken down because there's a lot here. First up is this all has to do with Combat Pack 3, and some of it has to do with the periphery of Chaos Reigns, which is the next DLC for Mortal Kombat 1. So first up, we have one of the proposed guest characters is Isaac Clarke, who is the lead character from Dead Space. This is a completely different production company, and I'm pretty sure completely different rights holder, so this seems rather unlikely. And the Dead Space game is kind of out of the popular consciousness at this point, so what sense would that make? Because we're looking at probably another year or so before we start to see, maybe 6 months, before we start to see anything about Combat Pack 3 officially, so seems like a long shot. About 20% likely we will be seeing Isaac from Dead Space in the Mortal Kombat 1 game. Next up, we have this one I think we've actually technically addressed previously because it was part of a number of leaks for this game in the past, and that is the Mortal Kombat characters that are going to be coming in Combat Pack 3 are Cassie Cage, Kung Jin, and Jade. At this point, this is kind of all but confirmed. No work has been put into these characters, so there is a possibility it could change. I think it's a very slim possibility that it will change, though. That is so likelihood that we're going to see those three is about 90%. Continuing on with Combat Pack 3 characters, playable characters, we have the Doomslayer is once again rearing his ugly head in the rumor mill as far as Mortal Kombat's concerned. This has been rumored since Mortal Kombat 11. I'm going to kill this one as much as I can right now because it's not happening. It is owned by Microsoft. Microsoft is who is going to, if it was a console exclusive character, then that would potentially open up the door. Since it's not, this isn't happening. We're going to say 10% likely for Doomslayer. Next up, we have Michael Myers on the list as well. This has already kind of been squashed by Ed Boon, but because, like I said, this is such a ways out, very likely that it could change. I don't know how probable it is, but it is possible. So Michael Myers, we're going to say about 50% likelihood that we'll see Michael Myers. I think that Ed Boon he said very explicitly he wants to have Michael Myers in, he would love to do it, but they just can't get the rights cleared because it seems like there's some sort of something going on in the behind the scenes with that one. So next up we have Ash Williams, once again has been rumored since Mortal Kombat 11. There is a little bit at play here that goes in the favor of this rumor, but very, very little, and that is that Bruce Campbell very publicly has said he's not retired completely from playing Ash Williams. He's just retired from playing Ash Williams in live action. So animation and video games are still on the table. So he could be the guy, though it wouldn't stop them even if he didn't sign on to do it. If they could get the likeness rights for the character, they would still do it even without Bruce Campbell. But still, very little to go on here, aside from the fact that it has been rumored since Mortal Kombat 11, and that does a lot more to hurt than to help. So we're going to say 10% likely for this one as well. And then the final new character rumor for Mortal Kombat 1 rather. This is not the last Mortal Kombat 1 rumor. This is a big rumor drop, but the final new character supposedly for Combat Pack 3 is going to be Akuma from Street Fighter. I know that Sonya, I'm pretty sure it was Sonya, just got announced for Tekken 8, which is pretty badass because yes, please and thank you. The two fighting games I've spent the most time on, Tekken and Mortal Kombat, coming together in some fashion. Yes, I'm here for it. Anyway, Akuma is not that. Akuma is Capcom. Akuma is Street Fighter. Will we ever see a Street Fighter X Mortal Kombat? Probably not. Is this going to be the one exception? Absolutely not. I've never done this before. We're saying 0% chance that this happens. Zero. Not going to have Akuma in Mortal Kombat 1. Will it? Does that completely close the door going forward with future games? No. This is still going to be rather difficult and super unlikely for it to happen, but it's definitely not going to happen in Mortal Kombat 1. So, continuing on, we have new cameos that are supposedly going to be dropping with the Chaos Reigns DLC. These two new cameos, Nightwolf and Aaron Black, because of the nature of the rest of this rumor, it's all from the same source, because of the nature of the rest of this rumor, we gotta put this one fairly low. Though, not as low as you might be thinking, because these two have also been rumored for some time, specifically for this game, and I think at some point there was a reference to Nightwolf. I don't know about Aaron Black, but to Nightwolf in the code when we got those data mines. So this seems slightly more likely, but we're still saying 50-50 just because of the nature of the rest of this. So 50% for the Nightwolf and Aaron Black cameos. Next, we have skins. This seems fairly likely. Skins that are coming with Ghostface as far as Chaos Reigns. So this also is implying that we're going to be getting the guest characters at the very least in a staggered release state, whereas we're getting the Mortal Kombat characters for Chaos Reigns all at once. So the Ghostface is going to be bringing MK9 Striker skin and MK11 Frost skin for your cameos. I don't see why not. Like, the cameos don't get a lot of skin love in this game for whatever reason, so I'm going to put this one about 65%. Just kind of on the hopeful tip, and also, again, like, this is something that the community's kind of been requesting. I don't know about these specific skins, but more skins, so it seems like they would want to make the community happy, and they've been dropping skins randomly, so that's cool. Other costumes coming for cameo characters, we're going to group all of these together because they all seem equally as likely, though one less than the rest. We're going to say Mortal Kombat 9 Cyrax and Sector skins are in the rumor mill. We also have Deception skin for Shujinko. We have MKX skin for Trimmer and Special Forces skin for Jax and Tuxedo Johnny. Tuxedo Johnny we got in Mortal Kombat 11, so I'm sure they'll do that again at some point for a thank you of some sort. We've already gotten one thank you as a Johnny skin, so I don't know necessarily. Special Forces Jax is one of the skins that really kind of puts this one in the crapper, because no, they're just not going to do that. And then also Deception Shujinko. It's basically kind of what we already have. Unless it's like younger Shujinko. Maybe they'll do younger Shujinko, I don't know. But it just seems super unlikely. Though MK9 Cyrax and Sector, it's again another fan service thing. And Tuxedo Johnny we already talked about. MKX Tremor, fan service. Though it's a different size build for the render for the character, so I don't know how likely that one is either. I'm being generous with this though and saying 50% likely for those skins for cameos. And then we have some proper playable character skins, those being Cyber Smoke, Deception Baraka, and Deception Havoc. I mean, that, if you believe that, then I think that is another reason why I'm being lenient on the previous one, because Deception Baraka and Havoc would then say maybe Deception Shujinko, even though it's not that different from what we already have. Cyber Smoke is technically already in the game. If you play Invasions, you have seen the Cyber Smoke skin. If you play Story Mode, and you very probably have seen the Cyber Smoke skin there as well. So that is also lending its credibility to at least this portion of this rumor. So we're going to put that one at about 65% as well. And then our final skin rumor for Mortal Kombat. These are the final Mortal Kombat 1 rumors for the episode. We have two skins for Johnny Cage and Ashra, those being from the Cage Match animated movie. That seems rather unlikely. I'm going to say about 30% likely on this one, just because it's a complete style shift, because the rumor, the leaker, quote unquote leaker, very explicitly says that it's a cell shaded skin for both of them, so it makes them look more like they're in the movie, because it's an animated movie, so cell shaded makes sense. That seems super unlikely that they would change art direction for two skins in this game. Just doesn't make sense. So 30% likely. It is possible, but I don't think it's very possible. So that's what we got for the rumors portion of the rumor mill. There is a little bit of speculation, like I said, about this Linkin Park thing. So my speculation for this is that it's going to be an announcement, and again, this, as you're watching this, you can very likely go verify that this is a thing, barring some sort of act of God. But Linkin Park will be announcing a new tour. They also are going to be announcing the touring vocalist that is going to handle Chester's parts. Is not going to be announcing this person as a new member of the band, as a full member of the band, I guess I should say. It's just going to be somebody for the tour. Then they're going to say something along the lines of, this is not a plan for new music. This is just tour so that we can get out and see the fans, or something along those lines. That is my speculation on that situation. I don't think there's anything really else to speculate on as far as this episode goes. So that is what we got for the rumor mill this time around. Which puts us right into the housekeeping portion of this episode. And housekeeping this week, we have a shout out show is in the works. Should be happening next week at some point. So yeah, stay tuned for that over on the second channel. But as far as the rest of it goes, I think Beetlejuice is also on the horizon as well. So super excited. That's really all the behind the scenes stuff that's going on. We are once again getting closer to the off season. So around about middle of November, we will take a week or two completely off of content in general, and then we'll return for the off season, in which we just do live episodes, and there's a lot less editing so that I can gear up for a new season of the proper stuff. That being said, I think that's all we got for housekeeping this week, nerds. So thank you very much for sticking around. Thank you very much for getting your news here at Generally Nerdy. I appreciate all of your faces. We will see you next week, though. Before we go, always remember that if it's generally nerdy, it's probably
here. Listen up, nerds of every kind, to news that feeds the curious mind. Generally Nerdy is the place where knowledge flows with style and grace. Click subscribe, don't hesitate. Let your brain cells celebrate. Share the wealth of wisdom found. Let others hear this nerdy sound. Give a like, spread far and wide. This channel's content, tried and true in comics, tech, and more. Besides, your mind will thrive and renew.